it wasn't, so anyway, the interesting point in that is that the results are practical, as opposed to, whatever. So those are interesting things. So, there's, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm reading my notes real quick. Okay, so I mean, it's interesting to think about on many different levels, and it's hard to not think of it on simultaneous levels because you've got the neurological levels, but then you've also got the sociological and behavioral levels, and then you also have the phenomenological and mystical levels. And I want to read real quickly, if I can. I think I should be able to pull this one up pretty quickly. Real quickly, what Albert Hoffman said. Where is this author here? Albert Hoffman said on, he said that he believed that LSD made one aware and sensitive to, quote, the magnificence of nature and of the animal and plant kingdom, and the role of humanity in relation to nature. Stanley Krippner and David Luke have speculated that, quote, the consumption of psychedelic substances leads to an increased concern for nature and ecological issues. As a result, American psychologist Ralph Metzner and several others have argued that psychedelic drug use was the impetus for the modern ecology movement in the late 1960s. So, it's very interesting, especially when you start talking about the phenomenology of the experience, that feeling of connectedness. The early studies that we did in like 2010, like I was talking about, they were using the 5D ASC, Altered States of Consciousness scale. I forget all of the dimensions. It's 5 dimensions, obviously, but one of them is feelings of unity with the environment. And then the other is oceanic boundlessness. And so, this point that I'm making in saying these things is also that that there is obviously some sort of an effect that occurs from the phenomenological experience, be it just the feeling of connectedness, or if you have a full mystical experience. These things have a behavioral effect too, which I'm sure also, obviously also is to some degree rooted in some sort of physiology that we don't understand yet. But so, I like to keep my foot in both camps in terms of like, okay, it's really interesting that like in terms of treating depression, like you're actually like creating, BDNF in the prefrontal cortex to reverse atrophy caused by depression. Like we're seeing neurochemistry happen here, but then also, have my foot in the camp, like, whoa, like a mystical experience by a psychedelic can like totally change the way you relate to yourself, to what the self is, and to the universe, and to your place in the universe. And these are parallel paths that are all fascinating. So anyway, that is what I have to say about that. And so then I just wanted to I kind of talked about this, but just real briefly, the thing I wrote to briefly summarize 3 hypotheses that I picked up that seem pertinent to the matter of psychedelics and ecology, included 1, research supporting a connection between increased nature contact and increases in measures of mental health, as I said. 2, the emerging data correlating psychedelic administration in clinical and naturalistic settings with increases in trait nature relatedness. And I want to get back to that in 1 second. Then 3, the correlation between increased measures of nature relatedness and increased measures assessing both environmental awareness and pro-environmental behavior, including increased desire for nature contact. All right, so basically I already said those three things. What I want to say about number two, which I found interesting, which I found not non-intuitive, was that even when they did these psilocybin studies at Johns Hopkins or NYU, in the space where it was with the blindfolds and the music, and the sitter was just holding the room. There was no nature contact. It was an inner guided journey. And even in that setting, they found increases in nature relatedness and these other constructs. I find that interesting because there's also research showing that psychedelics, when taken in nature, in fact, some of the research suggests that by doing that, it actually has a synergistic effect, which actually can make it more pronounced. For all of those who of course, I think you should have a variety of environments in which they're utilized, but for those who really like the idea of being in nature while altered. The research suggests that that may facilitate it, but I found it very interesting that even in a very sterile clinical setting, it still occurs. I don't quite know what to make about that, except for the fact that it's interesting to know, and also, like, I understand. I truly understand critiques and fears of the emerging Western medical model. But I also see amazing potential and I also see most likely that we will have growing pains in terms of, capitalist issues, but then also in terms of licensing issues, in terms of ethical guidelines, standardized guidelines, and all those things. And it's going to be a mess. But I really do believe that in order to utilize these medicines in a way that helps, first of all, mental health, and second of all, the topic is environment. So, it's helping environment, but also if you just help people's mental health, they're more productive in terms of society. And then they care more about the environment naturally, So, I don't know that it's, I stray away from being too heavily footed on trying to, I think it's dangerous to try and replicate what's been done in indigenous cultures, because we are the West, because we are a different society. They have wisdom that we don't have. They're also a different society, different people, and not only different people, like genetically, but live in a different society, like a communal society. So like their outlook on the world and how they relate to others is fundamentally different than ours. So to try to replicate what they're doing is almost like we're almost setting ourselves up for failure, because it's like, I can't think of a good metaphor, but I think my point is coming across, acceptably. So what I propose and find interesting is that the West develops its own model. I don't believe that we have really anything super good to like just attach it onto right now. Like CBT is pretty outdated. DBT is pretty decent, especially with all the mindfulness. ACT is kind of cool, but like, attaching that on to psychedelics, it's what we need to do, and it's going to take time, is to find ways to to take the different perspectives and form our own rites of passage to utilize in a variety of ways that allow them to be beneficial and useful. And so that's what I have to say about that. And yeah, I think I'm going to try to pull up a reference real quick. If anybody wants to chime in on anything I've said, anything unrelated, whatever, feel free. If you just give me 1 second. Okay, so so okay. I know that the overarching theme here is about the environment, and I think if we want to address the environment, we need to also address the population. I have so many tangential thoughts going off when I even say just that. But what I was going to say was that an area of interest that I'm very passionate about is mental health, and that has been very destigmatized, thankfully, within the past years, especially because of COVID, the social isolation that has brought that about in people who maybe didn't have it or didn't have it as severe before, but also just then the ability for people to talk about it in a way without shame has been doesn't fix the problem, but you have to recognize a problem before you can fix it. And so I wanted to speak about some of the what I see as being some of the I dare to say causal factors, not solely causal, but factors contributing to our disconnect from nature. And it has to do with mental health. For example, depression in itself causes disconnection. I'm reading a great article from the Journal of Humanistic Psychology, but there's disconnection from the sense of self, disconnection from senses from your environment, disconnection from others. And one of the things that psilocybin treatment has reliably shown to do is to cause actually an increased sense of connection. In one of the early studies, nearly all the patients who showed a clinically significant response to the treatment described its most salient effect as a sudden dramatic change in the quality of their consciousness. Whereas depression had felt like a mental prison, they reported a feeling of a sense of mental freedom after treatment. And so when you can heal people from these illnesses that result in isolation and can be paralyzing, I mean, that's a step towards having a society that is actually not only interested and willing to help the environment, but um, you know, uh, capable in terms of like a health standpoint. Like you have to be, in order to help others, you have to be well enough yourself. Um, and so yeah, one of the strongest was connection with self, um, connection to others. They also, this is many articles have found this, but this one specifically mentions it as well, that one of the findings is an increased or just emergence of connection to the world, and specifically a significant number of the patients, when surveyed later, um, uh, were thought more about climate change, and many felt more connected to nature. There's a quote by one of the patients: "Before I enjoyed nature, now I feel a part of it. Before I was looking at it as a thing like TV or a painting. You're a part of it. There's no separation or distinction. You are it." So, I think those are really beautiful things. It goes on to talk about spirituality and all sorts of different interesting things. But I think that providing healing in this manner is important, not just for, a humanistic activist sort of stance, but in terms of, we're talking about Mother Earth and the universe and our place in it. And I forget, Shane, right? I think it was Shane. I don't know if he's here anymore, but Shane was talking about from an existential stance that you can only do, you can't do everything, but you can do what is within your capacity. And in order for each of us to do that, we need to be mentally, spiritually, emotionally healthy. And the medicine currently available in psychiatry is not very good at addressing that. Not that it doesn't ever work, but there's a high amount of treatment resistancy. And it seems that certain psychedelic compounds have a pretty robust effect that should be utilized. So you know, um, the other thing that I wanted to add in terms of uh, the battle that we have in regards to actually creating environmental change, is not only that there's ignorance or that there is disinterest or unwillingness, but it goes even further. And I would say that I'm looking at a particular article right now, that it is a result of industrialism, of individualistic Western culture, the rise of technology. And I don't say that saying that, this is a bad thing, that is causing a disconnect from nature. Because, technology has done many amazing things for the planet and for humans, but if it's having a role, again, shining a light on the variables is a necessary part of addressing, the root causes. So, it specifically discusses how Certain drivers of disconnect from nature include the fact that I mean, it goes as far back as Descartesian dualism, thinking of ourselves as separate from the environment. It talks about how we live now technologically mediated lifestyles, and we have information and sensory overload, and this results in environmental numbness, insulation from environmental stimuli. Our sensory systems shut down. And this then leads to environmental generational amnesia. It's actually pretty interesting the way that it phrases that the result of this, because these crises, not only is it a crisis, but these multiple environmental crises are so massive that we develop cognitive dissonance because it's too much to take in, and it creates what it refers to as a blind spot. That is an inability to see oneself as a part of nature and a denial of one's dependency on nature. And that is, it says, recognized as a key contributor to ongoing environmental destruction. I'm just going to read a little bit more of what it says here because it's pretty interesting. This hyper separation embedded in Western discourse is intimately linked to pervasive cognitive assumptions which split a unified reality into gender dualism. Example, mind body, reason emotion, civilized primitive, light dark, all of which tend to privilege the dominant former masculine over the latter feminine. Similar scholars have found within religion as a separation theology within a masculine God removed from his creation, the feminine earth. Just these separations are interesting. I don't know. I wouldn't say that any of these I could see as being like maliciously, intentionally designed by anybody, but they just seem to be aberrations of human evolution. So, finding ways to reconnect to nature so that we can have, so that we can engage in pro-environmental behavior is necessary, because there are many splits that have occurred just as a product of societal evolution. He also says, as people desensitize and or adapt to these social environmental changes, the acceptable point of reference for measuring the extent of the human nature disconnect is lowered with each generation. And you do see this, that there's less, and so it's great that we're having this conversation about our connection to nature, because with each generation growing up more and more intricate, intricately cohabiting technology, I'm not using the right words there, whatever, connected with technology and separated from nature, as it happens generationally, it becomes more and more a norm, and you forget, once you get far enough away, you forget, like, oh wait, we weren't always like this, maybe this is a problem. He says the cumulative result is the extinction of experience, a devolution towards a largely unnoticed loss of regular, direct, and meaningful contact with nature. This enlarges the blind spot concerning dependency on nature, can invoke fear and intolerance of certain species, and has profound implications for ecologies, societies, economies, and human well-being. We see this as a debilitating convergence of crises. So, I think those are all really interesting points. I feel like I was pretty nervous that, like, I had very briefly done reading into this after realizing how much there is to talk about and didn't really write up too many notes to go off of. But I feel like I covered a number of things that I would have wanted to cover. Trying to think if anything else comes particularly to mind. Hopefully, hopefully what I have said was somewhat coherent, because I was trying to follow a lot of different trains of thought at the same time. But I appreciate all of you, and I'm so grateful to be able to speak about something that is of great interest.
Nice one, Brian. Can I ask you a question?
Definitely.
So I'm off to Exeter University in September, where they are currently working, I believe, on a critical theory of psychedelic therapy. And they have the head, the professor of philosophy, has one particular slide. Says no eye shades, no playlists, no enforced passivity, engaging with people, plants, animals. And where do you stand on this kind of disconnect between the current medical model and the kind of environmental factors that you're talking about right now?
Thank you for that question, because that is something that I would love to address. So first of all, I would like to say that the current medical model, and I don't mean this as a rebuttal or anything, but I would like to correct it in saying that I do not believe a current medical model exists. What we have are clinical trials, and what we have are developments, underdeveloped, in the process of being developed, guidelines. So the medical model, like you're referring to the eye shades and I understand what you mean when you say medical model. You are referring to the eye shades and the headphones. I understand that. But I believe that the medical model is still being formed. And I really, and it's different than, and it also depends on a variety of factors. Okay, so like I said before, I do believe that and this is going to take time to develop these standards of practice and to train people to be able to do it competently. But that there need to be spaces that have contact with nature, just different spaces in general. But I also strongly believe, like one of the things I've believed for a long time, and it wasn't until I read the research on the actual neurophysiological benefits of psilocybin, where it can actually have benefits with just the music and the eye shades. I didn't actually realize that was possible until more recently. But what I was originally all about was psychedelic facilitated psychotherapy. So the psychedelic itself is not the curative agent in the model of psychedelic facilitated psychotherapy. It is that it is facilitating the psychotherapeutic process. So that being said, and I don't know if
back into fashion, apparently.
Sorry?
Psycholytic therapy is coming back into fashion.
Right. Yes. So as we're developing these things, we're integrating a lot of these things. Exactly. And there needs to be a huge Rogerian component in terms of creating the therapeutic space. His three qualities necessary: the empathy, genuineness, and unconditional positive regard. What I have found to be critical about that is that generally in those models, you'll have a few sessions prior to build the rapport and the therapeutic alliance. And then you'll have, a session or two or three or whatever with the medicine. And I don't know if this works well with psilocybin, but I know definitely for LSD, something at least in my experience, it's something where your intellect is still very much in contact. Or MDMA is actually the perfect example in terms of engaging in psychotherapy while under the influence. So not passively with headphones and music, but actually doing psychotherapy, but accelerating what would normally take, X amount of time with conventional talk therapy, and using the agent to catalyze, its progression, to shorten it down to, the session. And there's basically what I'm trying to address in your point is that I think that there are roles for finding modalities that utilize contact with nature. Maybe it doesn't have to be a therapist or whatever, but whatever sort of person is facilitating, they go on a walk together, they're in nature together, something like that. I can also see the blind shades and headphones, but I also see the psychotherapy. I think that there's a number of models that are coming out, and it's going to be very interesting to follow. And then that actually brings one more thing to mind, if I can just keep going on that for one more second. So like specifically for trauma, and specifically, I know I'm getting a little off from environmentalism, but specifically when you're looking at trauma, I know this is with certain classic psychedelics, but MDMA specifically, when you are pairing it with psychotherapy, like there's a reason why, like I've read literature on actually like the benefits of like rave culture and MDMA and like the benefits of that sort of communal environment, but that's different than treating PTSD with MDMA. Like you don't find that somebody says like, yeah, I went to a rave on MDMA and my PTSD is gone. However, you do find that when you pair that with psychotherapy. And what I find so fascinating about that is that there is neurological reasons for that, which is really fascinating. Because what happens in PTSD is there are maladaptive circuits that form when somebody goes through a PTE, a potentially traumatic episode. And so I actually did an fMRI study looking at, something that one person experiences may lead to PTSD in one person, and the same exact experience may not lead in another person. And we were doing an fMRI study on people with a PTE. 6 months later, looked at those who developed PTSD versus those who did not. And you found that in the ones who developed PTSD, that there was wiring that occurred between the hippocampus, the memory center, and the amygdala, the emotional center, and an absence of a critical circuit that also connects to the prefrontal cortex, the logic center. So what happens then, what this implies, the research implies, is the best example would be shell shock, or when somebody has a flashback. The reason they're having a flashback is because when they had the traumatic episode, it wasn't wired correctly because of no fault of their own, because of, that's that's what happened in their brain. But because it wasn't wired correctly, the stimuli that triggers the memory in the hippocampus of the traumatic experience doesn't go to the prefrontal cortex to get the feedback that says, hey, this is similar to the stimulus from before, but this isn't currently happening. So don't freak out. Instead, it goes straight to the amygdala, and you immediately are back in the emotional state, the fight or flight state that you were in. And treating PTSD is extremely difficult because basically the only way to do it without a facilitating agent is to slowly expose a person to slowly increasing the level of distress that they can tolerate. It's like exposure therapy, and it's a long, difficult, painful process that sometimes is too long and difficult for people to even make through. Not that PTSD that is not worth, not to discredit the worth of therapy for PTSD, but it can be improved. And so what I'm saying is, when used with MDMA, what actually happens is, while under the influence, the emotion center is dampened. And so you can go through with the therapist like they would normally do, is they would slowly, depending on where you're at, trigger the memories, either verbally or with a cue or whatever you can handle, not to flood you, but to cause distress, and then allow that distress to allow you to regulate that distress down. And they slowly increase that with the goal of habituating your ability to regulate that emotion. But when the MDMA dampens the amygdala, the person is able to access those memories, not have that emotional response. And because they're talking it out, not having that emotional response, they're actually wiring that circuitry to the prefrontal cortex that previously was not wired, that led to the PTSD. And so that being said, what we're talking about is a pharmacological agent that can speed up the process of rewiring, which can happen in the absence of pharmacology. But it's slow and it's difficult, especially if you have phobias and you've done exposure therapy. You have to start real slow and build up, and it's difficult. And so, the potential to utilize that specifically for PTSD, to increase the speed at which we can rewire, not only the speed, but also the decrease the level of discomfort involved. It's truly an amazing thing when you're talking about an illness that is currently so difficult to treat. Not that it's untreatable, but is difficult to treat. So I don't quite remember how I got on that tangent, but I think that's
that was interesting. It's one of the various, admittedly thin theories put forward for berserker warriors in times gone by, that they were stuck in this sort of rage flow state between the amygdala and the hippocampus that didn't go to the frontal cortex.
Yep.
I mean, people with small T trauma, well, even I gather a lot of the veterans that turn up requiring treatment have sort of previous trauma issues that form the foundations. And so it's a long time, and we all know about the middle-aged people who eventually get packed off to therapy despite everything supposedly, all the boxes supposedly being ticked. And a friend of mine, that's happened to him, and he said he felt his fight and flight reflex on the school run today. So leaps and bounds, really, in terms of his own trauma therapy. What do you reckon in terms of sort of MDMA as a healing modality in general? We've got 10 minutes. Has anyone got anything they would like to ask Brian?
I'll let anyone think on a question because I love a question, but just real quick, my thoughts on MDMA. I am most familiar with classic psychedelics. So my thoughts on MDMA are really that it's has highest potential for PTSD for the specific reason that I outlined. in terms of other mental illnesses and other treatments, my niche is more with classic psychedelics. So, I think that I certainly wouldn't lump them together because they have different purposes. But not to say one's better than the other. It's like they treat different things. And so, yeah.
My friend was on the Imperial College MDMA trials, admittedly writing a feature for Esquire. And he spent the whole time just telling them how good pharmaceutical MDMA was.
How good what?
Yeah, how good it was, and trying to persuade them to have some.
Yeah.
They got very irritated with him, to be
honest. Did you know the are you familiar with the I forget, they were pretty early studies on MDMA neurotoxicity. Are you familiar with
with the where they used MDEA, which is horrific, or something like that, right?
I believe maybe it was, but it was something else. I thought it was methamphetamine, but it was something else. But you're right. They gave it to primates in like massive amounts.
Yeah.
And then published that literature, and like even like years later didn't like correct it. And they wouldn't take responsibility for it because they said like the pharmaceutical companies sent them something mislabeled. Pharmaceutical companies said they didn't do it. They must have admitted.
All the science is all balls. What do you think? Here's a bit more of a controversial one. On my psychedelic course, there were lots of Americans who were into taking some MDMA first and then having their psilocybin experience after that. And this jar, even as like an idiot, this jarred me as like maybe not particularly sensible.
I have a couple of points on that. Drug interactions is such a complex science that we know nearly nothing about it. Now, that's not to say that I'm about to say that I don't think that things should be combined, but it's just to say that, well, I mean, we're in an unknown terrain. However, preliminary comment is that, first of all, let's make sure that when we're talking about this, when I'm speaking to what I'm saying, I'm assuming that we're talking about actual MDMA, which unfortunately on the streets most often is not. It's either cathinones or benzofurans or who knows what else. So if we're talking about actual MDMA and we're talking about being used in, the effective dosage or the therapeutic dosage range, I do think that it can have benefits. Personally, I don't have as much experience with psilocybin, and it's often uncomfortable for me. I have not mixed the two. So I can see benefits also for like LSD, but let me just say in general, I can see the benefits if done responsibly and intentionally. And the reason I could see the benefits is that I could see the potential for it to create that sort of empathogenic openness while sort of the turbulence of the coming up of the psychedelic is occurring. So potentially that could have benefits. I can't say any of that with conviction because, I'd like to read some research before I were to say anything about that. I don't know that I can identify any actual pharmacological risks involved necessarily, as long as, like I said, it's done intentionally at the right dosages. But I mean, if you're talking about rave culture or like music fest culture where people just recklessly combine psychedelics and stuff, like obviously there's massive dangers there, but that being said, there have been psychedelic researchers who have intentionally combined them for specific purposes or different things in that manner to try and create synergistic experiences. And so, I have no set conviction on it, but I am very open to the potential that certain things can synergize to create, more productive therapeutic outcomes, for sure.
Where I've seen it mentioned, and I get the maths, is that the MDMA comes first, and then the hang on, we're not really talking about the environment, are we, mate? This is your fault, right? I tell you what, this is vaguely related to the environment. We'll go back to raving outdoors, and someone told me, I was in a lecture with Julian Vane, who's the same chap that said that Sylvia Davinorum has a different effect on women, a more productive and meaningful. So not my broad brushstrokes. And he is an occultist who works with the NHS here, would you believe, the National Health Service, on their on their pivot to spiritual practice, which is they're undertaking at the moment. But he pointed out that it's not just the rave, the dance hall. There is also the chill out area, where people used to have conversations of the kind that could not be had in in normal colonized space. And and there was a degree of sort of mental health sharing community going on there. Brian, well done indeed. It's not easy to hold the floor for an hour. Well done. Is there anything else you'd like to say, or any relentless self-promotion you want to do in the chat?
Oh, the only I just want to comment on the very last thing that you said, was that's a perfect naturalistic example of what I was referring to when I was talking about coming up with different modalities in different environments, that there are benefits for the sort of communal aspect of the rave culture. And then it's very interesting how then, when you have a small group like Alexander Shulgin would have his small little groups, and it's like group psychotherapy. It's like psychotherapy facilitated psychedelic facilitated psychotherapy, and that's different than when you're in a rave environment and you just are like vibing with the music and one with everything, and so I think there's healing natures to both situations and utility depending on the circumstances. So I'm glad that you brought that up. And other than that, I don't know that I really have much to promote about myself, except that everyone so far I've listened to, I've loved, and I've tried to get down their info. So I don't know, I'm not on a whole lot of social media stuff, but I've got like a Facebook and an email address. I run a Discord server actually that I renamed after talking to Leo to the Entheogenic Society. It's a partially drug harm reduction site and partially discussing topics about these similar issues. So if anyone's on Discord, I'll put a link in there. And that's all I got. I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you for letting me speak. And yes, namaste.
You too, Bruce. Leo, do we have another moderator in the building?
I wouldn't mind saying something.
Done then, John. I've got to slope off so I can be back for UK time tomorrow, but I'm going to be vaguely in the background brushing teeth and stuff. And thank you guys very, very much for being here today. I've really enjoyed it. It is late here, by the way. It's like 11 o'clock at night. But I'll be listening, John. All right. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Thank you for being here and all the work that you've done and shared with us.
That's very kind.
So we're waiting just a few moments for our next moderator, and we are welcoming anyone who can help fill the space. I know that Patty is joining us. Patty is at an environmental event right now.
Leo,
Yes, go ahead.
can I say something?
Of course.
Okay. Well, you know that we live in the biosphere, right? Did you know that?
Yes.
And you know that the biosphere is like a 60-kilometer part of a 6,000-kilometer piece of rock that is the planet?
Yes.
You were aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, it's it's a little bit of a you know, when we think that we can have an effect, the geology of the mantle, right? It's there, right, for thousands of kilometers below us, and thousands of degrees above the temperatures at which we live, right? If we think that we can have an effect on things like that, they can have an effect on us, but how do we have an effect on them? Right? It is a little bit pretentious, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I feel like we do have an environmental impact on our environment that we humans
On the biosphere. But what is the biosphere to the Earth?
Could you clarify the question between the difference between the biosphere and the Earth?
Well, the Earth, if you think of if you think of an orb, or a geodesic orb, right, which is kind of like an orb which has been squished at the top and bottom, that's a geodesic orb, right? That's what the Earth. That's the shape of the Earth, almost round. It's kind of like basketball, just as it's being like
So
What
when
do you
you
do with
refer to
basketball?
biosphere, are you referring to the inclusion of the Earth and everything that comes from it, that lives on it, that inhabits it? Is that what you're referring
The
to?
layer of, or the volume of space, which starts at the surface of the ocean or at the surface of the ground, and then you go 30 kilometers up and 30 kilometers down. That's the biosphere. That layer is where you have life. Where we've checked, we've verified, we live there, and we've checked, a few kilometers up and down, there's life there. That's the only place we know where life exists. The rest is rock. Some of it is molten, some of it is solid. The mantle and the core. And they churn around in these super plumes, creating our continental drift. Okay? That's where we live. Now, I sometimes I get to think that it's a little bit pompous for us to think that we can have an effect on that.
I guess it would depend on if you're a panpsychist or not.
Oh,
And in terms of whether or not you can have an effect on it, whether or not that means that you're drawing a separation between yourself and it.
I hate to interrupt, but could we?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, can we possibly press pause on this conversation and then introduce our next speaker? Morelia is with us, and I just wanted to introduce her and encourage her to take her hour. So
Yes, please.
passing the mic to her, and then welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I was here listening earlier. Took a little break. Thank you for filling the space while waiting for me. So I'm Aurelia Olivia, and I am what I call a soul embodiment coach. I help to inspire people to live their most authentic expression, to deepen their soul voice, to practice deep listening. I've also started some psychedelic integration with people, and I've studied somatic healing arts. And one of my main passions is being a ceremonialist as well. So today I wanted to create a space like council as ceremony. So I know that we've been having conversations and it has been a council in its own way, but I want to provide this space as council as ceremony. And what I really want to invite is that we come deeper into our feeling selves, into our soul selves, and tune into our hearts and come into storytelling and shares around what's really alive for us in our hearts, as you know, in regards to many different aspects of psychedelics and environmentalism. Kind of something that's really alive for me and that I would love to hear shared in the circle is stories of being on psychedelics and these moments of divine connection to Earth as our mother, and these moments that have really shifted our awareness and shifted our perspective in our relationship and helping to heal the severance from the Earth as our mother and ourselves as nature. So I would like to I would like to start with a grounding. So if it feels comfortable, each of us closing our eyes, tuning into our own bodies and energy fields. Maybe taking our first deep breath and allowing that breath to move up from our head, allowing all this heady energy to move down into our body, down through our central channel, grounding into our root. So taking a deep breath, inhaling, imagining the energy grounding down our central channel, maybe visualizing that through our throat, through our heart, down into the belly, into our root. And exhaling, imagining that same energy flowing back out and through, being released into the space around us, into the earth, into the universe. Letting any tension go. And again, a second breath, traveling down that central channel, down through the throat, the heart, into our bellies, into our roots. Taking a moment, pausing, feeling that root. And exhaling, releasing up and out through the central channel. And one more breath together. A deep, slow, subtle breath in, down through the throat, into the heart, to the belly, the roots. Feeling our bodies becoming curious. And exhaling, releasing up and out. Giving anything back to Mother Earth, the universe, or whatever you feel called to release it back into. And now taking a moment and bringing our hands together, even namaste, but rubbing our hands together, creating energy, friction, heat, and then bringing that warmth, bringing that energy to our hearts, granting ourselves softness, compassion, feeling, love. maybe sitting with an intention for a moment. Intention of connecting to our hearts, connecting to our emotional bodies, coming into a space of softness, of expression, soul. And when you're ready, we're starting to move our bodies a little bit, maybe moving our toes, moving our fingers. And then slowly, gently opening our eyes, very softly, like a gaze, very soft. We're scanning the room around us, finding a color or an object or a texture that brings us a sense of peace, a sense of ease, and allowing our gaze to be fixated on this. Knowing that whatever this object, color, texture may be that helps to bring a sense of peace is a mirror of us, kind of an anchor point to the peace that's always within us. Maybe scanning around the room a little bit more, noticing what you see, looking down at your body. And when you're ready, coming into the shared space, maybe looking at any of the faces that you see on the screen, knowing that we're coming into circle, into connection, maybe waving hello, a little smile, some eye contact. And I invite people to turn their videos on if you're comfortable with it, if you choose to be present during the circle. So I want to talk a little bit about counsel before we really move into it and what it means for me. Like I had mentioned, counsel for me is having a space to express from the soul, and counsel for me has allowed me to evolve my soul expression and my soul voice, being able to share what we may not always feel comfortable sharing or even tapped into sharing in our everyday lives. Giving space to these things and listening with the ears of the heart, listening with our roots. And so that means no crosstalk, just totally listening to whoever has the quote unquote talking stick and going into deep listening and allowing that to inspire and to move you. And I invite us to speak in this council. The talking stick, quote unquote, will be granted to the next person that feels inspired to speak, like literally feeling movement and spirit flow through your body, not to speak to take up space or to fill in space. So I'm going to ask that all of us give permission to moments of silence as well, and that we speak when we feel bursting with energy. We can feel it coming through our throat, really feel it move through us. And that when we speak, we get to the heart of the matter. I forgot my shaker, so I have a little drum just for kind of a time keep in case if any of us may be going for a while. There are only 9 of us here, and I'm not sure if everyone will speak. We have 45 minutes, so I would say, yeah, I would ask shares to be maybe 5 to 7 minutes long, and I'll tune into how the flow is between all of us in this group. Right now, I'm going to say 5 to 7 minutes, and when that's coming up, I'll give a little tap right here when the speaker has a minute left. And yeah, I guess another thing that I really want to say about council is that, you know, in like, what do I mean by unique soul voice or soul expression? I think all of us are individuals, all of us are unique, we have different things to share. And I believe that all of us have medicine in what we share. And I think that the deepest of that medicine is in our deepest authenticity and in our deepest heart. And something that a theme that's alive for me as well, I love words, is humus and humilis. Humus meaning earth or ground in Latin, and humilis meaning low, and those being the root of the word humility. So I'd love to create a space where we can think about ourselves as humus of the earth, of the ground, like the feeling that we may get when we are in awe of the vastness of the universe, when we're laying in a field amongst the stars, or that feeling when we bow to the soil. And we know that we are of great importance, that we are spirit, yet we are also so small, and that everything is connected, and we are nature. And we can be in humility to that and to all beings on this earth, and be in a state of deep listening. So I'm going to open up the circle for any shares. So I'm going to ask us, what is alive for us? What is alive for us in our connection to nature? Do we have any stories, no matter how small or large, that feel very profound to our love and care for Mother Earth? Like, what got us here to care about the earth? Do we have any stories of taking psychedelics and feeling Mother Earth as our mother, as a being, or anything that's alive for us? So if anything is alive for someone and you want to share, I would love to go popcorn style, and you can start to speak. And if no one wants to speak, I can also begin.
Well, I think I mentioned, I may have mentioned before that, you know, that we live in the biosphere, right?
Mm.
And that it's pretty well established that as it churns, as the core of the earth churns and mixes up the elements, and as we get influx of energy coming in from the sun, the energy arranges itself into denser particles, which we call matter, and those they become atoms, and the atoms become molecules, and molecules of life spring into existence pretty much spontaneously in a lot of very very foundational, like very difficult places, very difficult interfaces where tectonic plates meet, and along the ring of fire, where again those are convection zones, and at the bottom of the ocean, new elements are being created in the core of the earth and the core of the sun, taking hydrogen atoms and pushing them together to make helium atoms, pushing them together to make heavier elements until you get heavier and heavier elements. It's all occurring all at the same time, you know, and has been for, as far as we can tell, about 4.5 billion years. And we get to see like a 60, 70 year snippet of it from our vantage point. But it, according to the laws of physics, it probably, according to the laws of physics and the laws of probability, it probably has to happen. In the part of the solar system where we are, where water is liquid, right? And carbon has 4 covalent connections. That's what it's this directed randomness that keeps creating evolution and makes patterns rub up against one another and influence one another. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm actually curious. Can you repeat that last sentence?
The last sentence being?
You were talking about.
Hang on a second.
It was just that I missed your last sentence. I heard everything else, but something rubbing up against one another.
So you have a vacuum, right? And it doesn't, for some reason, at least in this part of space, which is located just far enough away from a star that is emitting a lot of photons all the time in all directions. We're in a gravity well, right? It's really, really easy to fall in and onto the earth. It's very, very hard to escape the pull of the gravity of the earth, right? It's hard to get into space, you know. Although the Earth's center of gravity is really, you can think about the center of gravity of the Earth itself and say, I'm stuck in Seattle, Vancouver, you know, Minnesota. I try to jump. I train higher and higher to try to jump higher and higher as much as I can, but I can't get off the planet, right? Unless I'm Richard Branson and I build a rocket, or Elon Musk and build a rocket, I fly into space. It's or I work at NASA, right? Or I'm what's his name? The Israeli general that died on reentry. Ilan Shamir, I think. I don't remember, but you know, yeah, some people can make it, can jump that high. But most of us are stuck here, right? Down here. But we're very fortunate that we have the moon circling us, which takes the center of gravity of the Earth-Moon system away from the center of the Earth. Because if the center of gravity was here at the center of the Earth, we'd have objects coming in from space hitting the Earth and creating these enormous explosions, like what happened near Chicxulub, Mexico, which created a 3-year nuclear winter and made dinosaurs go extinct, right? So the moon is saving us from that kind of thing happening all the time. It's more likely not to happen than to happen, even though it does happen every once in a very, very, very long time, right? But, you know, I mean, too much of a good thing is a very powerful force. During the Cretaceous or during the Carboniferous, everybody thought that things were going amazing for hundreds of millions of years. There was energy, so much energy, abundant. And there were autotrophs and predators, and all kinds of living forms were coming into being, popping into being. Evolution was having a field day, you know, hell of a day. And then the walls came tumbling down because primarily, I think carbon was overdone. There just wasn't enough to go around, and the whole system collapsed. No evolution. The demise of the Cambrian explosion that brought on the epoch of dinosaurs, and they thought they had a really good thing going. Imagine what it's like to be a mature pterodactyl, right? You weigh 2 tons, you can fly, right? The Earth is your oyster. You fly from mountain to mountain, from mountain peak to mountain peak, right? That was wow. That was really, I would have loved to be one of those guys. Not what I am now, right? I'm this guy. I weigh, I don't know, like 90 kilos. I do cartwheels and backslap my kids, and but I would have rather been a pterodactyl. I think they were really living it up, you know, with all those brontosauruses in the marshes and the sea monsters, enormous things that we see. We bring them out of the fossil record. They're real. And the pterodactyls were just flying above, looking at everything and going, whoo, we made it. We are living the dream. And they were, really. And then this meteor comes along, finishes everything, right? 3-year nuclear winter, 65 million years ago. The end of the Carboniferous. Basically the end of the Jurassic, right? No, yeah, that's the event that ended the Jurassic, I believe. That one event. And it was a very tragic event. It's not supposed to happen. The meteors are not supposed to hit the Earth. They're supposed to be beguiled by the pull of the fact that the middle of the center of gravity of the Earth-Moon system is 1/3 of the way in between the moon and the Earth. That makes meteors miss the Earth if they were bullets, right? That's been saving us for a long time. And that let the pterodactyls think that they were such hot shit, you know? They were going around, flying around. I would have so loved to be a pterodactyl.
Can I interject? I think that you're bringing up brilliant points, and humorous as well, and imaginative, thinking about being a
Yeah. Yeah. So what happened then is that there wasn't much light for about 3 years, and that became the heyday of the carrion eaters, the mammals of the time, true like four-legged bipeds, quadrupeds, right? That had come out of the water, developed legs. They would only come out at night. They would feed on dead dinosaurs and eggs. And suddenly, the whole world was nighttime, and the whole thing was just dead dinosaurs and eggs. Everywhere you go, everywhere you went, all the plants were dead. The dinosaur plant eaters died, so their predators couldn't prey on them, and they died.
Doc, see, I'm gonna interject again quickly. Are you open to me asking you a few questions, like taking 5 minutes and then allowing Leo to share? Because she had put something in the chat about wanting to share next. Are you open to that? Are you open for 5 minutes? Can I ask you a couple questions for the sake of the theme of the council?
Go ahead. Sure.
First, I'm curious. Sounds like you're a scientist. What do you do for work?
I'm a discovery scientist. I'm an inventor.
And what does that entail for you specifically?
Well, during
sorry, you broke up. Will you repeat that?
During different parts of my career, I was looking into different parts of things that were left to be discovered. So when I was working on the Human Genome Project, we were looking for genes, right? Mm-hmm. Later on, I started working on plant genomics, and then that went into the search for metabolomics, discovered science. Let's describe all of the ways that the different enzymes work in plants. Plants do amazing chemistry. They make medicines, they make dyes, they make materials with very profound structures, filters, all kinds of things, nutrition.
Beautiful. Sorry, finish up your thought for a second. I have more questions.
Oh.
What brought you to this work? I'm wondering about your care for the earth and for humanity. Like, what's alive for you in that? What brought you to this work? What inspired you?
Which work?
Your work as a scientist and
as a discovery scientist?
Yes.
Curiosity.
Okay. Curiosity about what were the questions that, like, what exactly?
It was kind of fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, how does this all work? Yeah. And I was pretty fortunate. I had, on several occasions, I had the good fortune of being in the right place at the right time. Mm-hmm. So I was there when voice over IP became a thing, and the internet connected the whole world to itself, right? Over data, and everybody rethought telecommunications, and there were discussions about that. And I happened to be there with the right education. I was slowly, as time went on, I was building my bachelor's degree in mathematics into a master's degree in computer science, into a PhD in complex systems, which is a part of mathematics. And it's, science, really, really deep science. Going from lab to lab, talking to people and wrapping up and speaking their language. Suddenly this guy comes along and they're like, oh, he gets me. I've talked all kinds of Australian and Thai and Indian scientists that thought that they didn't have anybody to talk to. They thought they were like, only I understand what I'm researching, right? Nobody gets me. And I come along and I jam with them and I'm like, yeah. It was really cool.
Beautiful. And I'm going to give you, just for the sake of council and the structure of council, do you want to share like anything that's left and alive for you for one more minute, and then we'll go on to the next speaker?
What do you want to know?
Well, Leo here shared that you helped to create plant technology to end food starvation. Is that something that you just came across and discovered? Or...
No, that was a project that we were working on genes for, well, basically China wanted their crops to be hardier. Rice, not China, but Canada. We found that genes that made plants stockier, which is evolutionarily, if you're a plant, you want to be as high and tough as possible and make your fruit as little and as bland as possible. You don't want to invest in it for your propagators that just get a little bit and disperse your seed. And humans turn it the other way around. They want plants that are short, squat, that don't compete for light. It's in the wild, that's a really bad strategy. But in domesticated plants, it's a really good strategy. And we just found the genes that were responsible for that, for non-competition. And we put them into canola, and we put them into wheat, and we put them into cotton, and suddenly all these producing countries like China, suddenly their crops were producing much more, just because they got plants that were genetically not engineered, genetically bred to not be so competitive. That's what created the patents are called. There's a whole bunch of patents that were granted, but I think they're expired by now. They were granted in Russia and in China and in Europe, and they're called. I have them on my website. I can tell you exactly. Genes conferring abiotic stress resistance. Okay, it's makes plants stronger.
Will you share that in the chat for everyone?
Well, later
Okay.
I will.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'd be curious to look more into your work. So anything that you could share.
All right.
Thank you. I would And thank you for your work. I see Leo also supporting your work here in the chat. Beautiful. I'm curious if anything's alive for another person so that we can keep circling around for our last 20 minutes.
Hi. So for me, there's a real connection with feminism, and equality and justice for people that don't have a voice. So as we are seeing people in our habitat, in our global habitat that are, particularly vulnerable to rising sea levels and not having adequate resources or adequate money or adequate power to really defend their local habitats. And I see the impact of a world that's largely owned and controlled by men. And I see this kind of wave of feminism, whether it's Iran and the women that are fighting back in Iran, or the women in Japan that just got access to birth control. And I imagine that the women will start to act up in Japan as they gain access over their own bodies and controlling their own reproductive cycles. That I think you're going to see more and more. That's just my my prognosis, but you'll see more and more women throughout the world that are saying, we're fed up with asking for power from these systems of government controlled by men. We're fed up of kind of making our case, and they're angry. And you feel that anger in the worldwide depression, and especially Western societies with women on antidepressants. There's a huge amount of women on depressants, which I think correlates with internalized anger. And so I feel like it was Finland or Norway where the women took to the streets, 99.9% of the women just took to the streets. And they left the babies and they left the grandmas and all that unpaid labor behind. And they took to the streets and they said, fuck y'all, we're going to show you just how angry we are and how dependent you are on our unpaid labor, and how much our voice matters when we want it to. And so I feel like that we're at that precipice in the United States, because you saw now in Finland or Norway or wherever it happened that those women are now in positions of power. They have a female prime minister, and they have a large, almost all female cabinet or something. So you see that by women kind of turning over the table and saying, we're not going to kind of negotiate anymore. We're not going to beg anymore. We're going to just take control. That this has really impacted. You just see it in the air. You feel it in the air, this angry kind of feminine energy, this Kali energy that's coming afoot. And I see a correlation with, people and animals and sentient entities like the river and the ocean and so forth that are angry also. And we often call it Mother Earth. But at the same time, I'm like, well, this Mother Earth is angry, and she's angry with constantly giving. Right. And this constant raping of her, and this constant forgiving nature, and this nurturing kind of stereotype that we project upon her, because, Mother Earth can be violent. Mother Earth can be pissed off. And so I really want to encourage people to access that powerful energy of being pissed off in a way that feels productive, which is I'm angry, and what am I going to do about it? Right. Instead of just internalizing that anger. And so I feel like if you look at our populace at large, Seattle, for instance, has the largest number of mentally ill people in Washington state. And so even though you have a very robust economy and you have a lot of wealth and so forth, you're not really seeing that that there's an undercurrent. You can just feel it in San Francisco. You can feel this revolutionary fervor that's building up, because we have the greatest divide since the times of the French Revolution and that kind of thing. The greatest divide since the Great Depression in terms of the haves and the have-nots, right? And the have-nots, you can call them stupid, you can feed them artificial processed food and kind of dumb them down with Fox News or whatever you want to do. But eventually the poor are going to rise up, right? And they're going to haul out those motherfucking guillotines. So I think we are at a pivotal point in human history where this disconnect we have with Mother Earth is also a disconnect we have with ourselves. And we are going to get to a point where all of these sicknesses that we have, because all of these autoimmune issues that keep cropping up are really directly related to microplastic pollution. You know, we eat like a credit card of plastic a day in terms of what we absorb through our food and these microplastics that we are exposed to. And these plastics are affecting us, right? They're affecting our minds, they're affecting our digestive systems. Like I know so many people with IBS, you know, irritable bowel syndrome, for those of you who don't know, and who have these mysterious autoimmune issues that have cropped up in the last 10 years. I myself have an autoimmune disorder, which is quite debilitating. And the thing about it is that when you see that we are our environment and our environment is us, which is what indigenous cultures have been telling us since the dawn of time, then you understand that this sickness in the world is the sickness in us. We ourselves are sick because we are part of it, and it is sick because it is part of us. And I think that if we can take the vibration from this shame mantra around the environmental movement, which is we're all going to die, we're all going to die, we're all going to die, and it's your fault, and it's your fault, and it's your fault. And we're often pointing the finger at people who don't have power, right? Like the modern average everyday Joe doesn't have power. He's just trying to avoid a heart attack, feed his family, and get home to work, and then check out on Netflix, you know, or smoke a joint or whatever the fuck. So the people that have power are not necessarily willing to recognize they have power. They're not willing to shift the system. They're not willing to take ownership of their power, right? So overall, I think it's going to be outright revolution that really like causes dramatic change. But I do believe that we have a responsibility as those little people that together can form that big fish to eat the other big fishes, that we have an accountability to one another. And the first thing that capitalism teaches you is that you don't have power, right? You need to buy the Nikes, you need to buy the mascara, you need to diet yourself into looking beautiful so you have value and power. So the first thing that this society does is breaks down your self-esteem and teaches you, the individual, that you don't have power. And so I think the responsibility that we have to one another is to empower one another and to teach one another, oh no, sister, you have power. Oh no, brother, you do have power, right? Because I think by enforcing and encouraging one another, we have the capacity to change the system. But then you're going to be dealing with a lot of anger, just like you see these volcanoes exploding and so forth. You're going to see a lot of anger and a lot of disruption. And I think that makes people nervous because we've been so pacified as a society. You know, we've become very comfortable with the status quo and getting our latte and being able to count on a world that is very predictable, right? And so I think we get very scared about an unpredictable world. But at the same time, ironically, we are causing an unpredictable world, right? Because we are raping the earth and so forth. And I have friends that are like totally believe that the earth has been this hot before and global warming is kind of like a hoax and what have you. And I try to talk to them about like, well, look at the oceans. Like the oceans are like empty, you know, there's not fishing that's available because we've fished all the fish out of the ocean. And the thing about that is that you can't argue with some of these people. You can't tell them there's fish in the ocean. And so I think that argument energy for me has that same energy of shame that we see in the environmental movement. And so if we can move into conversation with people, try to understand people who think differently than ourselves. I spend a lot of time watching Newsmax. I don't get all the hatred for trans people. That seems to be the primary focus on Newsmax lately. But part of why I do that is I really want to understand the conservative base because I'm a political agent and I want to understand how the other thinks. And I want to have compassion for them. But the last thing I want to say is that they talk a lot in the mental health profession and social work profession about compassion fatigue. And I think we have compassion fatigue when it comes to the planet. And I think where plant medicines offer us some hope and some sustainability is that we regain our compassion for the planet because we recognize the planet is us, right? These animals and creatures and birds and insects and dirt and fungi, they are us. And we are them. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Brian, you have your hand raised. I'd like to give you a chance to speak. And before that, though, I'd love to let everyone know who has jumped on. We are doing this council style, where I'll be calling on speakers in popcorn style. If you raise your hand, where we're trying to listen with the ears of the heart and speak with the voice of the heart, with the voice of the soul, allowing inspiration to come through, allowing energy to move through us that makes us really want to speak from a deep place and from the heart. So if you're feeling a little heady or disconnected from your body, maybe dropping down into your body and allowing emotions to move through you, and this theme of humus, being of the earth, and humility, as well as storytelling and anything that has really inspired us to be here, or maybe moments in our childhood when we felt really connected to nature, or when we felt that reconnection to nature, as our mother, as a being, as us, ourselves as. Oh, and time keeps. So when you have 1 more minute, we have like 3 to 5 minutes for each share. I'll give a little one of these, and that means just to try to wrap it up within a minute. Yeah, Brian, please speak if something's still.
So when Leo was talking, just like a couple things came to mind that I wanted to comment on, and I had 2 specifically, and I didn't have my pen, so I forget what the first one was, but I know the second one, so I'll just say that, and then I'll just say real quickly, this to be short, just my own experience with interconnectedness and what you were talking about. But I wanted to say, in terms of what she was speaking to, this passivity that we see in our culture, in consumerist culture. A great book was written by the psychologist Eric Fromm. Escape from Freedom is the book that I'm specifically referring to. And what he talks about is he's discussing, in the context, what he's specifically discussing is how in times of crisis, when a person feels that either they don't have the resources they need, or there's some sort of a threat, it's a psychological mechanism that we are willing to give up our freedoms in exchange for protection from whatever governing body. And this is a good thing when the governing body is doing it for our own protection. Of course, we've seen examples where authoritarian rises and this goes awry. But what he's really talking about is that the risk in doing this is that when we feel at risk. So, for example, we see so much media bombardment about so many scary things going on, and we're just constantly, there's so many things to be upset about and afraid about, and catastrophes that are going to be happening. It's priming us to become passive, because we get so paralyzed by this fear that we become willing to give over our own agency for protection. And the danger of that is when that protection is given to, an authoritarian body that doesn't have your interests in mind. So anyway, that just came to mind because he's an interesting psychologist with an interesting book on that. So I don't know if that was lucid at all, but it's an interesting topic. Anyway, sorry if I'm rambling. I'll just say my real quick thing on my personal experience, then I'll be done. In terms of I don't know that I've really had specifically psychedelic experiences where I felt really connected to nature per se. But what I have had are certainly mystical experiences. And I would identify that using the word mysticism in sort of the academic sense, like union with the divine, sort of a concept that can't be captured by intellect, and being the result of ego dissolution. And so it wasn't that I specifically felt connected with nature, but having my ego dissolved, I felt completely connected with the universe. And it was at the same time that I was deeply studying Alan Watts, who I absolutely love. And there was just, it wasn't even like a feeling or a thought, or it was just like this knowledge that like this body is this sense of self is an illusion. Um, there's not really a body that I own, because you can't separate the body from its environment, just like you can't separate a white dot from the black background. You need both, the contrast. And so this feeling of unity, union with the divine, in terms of mysticism, to me brought a great sense of peace that lasted for a very long time and had many different effects on me in terms of um, my sense of self. It was during times when I was struggling with mental health, and I honestly believe that those experiences probably, I don't know. I think a person only resorts to checking out when they truly feel alone and like there's no escape. But when you've had a direct experience where you realize like even your pain and suffering is not really yours, it's part of something bigger. It somehow gives you the strength to bear it and to push forward, because you can see the beauty with the suffering. And in Buddhism and Eastern religions, the two are intertwined. You can't have beauty without suffering, and so forth. And so that interconnectedness that can come from ego dissolution, whether it be with nature or with the universe more generally, I think phenomenologically, is a very profound and healing experience. And that has been my personal experience that I would share. And with that, I will pass.
Thank you so much, Brian. I'd love to speak a little bit about that, talking about phenomenological experiences. And it's like a lot of my work is very much based on experience, based on the body, based on feeling. And yeah, I'll speak a little bit to like this connection to nature. When I was younger, when I was younger, I definitely felt pretty connected. I felt the most connected when I was taking off my shoes, feet in the earth. I was even like, I was very much a tree hugger. And this was at a very young age where I don't really even think I knew what I was doing or what was going on, but I could feel that it felt good and it felt loving. And at some point I started becoming more aware of the environment, and probably like middle school years, being really big about recycling and not littering. And I think that really expanded out where I feel like I was lucky to really feel not only like my place in the world as an individual to a degree, but to really start thinking more outside of myself and in terms of the collective and transpersonal as well. And I think it's natural in development for us to, go into teenage years, and I'm starting to feel like there might even be a lapse when we go into our teenage years, or it could just be depending on experience, where we become more egocentric again. versus eco and being connected to our environment. And all of our experiences are very much different. We all have different ways of being raised and in different cultures, and there's so many factors that go into it. But I know for me, I started to really feel that connection again. I started experimenting with mushrooms at a pretty young age, or around the age of 15. I was listening to Terrence McKenna and Alan Watts and all these speakers, and I was really curious to know like what these experiences that they were having, and I was curious to get more in touch with my spirituality. And I have many stories of feeling connected to nature, but a lot of what you're speaking to just reminds me of these deep feeling, emotive release experiences where in that moment nothing is more real than feeling the earth as a being, and earth as ourselves as earth. And I feel like just through these very emotional experiences, just it's experiential, that it really deepened, and this is through psychedelics, really deepened my care for the earth, and to be curious about how can I care more as an individual about myself and all beings, and how can I remain curious about how psychedelics can help to heal the severance that we have from nature, which is ourselves. And I think there's such deep healing in that. I think that a lot of us are suffering from this experience of not belonging because we're not in our bodies and we're not in our environment, and we've really lost that in this ancient wisdom and knowledge that is just so intuitive. But we've been led down a path where we forget that, and I think that's much of where our lack of belonging and loneliness comes from. Because I know for me, connecting back into earth as our mother, even when I forget that at times, when I connect back into that body memory and association, all of a sudden I'm no longer alone. And I will end with that because it is 7:03. Leo is our next speaker here.
Oh, he is.
Okay.
But I really want to acknowledge like your amazing leading and just holding and having us. You have offered something truly original in your hour. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for seeing that. And thank you all for showing up and for speaking and being present and sharing your unique essence and soul and medicine and brain and mind and just beauty. Thank you for creating this with me.
Robert, are you ready to take it away?
Yeah, hello?
We can hear you. Can you turn your video on at all or no? We can't see your gorgeous face. I don't know if there's the video option. Oh, there you are. Beautiful man. Take it away. But now we may have lost your volume. We had you before.
You're muted right now.
Oh, he's muted. Let's just unmute him from our end. I can't unmute him, but I can ask him to unmute. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's there.
There we go.
You're
Can
live.
you see me?
Yeah, we can see you and hear you. It's yours. The hour is yours.
Oh my gosh. I want to put it down. Let's see here. Well, hang on a second. I only had all morning to get ready for this, you know what I'm saying? How about now? Can you still see me?
Can still see you,
You still hear me?
still hear you.
Okay, so yeah, I had all the time in the world to prepare for this, and so I apologize for being like that in the beginning. So I want to start out with thanking you, Leo, for your efforts and your work, and all the speakers that came before me, and how they shared it and what they had to share. It's I didn't know the English language had so many kind of words. I'm just like what are they saying? What does that word mean? You know, that's like a label for everything like that. And so it's these these ceremonies are educating to me, you know, and this technology is extremely educational too. So I want to start out in a moment of gratitude and thank you, and thank this circle for coming together. I was listening in, and I was thinking about ceremony and how we prepare for it. I have ceremony tonight, and how those teepee poles come together. And if you look up at the top, it forms a basket. And I tell people in ceremony that when we look up and we see how those poles come together, that's what we all have. You know, we all have a situation, you know, whether it's good or bad or in between. And that's why we come together to share, because we care, and sharing is caring, and caring is love, right? And so it's that's I think or I feel if we find that sense of purpose, then it really then it leads to the gratitude, which leads to the blessing, which leads to the healing, which leads to a cure, you know. And I haven't heard that word used today yet. I've heard treatments and these other things like that, and getting healed or looking for healing and stuff like that. Whereas the psilocybin, the psilocybin, the spirit of these plant medicines offer and provide cure from the discomfort and the dysfunction and the dis-ease that we're experiencing in our world here on this planet that we call our mother, this earth, this life gifter. So with that kind of being said, and my apologies out of the way, and kind of starting with gratitude, my name is Robert Satayakam, and I'm I don't like saying member, but that's what they call us nowadays. And so I'm a tribal member of the Puyallup Nation, and my father was Chief Robert Bob Satayakam, Duwamish Yakima, enrolled with the Puyallup Nation, Eagle Clan, and my mother, Suzanne Satayakam Eads, Upper Skagit, Swinomish, Kanzuk, people of the Southern Wind, Deer Clan. And so I'm a native, and I leave out that American part because that's part of the dysfunction and dis-ease and discomfort. I think that that plagues a lot of us there, that the concept of that Americanism like that. And so there's so much, you know, I was like, I asked Leo, what do I say? What do you do? What does a moderator do? And she kind of said storytelling or start from something like that. And I was sharing what people were saying, how are they saying it? And I have this this vision, not a dream, but a vision that was gifted to me through the water. And so I've been creating water altars, right? And it's a symbol of our mother, with people standing united together as one, being one, like in a teepee ceremony, a sweat lodge ceremony, holy hoop, sacred circle, however you want to see it or call it like that, you know. And I put them up on the waterfronts, right? And so it's to not provoke thoughts or thinking about it. It's to provide feeling. It's to provoke feeling and bring people present as to, like, you know, well, how do you feel today? How are you feeling now? How do you feel about it? And the word's not usually fine, right? So, hey, what are you thinking? Hey, how are you doing? Fine. How's family? Fine. How's the car? Fine. Everything's fine. And that's what we're experiencing, this discomfort, this dysfunction, and this dis-ease, you know what? And I think it's it's this language that we're sharing to communicate with, you know, and how we're brought up. I hear a lot of people using the word trauma a lot, you know, and like, who isn't traumatized? You know, we're born into this situation, you know, we're gifted this situation, and we're taught these things, you know, and they're not in the beginning, right? Like having to believe in things that aren't true. We start off like that. Well, first of all, we start off with the disconnect when we're earthed, right? We're in this world of water with our mother, hearing that heartbeat, feeling provided, safe, protected, and in comfort, right? In ease, perfect world. We're in Eden, and then we get earthed. And as soon as we're earthed, we have that last connection, our last connection to our mother, right? And it was he, a doctor. Nowadays, it's a dad or the father. They offer those scissors. Here, you cut it. It's like nobody wants responsibility. Here, you take it. You cut it. You disconnect that child from its mother. And so it begins. And then the hospital floor or the floor wherever you may be born steals your prayer from you. Your tear that you cried. You offer your song. Then it's tear. Not fresh water, not a raindrop, but a teardrop. That's they say that when you're born, you don't have these instruments, you don't have these things with you when you're born. So that the Creator, right, provides you with a holy gift to give your mother, your other mother, your adoptive mother, this planet or Earth, and you're going to learn her natures. And those that come with this earth like that. So make an offering so you can get something. You got to give before you get. And so the Creator Maker, the Gifter of all life, the Maker of all things, and the Gifter of all life, Watcher, gives you a drop to offer. And even that's stolen, on the floor or in the waste paper basket in the operating room. So there's a lot of going against us right in the beginning. And then they start teaching you how to manipulate your tongue, cut it in two. So now you're speaking the system. Then you're learning words, and that disconnect, and I think in those steps is that lead to schooling and the indoctrination there to forget and to close up your belly button, so you kind of don't have to have any responsibilities, and you enter this sterile environment where even more of the unbelievable, besides tooth fairies and Santa Clauses, now you're taught about a system that's causing even more and wreaking havoc, pledging allegiance to war, pledging allegiance to the pharmaceuticals, pledging allegiance to governments and to money, and then kind of worst of all, religions and stuff like that, and these spiritual stealing mechanisms are what causes the trauma, right? And these words that we've been using and gifting power to is what keeps this turmoil occurring. And it's all we know. We don't know the proper questions. Hey, where do you get a blessing at? Hey, where did you learn that at? Hey, where do you come from? We learn how to converse. Hey, how do you get a responsibility? How do I achieve? How do I grow? Why is it like that? Why does that bird have black legs and this other one doesn't have that one? Why does that one fly and that one doesn't fly? What do those colors represent? Why does the water like this? And why does it go this direction? Why do we dance in this direction, Father? Why do they dance that way, Father? Why don't they have these customs like we do and stuff like that? And so we don't know if we don't know what to ask. And so that created a trauma in me, having to believe things that were took a lot of imagination, took up a lot of effort to believe in something I couldn't experience, I couldn't touch, I couldn't feel, I couldn't sense, and so they kind of lost me back then. And I was looking for and been looking for truths or what's authentic, what's genuine, what makes sense, common or otherwise, but find a world that I exist in, and it's it's in ceremony, right? Because in ceremony we come together with an intention. You know, we come together to heal. We come together to help one another, right? We come to share. We come to learn responsibility. We come to acknowledge achievements and accomplishments, kind of like what they're doing now about graduating from school and things like that. But we mark growings in our like rites of passages and naming. You're passing on responsibilities, right? And so it's like it was an honor to get one of these, right? How do I get one of those, Grandpa? You know, hey, how do I get one of those, Mom? You know, hey, what is this color? Why this fan? Why does this mean? Does it have a meaning? You know, or is it just that we found something and beat it up and kind of use it and wave it around? You know, why is it this? And we use these things. You know, it's because we as Native people, we never lost that sense, right? We lift our shirts and we can see a belly button, you know, and we still see the connection to our mother. We're not at war with Earth, you know. We are able to survive and thrive and keep things as we found them, as they are and as they should be, because we were never really disconnected that way. We weren't traumatized with the cutting of our umbilical cord. So these paths lead you to ceremony, and it's not just a sitting in lines like at the courtroom or in school rooms or church pews where we're all in a line where we can judge people from behind and to their sides and listen to somebody tell us something about that we can't even really fathom, you know. And so these ceremonies keep it real and make it real. They're challenging. They're very serious. They're very how to sit still. I heard I think it was Earth Heart was saying, like she was talking about your hutch sada, your hutch, your mind's heart, your heart's mind, and the listening capability. So it's we're children and we learn through our heart first, right? And whereas I think the majority of population learns from their head. And then that trickle down theory, you know, maybe I'll get to the heart, you know, you can find our genuality and feel what's occurring on this planet and be real with it, you know. And so it's we know and continue to know that if we've got to use this English language, then we'll identify ourselves as children of Earth, children of our mother, instead of children of God. You know, that separation like that, because the children of God feed on the children of Earth, you know, and it's very, you know, it was very much so for 100 years, 1880 to 1980, to murderize, you know, educationalize, traumatize the indigenous peoples, you know, cutting our hair, taking our language out of our heart, cutting our tongues off, you know, and the things, the atrocities, the stealing of our lives and our livelihoods, our life and the way of it, to live with, you know, with the natures, with the four-legged, with the finned one, with the creepy crawlies, you know, with the winged ones, you know, live and thrive instead of traumatized and trying to survive, you know. And so we honor drunk Indians. Maybe there's been a time in your life where you've seen somebody chuckle or laugh or put down or marginalized or laugh at a drunk Indian, you know. We honor those people. We needed those people. They're important population in part of our story. I honor them because they were the resistance. They're the ones that said, you know, that if they're going to steal my life like that, the last thing I'll do is speak their language. The last thing I'll do is conduct or behave like these trespassers, the ones that came and established a thing called manifest destiny or whatever it is, America, Columbus, you know, whatever, you know, Shakespeare or whatever, and put these curses into effect, and then have us put our the tools of love, our tools of labor of love, you know, and put it on our heart, pledge to flags and to wars and believe in drugs and things like that, you know. And so it's very difficult. And so we honor those drunk Indians. And I heard a lot of people talk about addiction. I was a heroin addict, they said, or I was into alcohol, or I was bothered by this. And so I honor you and your addiction and the way to recover from it, you know, however you did, because the mother, the earth needed you, you know. That's a resistance, whether you knew it or not, to not come along with this way that there is something greater, there is something more than us, there's something more than what's being printed, there's something more than what is being schooled, there's more to life, more energy. Energy is free, right? You know, it's like, you know, paying power bills and stuff. I am the power, you know, paying energy bills. I am the energy, paying my water bills. I am the water, you know. And so all this ridiculousness and stuff that it's a daily grind. And so we find where ceremony provides the cure, because if you weren't born with it, you weren't born that way. There's a way to reverse that. There's a way to be earthed again, you know, and not have that man cut your belly button, you know. There's a way to find peace and to make love, to create love, to create amor, you know, to be love, to be water, you know. The fine truth is to be with this nature, right? That's where the medicine grows, the mushroom, the ayahuasca vines, and the leaves, right? The peyotes, you know, they grow in these certain spots and places, holy places. They come with stories, they come with teachings, they come with great responsibility. And I don't find, and I haven't learned that from tooth fairies or Santa Clauses or flags or schools and things like that, you know. When I say that, that's my resentment or my anger I'm still working through when I put down schools, and no matter if it's pre-KKK to the highest university on this land, because a little while ago when they created that distraction of a pandemic and people standing with toilet paper in their arms and a case of water, and they're hoarding and greeting. I was showing my sonny boy that. I was like, look at how this is what they learned. This is what they're relying on. That case of water going to run out, and then they're going to create war to get another drink, you know. You have to find another way to wipe their rear ends or something, whatever they're doing with it, to wipe their tears, you know. There's our way, son. That's why this water is so important to know it. The fresh water, the raindrops, you know, our mar, our sea life, our ocean, they call it. There's only one ocean, I was telling him. I said, you have no fresh water in you, you know. You replenish yourself like the plants, the insects, our trees and stuff with these raindrops.
Name's Robert Setiacum.
And so it turns
Native
into
American, looks a little bit older than me.
And I tell my son, this is the mouth of the river right here, you know. This is when it needs to speak truth. This is where you drink the raindrops, the glacier, the snow, the streams, the rivers. Right then and there is peace occurring. I tell him there's no fighting, the uvula fighting with the teeth and the tongue fighting with the roof of the mouth for that raindrop. There's it's instant peace, instant gratification, immediate relief, immediate healing, you know. So this is the mouth of the river. It's always been above our chin and below our nose like that. And I tell them, if we can put something good in there, and you'll speak something good out here, because I find myself, if I don't in ceremony, then I become this wave of disease like that, and use cuss words and swearing words, and just fall away from fatherhood and brotherhood, become a part of the griping and complaining like that, you know, and feel that sense of privilege and start judging again like that. So it's good to be in ceremony. And when we're in ceremony, like the one I'm preparing tonight, like I've been listening and drinking this tea, this peyote tea, before I come to this this circle here and speaking with you and you. this medicine here, we call this a chief. This is our chief. People have their churches and their Bibles, and they say, we have this, we follow this. This ain't going to lie to you. This has no reason to deceive you or to give you an untruth. This chief right here, this peyote, you know, is going to heal us. It's going to cure us. I'm preparing for ceremony for my brother. Excited for it. That gives me the responsibility to run a ceremony like that. We're going to have like 30 people in there, you know, new to it, maybe old to it, you know, but we're going to sing our hit songs. These are gourd rattles because we're children. We're still babies. We're still learning. You know, our mother, you know, we sit in our grandmother's womb when we go to that teepee and eat this, ingest this ceremony. We have that road of life in front of us that holds the charcoal, like I have right here in my shell. Been burning cedar for the speakers that have spoken, and for myself, and for the person that's facilitating this holy hoop here today, the ones that have brought us here today, the one that cinched up the basket, brought each and every one of us together like that. And so it takes a great amount of courage and strength and responsibility to carry these and to know what these certain things mean like that, or to switch gears over to ayahuasca and go to the jungle and be with the jaguar, the anaconda, to be with the divine mother, you know, and learn from those situations, learn from that strong medicine, how it affects life, you know, and the way of it, and the divinity, the kindness, the healing, the sharing, the community, that when we come together like that to be responsible for ourselves and our lives and our world, you know, it's I just love in preparation for those strong ceremonies like that. And the peyote is like really earthy, really grandpa-y. It's really really strict, you know. It's pay attention, you know, sit down, quit wiggling around. Yeah, our backs hurt. Yes, our butts hurt, you know, just so does his, so does hers, so does the little girl, so does that old man over there, you know. We all have a situation. That's why we're here to learn on how to work together, because we're here to heal this person, this family that's sitting under that pole of love. And that's when you have a teepee and that rope ties all those poles together and it comes down and we wrap around that one pole. That's where you sit the patient or his family. And that's where our attention goes to. You know, we either look at the fire, the charcoals, or the people that you're praying for, because, you know, they're praying for you too, like that. And so in the ayahuasca, you know, it's kind of an individual, you know, where it's, you know, it's your experience, and how it purges and takes out the toxins of Santa Clauses and tooth fairies and schools and war and flags and all these things that aren't true, the things that haven't served you in a good way, you know. And it feels good to get that out. It feels like a relief, you know. But, oh, you know, now I can breathe, you know. Now I feel better, you know. And that's what the intention is to feel better, you know, to walk towards your healing, to be a part of the good again, you know. And so you can educate and share, tell your story, your testimony, and how you got here. And with the psilocybin, you know, it's like it came to me in a good way, you know. Is they have peyote that grows down there in southern Texas and New Mexico, or Mexico and Texas down there, holy gardens, holy land, like that, and people pilgrimage down to get it. That's where I got my fresh medicine here just recently. In the Aya, you know, we pray for those people that handle her, you know, that make that medicine there, and then the people who bring it through the mail or through the packaging system all to our doorstep, and then the person who receives it and cooks it back up for us. And so it's like, well, there is something here that is native to us, and it's for storytelling time, the winter time, the time of rest, the time of rebuilding, trying to regroup, you know, and reconcile with things like that. Our northern direction, the white direction, you know. And so it's what grows here, you know. What do we have? We have these different species and types of mushrooms that benefit my mind, benefit my heart, benefit my mentality and my emotions. I really love that mushroom medicine. You know, it really touches my heart. It really affects me. And it's affecting me now, just thinking of it. These medicines here, these mushrooms I have right here, you know, I was listening to people and I wonder how they use, how do they use that mushroom medicine? Because in a teepee, we provide that space, we provide that environment, that container. In the Aya, we provide that sacred space. And when we want to legalize something like this, how is it used? Remember the language. Is it recreational? I have a lot of people that come to my circles and like, oh, last time I experienced it, I had a bad trip. You know, where were you? Well, I was at a rock concert, you know. So your water, what do you think was going to happen? Of course it was turbulent. Of course it was like a stormy ocean, you know. Where'd you take it? Well, I was at a party, you know, I was at a kegger. Well, what did you think was going to happen, you know? So when they come here, I said, well, now we're going to feel the medicine. We're going to let that medicine heal what is ailing you. We're going to take off those things that are afflicting you. You weren't born this way, were you? Like, no. We're going to restore it. We're going to return back to that time of peace, time of that where things made sense for you, where you can handle your situation, where you can handle your world, where your self-esteem, where your joy is, you know. We're going to return those things to you, these things that we come to earth to find: self-esteem, confidence, happiness, and joy. We can see these things. There's the ones in between that we're here to actually born to experience and to learn, right? How it feels good to have self-esteem. It feels good to have courage. It sure feels good to be in joy, not enjoy, but in joy, in love, and to be in happiness, you know. And so the mushrooms really do that. And how we use it is with this fire, the charcoals, with this cedars, with the copal, you know, with our feather work, how we doctor people, you know, the vibrations. These types of things, you know, to take off it. And get us moving again, get us moving forward instead of remaining stagnant and having TV come to us, movies come to us, gossip find us, you know, and be a part of these situations that seem bigger than us. And so those words are from the heart, you know. And I just wanted to I'm kind of looking at my notes here, and I think let's see, I think I kind of covered that when we see our smoke-filled skies, when we see the rising tides, when we see the images of flooding, when we see things that weren't here 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and 30 years ago, but we were warned about, you know, I was, that's where I kind of found that provoked to create altars up and down the Salish Sea, Puget Sound coastlines for when people there's high volumes of people, so they'll see these miniature teepees and they'll ask what is that, you know. And I said for that reason, because the first pole one of the main poles of a teepee is like labeled faith, or called faith. There's faith, hope, love, and then charity. And when I'm not in those teepees, when I'm not in the ayahuasca circles, when I'm not in the mushroom circles, ceremonies, I am doing the work. I'm being of service, right? I'm doing the charity. I'm not writing checks or giving away money, but I'm being of service somehow, some way, whether it's always harvesting medicines for the next healing session, the next operation, the next trauma room, like that, to be prepared, you know, with song. They say when you have a song, you sing that away what is troubling you. You know, you've got those songs, you've got your healing songs, your happy song, birthday, anniversary, you got all these songs for these occasions. Yeah, these feathers for certain occasions like that. And when I see these images of what war has caused and is causing under the guise of freedom or liberty, or listen to my tone, liberty, freedom, these lies, it's I tell folks, well, like I tell my sonny boy, we're in preparation. There's been many prophecies. We knew there's going to be eagle on the moon. We knew about this web and the condor and the eagle. And I said, the meek shall inherit the earth. And so right now with these instruments and what I'm sharing with you is that, the world is doing what it's going to do, or the earth, what is happening is going to happen. But if we're prepared for our inheritance, when the microwave stops dinging, when the oven stops cooking, when the refrigerator stops refrigerating, and the zombies or whatever invading your home space, we'll know what to do. We'll have a stronghold. We already know in our hearts, because we're children of earth, right? This way the system is crumbling. We'll see the shelves empty. We'll see the military in our neighborhoods. We'll see these things. We already are. One time I told him, this water that you find in plastic bottles is not good, son. I said, I wouldn't put my granddaughter in a plastic bottle and then put the cap on where she couldn't breathe, along with her grandmother, put her in a plastic bottle and then put her in a cap and then put her on a pallet and take her away. I said, that happened already. Residential boarding schools with graveyards and with hundreds of our Indian people, our native people, just outside of classroom windows, filling fields instead of football fields and tracks. I go, our people are still buried there. It's nonsense, and so I lost track with that one. My mind went to a different place there for half a second. So it's I apologize for that. I was telling him, I said, so that residential boarding school is what they're doing with bottles of water, the watersheds. They're stealing the streams and rivers and the springs, and they're bottling up like they did with our children, taking them off our lands and monetizing and putting somewhere else, like they did with the black people, right? They took them and monetized them. They took them away from their home place and monetized them to the water's to the lowest bidder. Safeway's got it at $2.59 a case. Well, I saw it at Fred Meyer at only $1.99 a case. And so it's like the opposite of how they sold our black brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers like that. And so it's like with us, they took us and tried to, steal our language, steal our way of life. But we returned like Jim Thorpe, we found our way home, like this water has memory. I tell him, they don't know what they're doing. Indians are Jesus hanging from the cross. We have to forgive our little brothers and sisters for what they're doing, for they know not what they are doing. So keep forgiveness in your heart for these people who think that they know what is going on like this, Sonny. It was getting out of the car and there was a tree and it's kind of rustling in the wind. I said, look at those leaves right there, Sonny boy. And he's like, yeah, what about them? And I said, how are they rustling? Are you seeing, look at their bellies. We're seeing under the leaves. I said, that wasn't happening before they broke it. The system broke it. We always used to see the profiles. The wind came from a different direction, always. That's why we dance in this fashion, in this circle, in the counterclockwise around here, over the mountains and there. They dance in a clockwise situation. The system's always been like this with the military, what they've done to it, how they've broken it, how they've trespassed in our air like that. That now the wind blows from there. Forever we always saw them as profiles. Now we're seeing it blow this way. But look beyond that, Sonny boy. See that blue stuff up there? The sky, your father, the wind, the breeze, however you want to hear it or explain it or how they use it. That's our air, that's our oxygen. That's one of the elements I was telling him. So you watch here pretty soon. It starts out kind of funny. Just getting around a little bit, like maybe an oxygen bar somewhere, where you can buy some air. I go, you watch, they're gonna sell our breath back to us. They're gonna do that. And it happened. I was in the Big Five and my son goes, hey Dad, look at that. They're selling your breath in a can now. I said, yeah. Yeah, and so that's why we was on the river. Him and I went fishing. We're drifting the Puyallup River, the fourth endangered river in the United States. And I said, we weren't catching any fish with a net, 200-foot net. And we weren't catching fish. He goes, where's the fish, Dad? And I said, yeah, you know, we, I go, they're out there, the big ones, you know. All week long was catching, you know, 4 a day, 3 a day. Where in the past we'd catch, you know, hundreds a day, you know. And so now we're down to none, 0. I said, so nature don't lie. Nature's not a book. Nature's not a school or university. It is the teacher of teachers. It's her. I said, but our big ones are still out there because our Indian people saw what they were doing, stealing our fish in the thousands and the millions and restricting us. And your grandfather, he fought right here in this river with your grandmother and other relatives. They had to choose, they had to pick up fighting, like Martin Luther King, civil rights, that, hey, we didn't give up this right in the treaty. We reserved it, we protected it, you know, and then you guys take our fish, and then you sell them. And so when, besides, at that time, my father and my uncles were instructed to go down to the train tracks after the train went by, the ka-kung, 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 ka-kung. And then after the train would leave, they go get the kernels of corn and grain and come home and throw it in the pot, and that's dinner. So when the fish run, it's time to fish. And so they saw that the white man was making money. And so we started selling the fish. We broke our promise. We broke our treaty with the fish people, the salmon people, people of the water. We was now acting like what was happening around us. It was okay because that's what they were doing. And so we put aside our treaty with the salmon peoples. So that's why we get skinny fish or little fish, because acting like what we've been taught in schools straightens out rivers and ruins salmon runs. You know, it ruins life. Businesses who are profiting, 800,000 people plus in businesses are draining this river and making it shallow where it's only half foot deep. You know, this is occurring now. The coulee, the dam that they released, and all that astroturf from the kingdom come down our river and runs for years. And all they got was a slap on the hand. So this behavior, this conduct, you know, you don't find in ceremony. You know, the mushrooms, the psilocybin, the psilocybin brings you to responsibility. It gets in your system and it nourishes your spirit. It teaches you through the grandfather, the fire. You look at the charcoals, you see how the flames dance, and and it's telling you and it's teaching you the charcoals that drop off, how they move, the life, you know, of wood. The wood only burns once, so you have to pay attention to what the flame, what the fire is telling you, the scent in the air through the different medicines we put on there, how it was used to doctor somebody up. You saw them go through their childhood traumas, screaming, losing their mind, thank goodness, losing their wits, thank God, you know, or thank Creator, losing it right in front of us. You know, we felt that happen. We saw the doctor, just like somebody screaming into the ER room or something, heads cut off or arms cut after a bad wreck, you know, screaming going on in ceremony. And it's like, it's good. That's triage. You know, this is a hospital portion of the ceremony. That water, that pail of water sitting in the same room, you know, with us. I said, there's going to come a time where it's going to be like they call it a church time, where we're going to be that glory time, the bliss time, the divinity time, you know. But we have to go through this portion first. We have to get what's alienous off of us. That's why we came together. That's why we lit the fire. We poured in the water. We created an altar. And then we invited these medicines to heal us, to bless us. And in doing so, by morning time, we'll have been cured. I've seen it, and I've seen it so many times. People with cancer, people that we've tried everything. We've seen every doctor. We don't know what to do. Can you help us? And we say, come on in, sit down, sit right there. We're going to take care of you. This medicine is going to heal you. It's going to cure. But all the doctors only give her like 2 weeks to live. I said, this will give the life back to your grandmother. This will give the life back to your son. This will bring the life back to your baby girl. You have to believe, you have to have faith. It took faith to ask for help. It took faith to walk into a teepee, something that's so unsquare, so unbuilding, so what you know, that they all have meaning. And when they sit in that spot and we're allowed to pray for them and use that medicine, it takes us to a place that we cannot describe. They don't have an English word for what I'm talking about. The ha-ha, right? You know, that's you know, they don't have an English word for what you experience in there. You know, thank the creator they don't, but they'd probably monetize that too, you know. So I've seen it so many times through mushroom medicine, how it heals people, how it breaks addictions, how it heals family. This medicine is nothing to play with. It didn't come from pharmaceutical, it didn't come from big pharma, it didn't come from the pharmaceutical industrial complex. It wasn't made by the military. It's not a flag. You don't have to pledge allegiance to this stuff. You don't have to go to school. You're immersed in the universe. You're immersed into your life. You're thrusted into your mother's womb and the natures that come with it. Like I said, the winged one, the finned one, the creepy crawlies, the four-legged, and you can learn how to life here in this life with the two-legged. You know how to act when there's destruction happening around you. You know how to separate. You have a song, you have a teaching, and you can tell your story, tell the truth, and educate, and stay the course, as my Uncle Billy would say. And so it's a pleasure to come and use my little vocabulary. You know, I don't have some of those words that I still don't know what you guys are talking about earlier, you know, but and I just wanted to share that it's I'm not sure what kind of environment you ingest psilocybin or psilocybin in, or mushrooms in, you know, maybe further with asking your grandfather and your grandmother and your mother and your father to be there, because in the ceremony, what you've been cured of, you're so elated and so relieved that disease and discomfort and dysfunction, affliction has gone and left out of your world and out of your life. You're so excited and happy to say something. You know, I just guide people. I said, give thanks to that grandfather, your fire, all those teachings, all the cures. It's give thanks to the water right there, the raindrop, how it refreshes you, how it came inside you and fed your sea world, your ocean. And then go out, they say, and tell your mother, the earth, go outside now and share that bliss with your mother. And she's just going to tell you, I already known. I'd seen it all night and all morning long. Now tell your father, scream it loud, how your joy and your happiness and your courage and your self-esteem to your father, the sky, you know. And so it's like, but in those moments, there's such gratitude. There's such calmness, such beauty, you know. You're forever changed when you use this medicine, not drugs, you know. So say no to drugs. They lead to depression, they lead to addiction, they lead to death, an unkind death, an unanswered death, dying without belly buttons, you know. And so stay connected, you know. There's learn this way and how to be respectful, you know, to the fire, to the water, to the air, to this earth, you know, to the medicines that grow. You know, the deer know, the eagle knows, the salmon knows. Everything is in the know except for the two-legged, the most recent visitor to this planet, you know. And so in closing, I say that you know, there's great structures left in mystery. How did they build a pyramid? How did they build a sphinx? How did they build those obelisks? You know, how did the people live with Earth? How was there longhouses with 200 people under one roof? Where nowadays you can't get two people of the same family without arguing in there. And it's like by not using words, you know, using less less words, less spelling on one another like that. That's how you build things like that when feeling. You don't have conversations, or else you start saying, hey, I'm getting tired. Yeah, me too. Safety in numbers and stuff like that. That's how it turns into this, where a life without responsibility, and war is the profiteer. War is the profiteer. That's I seen it. I seen it in the election at the highest form of it. I know these things are games. Denominations of churches, denominations of currency. So everything is a life. Everything is energy. Everything vibrates. Everything has a pattern. And so I just want to thank again Leo in her efforts, her work, and her invitation, and the people may have heard me if I wasn't muted. And just want to say, have a nice day, and enjoy in love, in happiness, your life. Treat it with respect. It's the only one you got. It's the only one the only life you're going to ever have. So use it in a good way. Everything is energy, right? Water,
Robert.
is water.
Hey, Robert, it's Sean. Sorry to cut you off here, but do you think we could use the last 10 minutes for questions?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Yeah, no, that was beautiful. I really loved what you said. So it looks like we got some hands up, and we'll go ahead and we'll start with Brian. Brian, do you want to go ahead and ask Robert your question?
Yeah, thank you for doing that, Sean. I was hoping that there would be, with a few minutes left, to answer a question.
Robert's an awesome guy, man. I
amazing.
love hearing from
him. The way that you spoke was so powerful, so very powerful. I don't know if you saw, but I kept putting like the heart symbol up because I could feel what you were saying so strongly. But I just said I jotted down a couple of they're very basic questions. What you're talking about was very deep, but I just had some basic questions because I'm not super familiar with the ceremonial use of psychedelics in Native American tribal communities. So I was wondering, is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is peyote, I thought that was like the main or only one that was used ceremonially. Is that incorrect? Do they also utilize ayahuasca and psilocybin?
I know we all use different medicines. It's I countless ceremonies using different things, but when psychedelics, it's primarily the peyote, the yodi, and it's just me as a native or Indian person that I've gone to Aya circles and prayed with those peoples. That's the condor. That's that prophecy of the natives and of the northern and southern, the American eagle, so to speak, or the bald eagle and the condor coming together. And we're going down there, sharing our peyote, and then having them come up and share the Aya. So it's a fulfillment of prophecy.
That's beautiful.
Right? Say again.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
It is. It is. My other question was, so what are your thoughts on, because I love hearing everyone's different perspectives, and I vocalize my perspective on, I'm very invested in the development of a Western model of uses medicinally and therapeutically. What is your perspective on the West attempting to replicate these do you do you have feelings on that? Like I know that some people feel like it's being done like, for example, I think you had mentioned a way that you could order different herbs or things like that to create ayahuasca and stuff. Do you think that there's a danger in Western people doing that? Is that something that Western people have a right to be doing because we don't otherwise have systems, whereas indigenous cultures have systems built in? Like, do you have any thoughts on that? I don't know if my question was clear at all.
It kind of, yeah, I know where you're coming from on that, and it's like I don't want to like offend, like, but like trespassing, it's like being invited and being patient and holding yourself in a good way to be invited and being in a good way, right? So you manifest that, and it's like that's kind of like one of my well, not concern, but it's a feeling I have about like when you legalize the shroom, there's that component of, is it going to be something or other like that? So that's why we pray about that. So I don't belong in their jungle unless I'm invited there, and I don't take their medicines or take anything, unless it's gifted to me. And so that's just like a way of, instead of like, hey, I discovered this medicine and I discovered where it comes from. And I discovered, using that word, and now I'm just gonna, buy it and bring it up here and charge these people. It turns into stuff, and it turns into stuff.
Yeah.
Unless it's gifted to you by being in a way,
Absolutely, because I think I mean that like you had said, the example of taking mushrooms at a rock concert, like if you abuse the medicine will abuse you back, and like in the West we don't have those sort of ceremonial gatherings, communal gatherings. And so, to be invited into one is an amazing thing. But unfortunately, to the average Westerner, like, it's you're lucky if that's the if that's the case. So like, as a Westerner trying to figure out how to replicate these ceremonial healing, respectful manners of working with the medicine. It's a very difficult landscape to navigate when you don't, if you're a Westerner, when you don't have a pre-built in system,
Yeah, that's why being kind and asking in a good way, and then when you have a pail of water, in your room or in that building near you, and you have a fire, that's a great amount of responsibility, and they're going to teach you, because these words are useless. What we're speaking now, the ands, ofs, buts, and whatever adjectives, prepositions, conjunctions, and whatever we're using is creating our discomfort. And so we sit in that quietness, and the fire does the speaking, then the three phases of being on the psilocybin, it's like, first there's that, what's the best medicine? Laughter, right? Yeah. And then there's like, observation point, and then that hospital-y kind of thing, like, oh no, I've been doing these things, these things aren't making sense. And then the blissful part, the hospital and the church portion, the bliss in the morning. So it's like I said, with your grandfather and your grandmother, the water and fire, they're going to teach you, make you feel a child again, going to show you and teach you. That's why when it's finished, they say, now go outside, share it with your mother, the earth, and then she says, I already know. Why don't you tell it to your father, the sky, and so you cry out or sing out a song or just share gratitude, and to the you universe, because I think that they used to have, when I was growing up, like plastic puppets. You go to McDonald's or something, they get hey, this is Ronald McDonald. You just put your hand in a plastic bag. And I think that's what this creator is, this experience is. And like that, you being God, me being God, if we got to use that word, you being a creator, me being a creator, and experiencing one another, how else was the creator going to speak to me? Through a bird, or through that deer that I just stumbled across, or the eagle that flew over my head, or you asking me this question. It's that's the importance of being authentic and being who you are, whether you're in a group or with another person, or or mostly by being when you're by yourself, when you're alone? How do you act and behave? What are your thoughts? And you find that fear when people show at a ceremony, they're afraid to, they get so anxiety about ingesting the medicine. I said, what kind of thoughts do you hold? What kind of secrets are you afraid of? What have you done that you're so fearful about being honest with yourself, to see how you act when you can't be a school, when you can't be a commercial, when you can't be the TV sitcom, or that you can't be that movie? Who are you? Why so fearful of being true to yourself, being true to the circle, being true to the grandfather fire and grandmother water? So if you're feeling pulled to a native gathering, you just pray about it, and then you find, next thing you know, so you manifest an invitation, and then a preparation, and the next thing you know, the being initiated into a different thing. We leave the system behind. The stuff that we've learned and stuff that we're exposed to has no meaning to a life. You know what I'm saying? What you learn in ceremony is like, oh yeah, that makes sense, and you learn why these things are like that, and why is that behavior, and you get out of the system and you become part of another system. You know what I'm saying? You can leave all your records behind, and because that's what they do. Is like, it's weird, they sell these drugs and they call it a psychedelic, and those have power like that, and then they're trying to emulate LSD and stuff, DMT, trying to emulate the peyote, the mushrooms, and the ayahuasca. And so that's why things go awry, and it's like I said, it says earth ain't gonna lie to you, your mother ain't gonna lie to you, and it's just I was gonna say something else, but if you're in a good way, you're gonna find yourself there. You're gonna be yourself held accountable, and you'll be glad you did get to be you again, and you find those things, your self-esteem, your confidence, your joy, and your happiness, and that's why you came here, to experience those things, not be in dysfunction, discomfort, dis-ease, and troubled. Be kind to yourself. You're the only one you got. You're the only Brian that ever was, is, or will be. Sounds like water or something, And so I lift you and love you, brother.
I really appreciate having heard you speak and hearing your perspective. You were very beautiful with your words. Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much.
Right on. Thank you, Robert. Really
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
Welcome.
It was great to have you. So
It's great to see you.
Sorry?
I said it's great to see you, man.
Yeah,
You're on the
yeah.
other side of this planet, man. Welcome home.
Yeah, thank you. It was a long time away, but Southeast Asia was really great. Very spiritual place. So I wanted to introduce our next moderator, and our next moderator just popped on, and that's Katerina Lamola. I hope I didn't butcher your last name. So
Hi there. Is it me now?
yep, you're up, Katerina.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I've not moderated one of these before, so I have no idea what I'm doing. So you guys can tell me if whatever I'm doing, if I'm doing it right or wrong, or what I'm supposed to be doing. So moderation, do I share a little bit first and then start just holding space, or what am I doing?
Yeah, so usually what you do is share a little bit at first, and then after that we take questions, or sometimes there's a lot of conversation about stuff that just stuff that's going on, and we're just kind of holding space and enjoying each other's company and talking about the topics. So
Sure.
great, thank you.
So my name is Katerina. I am a therapist, hypnotherapist. I do breath work. I'm also trained in psychedelic assisted therapy. I am doing ketamine assisted therapy, and then I'm part of a study that's going on here in Seattle for psilocybin treatment resistant depression. And then what really drew me, so my story is that I used to do a lot of recreational drugs in my younger life, got sober and was sober for 25 years. and came back to psychedelics myself after my mom died, and I kind of went through a whole bunch of other stuff and started coming to it therapeutically. And then several years ago, and so here I am today, getting, kind of jumped both feet in. And then I'm also have been a long-term activist with animal rights, and then also with environmentalism. And what really draws me to using psychedelics is so that we can have a change of mind, a mindset, which I think is needed. A lot of our issues around climate disaster, I think, come from not having a mindset that we can't get our heads out of the way that we're living, especially, I'll call myself, name it myself, is that I'm a European of descent. I'm white. I come from a colonialistic background, and I'm deep in that capitalist colonialistic way of living because I'm participating here in our Western society. And I'm, acutely aware of the kind of cognitive dissonance that is happening where, working with folks either both on an individual or on a group level, that presenting with a lot of depression, anxiety, all of these kind of mental health issues is a direct result of how we live, living in a way that is way out of balance and way out of attune with kind of a more what I'll call an animistic worldview, an animistic way of being. And so I see that kind of like a Venn diagram of all these different issues, and where psychedelics go right in the middle of how we can change that mindset that I think we're all caught in. There's a term called Wetigo or Wendigo, right? That is the mind virus of capitalism. The white man's virus is actually, it's a Native American term, and from what I've heard. So, how to unpack, unravel, kind of pull out these, what I see are like these really deep threads of capitalism, colonialism that, anybody who's participating in a Western world is we're all part of, right? So I've been drawn to this work as a way to help people unhook a little bit, unplug, from what we call the matrix, even though we're still participating in the matrix. I'm like super aware of that. So it's, I don't claim to have any answers to anything, just more questions and, how can we do this? So, and then the other piece is that I am a mom. I have two kids. They're both, one's 20, about to be 20, and one's 16. And my eldest is in school right now for environmental sciences. And my husband and I have about 4 acres over on the Olympic Peninsula. And we pulled out, we cashed out of the house here in Seattle, and we're all investing it in the property, and we're going off grid. My eldest is out there working on an organic farm and just kind of building community out there because it'll pass on to her. So it's really my goal to create a sense of a place, a community, and we're always looking for more. It's really hard. You can't get land anymore, but I know there's going to be a need for spaces for people as they escape, climate migration and kind of want to get out of the city. And we need people out there too. Like, we need community. We need to live on a much more kind of mutual aid way, right? So, being part of a 12-step community for 25 years, I've been able, that is a big mutual aid group. Like that 12 steps is actually the largest mutual aid group, anarchist, mutual aid group, because it's all bottom up. And everybody participates and helps in the way they can according to skills and abilities. So I have this like fantasy / dream of, and I think it is happening over on the peninsula. There's definitely a lot of folks out there that are wanting to do it or doing the same thing. But as systems collapse and break down, which I think they will, my wish would be sooner than later. But from that will spring mutual aid is my goal, my hope. And I think that psychedelics help us do that, to be able to live in a much more connected, sustainable way. There's a term called animism, which I love this guy, the Emerald. He does this podcast called the Emerald, and he has this podcast called Animism is Normative Consciousness, which means that, for 99% of the time that there's been humankind on this planet, that we lived in an animistic worldview, which means that connection, spirit is everywhere, reciprocity and relationship with, as opposed to domination over. So it's, our Western perspective is a non-normative way of living. And hence we're seeing, lots of people struggling because of that, I think. So I think that's enough out of me. So I'm happy to chat, whatever we do next, hear your guys' voices. Thanks so much. Yes, jump on.
Could I delve into get you to further expand upon your you said you're working at a ketamine clinic, is that what you said?
I'm private practice. I work with a ketamine clinic and I do it out of my office.
So are you working with Spravato or are you working with the IV drip?
The lozenges.
Lozenges, okay.
Yeah.
Can I get a little bit of your perspective on that? Because I'm very well versed in that. I'd like to hear, as a practitioner, your perspective on it in terms of, like, I don't know how the lozenges work, but I just want to say real quick my perspective, and then so you can tell me yours.
Yeah.
Like I have a very treatment resistant depression, and ketamine does wonders for me, but it's although long lasting, it's short intervals and you need repeat sessions. Yeah. And so I originally did the IV drip, and it was, for the 6 sessions, which then you need boosters, was like $4,000 or something. It wasn't covered by insurance.
Yeah,
I finally switched insurance, and now Spravato is being covered. And unfortunately, the highest dosage that they provide is not high enough for my body. And so, and then of course, then they're now trying to patent ketamine because it may have actually more potent antidepressant effects. So the lozenges are those racemic. And then really what I was getting at was your thoughts on the fact that there's trouble with it, the financial aspect in terms of accessibility for, people who need it.
Yeah, 100%. This is what we're facing, right? Like anything above ground is going to be, we're going to face that. Like I'm trained with MDMA, ketamine, and psilocybin, and MDMA is going to be insanely expensive when that becomes approved. Yeah, the way that I set it up is that I have a pay it forward, and I do take sliding scale. I've always done that. I started off in harm reduction and needle exchange, and that's because I just switched sides of the table, and started working. And so that's all I've always had, pro bono or sliding scale slots in my practice, no matter, and I spent a long time working in agencies too. So, so it's a value of mine. It's not a value of everybody's. So I can, speak from my experience, but I know generally I don't have an answer. I can tell you, I think I agree with you. I think it's like really messed up. It will be about.
Yeah, I think unfortunately there is no real answer. I just kind of wanted to bring it forward because I assumed that you sort of shared my, what's the word that I'm looking for? Just it's unfortunate. It's what I mean.
Yeah, and and there is underground. There's lots of people providing services that are free. I don't think above ground's any better than below ground. There's differences, right, in both. But unfortunately, a good friend of mine who's been practicing underground for years just got reported, and I'm like, so we're waiting to see what happens with that. But it's Like it's not in this state, but I mean, so I don't really, I have an answer.
No, yeah, no.
Yeah.
And it's crazy too how underground, like when you break it down to what's being charged, like at the IV clinics, when it's like $400 a session, how much it
Yeah.
is compared to the black market, and then to manufacture, it's like pennies. And
I
you
know.
know, it's but
The way
yeah.
the way that I'm setting it up is I'm partnering with Haven Ketamine Clinic, and the way they're going to offer it is the way they offer it. We're just at the beginning stages of this. Is you pay a flat fee for as many lozenges as you want over a certain period of time, and you and I work with the whoever to develop like kind of like a treatment plan. And my piece is that the way I'm really into the integrate, I really think it's about integration. For me, psychedelics is just like an opening. They're not going to do the work only, right? I mean, what they do is they give you that opening into that, animistic worldview, into that state of being. And ketamine's a little bit different, but it can have the same effect, right? And then it's what you do with it is what's mainly important. So, I put together packages where we can, I do breath work, I do TRE, I do all these somatic practices, I do parts work, I do hypnotherapy. I can do hypnotherapy, ketamine hypnotherapy. That's the thing I'm working on right now, which would be, really cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so it's more about like I see what I want to do. This is my dream, is to offer these like 3 to 6 month packages where we develop, according to what you can pay, right? And then I have it pay it forward because they do have some folks that can pay more, and be like, let's hit you hard with a whole bunch of nervous system regulators as well. Like TRE is a really amazing somatic practice, like doing that while on ketamine, or a breath work and sound bath together. And so you're really getting a chance to like dive deep. It's like kind of like a mini retreat. You're not leaving, but you're going, you're really, so that you can walk out with like something like solid, not just like, oh, that was great, let me go. And then the other thing is like, people go from peak to peak to peak experiences and not do the integration work.
That's what I found
it's not the drug itself that's going to help you change. They just give you an opening, an insight to what you could be, like to remember who we really are. That's what it does. It shows us who we really are. And do we really want to, like, because right, to unplug from the matrix is kind of fucked, like just like the movie, like it's, once you're out, it's not the funnest place to be,
Yeah, that's why in between sessions, because of the noticeable impact that it has for that brief period of time, I actively engage, and I mean I do otherwise, but especially then actively engage in exposure therapy and behavioral activation, because I realize I'm in that neuroplastic state where it's allowing me to do that. And it's, I was talking before about how, really I see these things as psychedelic facilitated psychotherapy. It's facilitating the psychotherapeutic process. Yeah,
exactly. I agree. And then lastly, I will say, that it's the group work. I used to run a lot of retreats. I do a lot of group work, is because I'm not really interested in helping people feel better individually, and then, if you have to pay it for, you have to pay it for it. You have to do something with it. You have to do something within your community, whatever it is. I do a lot of, when in my practice, I'll have people imagine the grid going down, right? Like what happens when electricity goes out, which it will, right? We'll have an earthquake, grids will go down, we'll start having rolling brownouts, whatever it is. And what do you do? What do you do when the electricity goes down? You talk to your neighbors. So why do we have to wait until then? Why don't we start doing that now? Why don't we get out of this like individualistic bubble that we think that we live in, which is a whole total fucking lie, anyway, my little soapbox.
Love that.
Cool. Thank you for the comment. Yes, please. Anybody? Julian, yes.
Hey, yeah, so it sounds like a lot of your work also revolves around psychedelic assisted therapies and trying to affect cultural change in preparation for I guess like the harsher dimensions of like climate crisis and like building communities of resilience and deep connection, like that. So what does your experience around that kind of work look like specifically with like climate anxiety or moving through like the blockages to like, I guess, being able to emotionally grapple with like what's coming?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in my mind, so much of our issues are about avoidance, right? We live in a culture of avoidance, and we can check out, numb out, avoid, and what psychedelics do is they help us stay present too with whatever arises, or at least if you don't do that, you're in for a hard ride, So you really have it's teaching us to stay present to what arises. Climate grief is so important, like to really grieve, for us to accept what is happening in this world. We have to grieve. Grief is part of acceptance, so we as a culture, I'll say Western culture is abysmal at grief, right? Like we will do anything to avoid grieving, but it's a sacred process. Like we need to sit. I mean, I know I have sat in circles where I'm just bawling, crying, about hearing the earth cry, right? Like, I mean, the earth will survive, right? The world as we know it won't. Like this is going to change. Our world, we're staring down at the end of a gun right now. Like it's about to go off. It is going off. We just haven't really fully felt it as much as other places in the world have felt it. I think we want to prepare. And another thing is we can't, move to, why I bring up mutual aid and, Butch, you said it very eloquently, circles of resilience and communities of resilience, is that we can't move towards something we can't conceive of yet. So if we really want to conceive of this different way of being and kind of living in community, we have to envision it first and kind of see it in our mind's eye as a way to move towards it. So to specifically talk to anxiety, and what I see anxiety is fear, right? It's just the kind of static in our minds of like, oh my God, or whatever it is, because we're too scared to drop into the emotion. So anxiety is not, I don't see it really as an emotion. I see it as like an avoidance of emotion that then we just become so regulate, like we're spinning. If we dropped into what we're afraid of, what we are grieving, what we're hurt, what we're angry, like we have 7 core negative emotions, hurt, anger, lonely, sad, anger, guilt, and shame. Like if we dropped into those emotions, and because we don't know how to sit with negative emotions very well because we like to avoid them and numb out so much. I say we collectively, then we can start working, we can get underneath the anxiety and be real about what's happening. Anxiety is an avoidance is kind of the avoidance of stronger emotions, I see, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that was a wonderful answer. Thank you.
Thank you for asking. I'm happy just to chat too if anybody has any comments. Anybody want to go join a commune out on the Olympic Peninsula? Yeah. That's what we're building right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Tell us more.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Tell us more.
Tell us more.
Yeah, this commune.
Yeah. Yeah, so my husband, we own about 4 acres. We have a house. We put up a yurt where we're holding community, and we're rainwater fed. We're working on, we need another source of water. We've got some solar panels. We're partially off grid. We bought a school bus that's being turned into a tiny house. So it's at I mean, he doesn't really know this, but I'm like, we're building a commune. So it's going to be like, we'll need people. The other thing I think about, like, so I'm older, I'm in my 50s. So, I have to start thinking about, like, I'm going to be aging out. I won't be able to, I'm my back. I need young people to like work on the commune. So, but my friends and I talk about getting like an old motel, like collective living. We're going to have to start doing collective living. And an old motel, right? Everybody gets their own room. It's all on one level for us old people. And, then we have some common space, right? So if anybody wants to, I'm just looking for things that we can start planning for, in the future. I know some land, if anybody wants to go in on it.
Hey, Katerina, another question. Can you speak to the difference between ketamine and psilocybin?
Yeah, in fact, nobody wants me there because I can't climb coconut trees. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, well, ketamine, is a disassociative. So it's like, it turns out, the similarities is that it turns off your default mode network, and allows you to, kind of experience things without that backstory. And you also get the neuroplasticity. Ketamine's not my favorite medicine for sure. It's what's available right now, so it's what I use. But psilocybin, I see much more. It was interesting. I was at my training. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with my training. It's at the Integrative Psychiatric Institute in Colorado, and they had some really amazing, really great speakers and lecturers. But this woman who's been a long-term, sitter, we were talking about, does ketamine have its own spirit? Because some of these other medicines have been around a lot longer, obviously. And she said, yeah, she thinks she does. She thinks it does. It's old. She felt like it was a really old energy. So, obviously psilocybin has a much richer, deeper history that's been, has been used since centuries. So it feels like there's a relationship with humans. I mean, most folks have heard of the stoned ape theory, right? And like how psilocybin mushrooms have been part of our evolution throughout, since we've been evolving. There's an amazing guy. This is a little aside. I don't know if you guys have heard of Darren LeBaron, and he's he's here in Seattle this weekend too. He's doing a shroom workshop. I love him. Kalindi Ai too, Baba Kalindi Ai. Yeah, all those guys who do I don't know if you know of Tom Lane. He's an old white guy who does the high dose stuff too. But there's been, what I see psilocybin and where I've had experience where it, the being able to see the multidimensional aspect or of this life that we're living. And when these guys take these super high doses, or when people take super high doses, you can enter into and interact within that multidimensional space. And there's a theory that that's where we got our deities from, is that, so folks have been, RIP, so his wife, is still like, they're still keeping it alive. But this idea that, folks took, as we're foraging and we're taking things, and you enter into that other dimensional reality, and you come across these beings other than human beings, and that's like, the idea is that that's like where we met different deities. So I just, in terms of the difference between psilocybin and do I do integrative? Just a second. So I just think there's a big difference in the history and the relationship with humans and how it's related. And then the second question was, okay, I'll get to you in a second. Do I do integrative type sessions outdoors with psychedelics? Yeah, that'll be the goal. I'm here in the city right now, so I do have a little outdoor space at my office, so there can be that. I'm near the Arboretum, so there can be that. But at our space out in the property, yes, 100%. We do. My husband is he's a gardener farmer, and he can go forage. We do classes where he can, like, kind of my goal would be the ecotherapy where people come out and do retreats, and then instead of just getting in your car and driving home and feeling, better about yourself, you actually stay and go plant a tree. Our property's right next to, I think it's an 80-acre clear cut, or is it 800-acre clear cut? I can't remember. It's a huge, huge clear cut. And, most of the land is either tree farms, or if it's not, kept, if it's not publicly owned, right? If it's not a park, it's a tree farm. So for there to be an understanding that, you're here, we're doing this work for healing and for expanded consciousness. So what do you want to do with that? And how do you want to take it and give it back to the planet and give it back to the earth, and not just get in your car and drive away with fossil fuels? So planting a tree, food foraging, doing some ecotherapy kind of stuff like that. And then I think that answers that one. And then how do I encourage people of color to join the plant movement and the calming lifestyle? Yeah, that's a very good question.
Yeah, I feel like, the peninsula is just, say what it is. It's very white up there.
It is.
To make people feel welcome and bring them up into that area, I think is very important,
100%. We had at our last circle, we had 3 people from the Cherokee Nation come and join us. Yeah, that was really special. And I think that, so to kind of segue with that, with the study that I'm part of, like, I'd have very little power in that place. I'm just like a contract employee with them, but we really are trying to have robust conversations about, recruitment for this study with people of color, because all research in psychedelics is like abysmally white, and that has not, so, I think you have to work with community leaders. You work with people who are already established within communities, and work with the leaders there is really the only way, because there's not really, like, how do you bridge the gap of mistrust and, years of, centuries of oppression? Is like, people are not just going to be like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll join your group, your commune, or whatever. So finding the people that are already established within communities and working with them, I think is really important as a way to try to kind of open that door. But yeah, it's interesting. I was out on the peninsula, and if you've heard of Thin River, it's like a cidery place, and it's a new, like, kind of place, and it's not new anymore, but it's an outdoor venue, and it was a blues guy who used to live in New York City who moved over to PT, and he's African American, and I was like, awesome, like, there's very few people, that is not the case. And it's like the people who came out to see him there, I was like, oh my God, there's, like, it was really awesome to see more than just white people there. So I think it's starting. I don't think it's, I don't really have much to say. I mean, yeah, it's fucked up. So if that answers your question, how do I encourage people of color to work with the people that are already community leaders, and work with them and find out what they need to support, what they need to support potentially more people interested or feeling safe enough to join in. Where are we? 5:30. So how about you guys? How would you do that? Anybody have any suggestions on how to increase accessibility and for people of color within the community? I'll get to you in a second, Lovely. I'll see if there's anybody that wants to add.
I have always kind of thought just by like having an open heart and an open mind. It's a hard question, but I just feel like anytime I like go out and talk to people about it, I just try and be welcoming, and like I said, just kind of have an open heart and an open mind, and just try and be inclusive of everybody, and not just don't turn anyone away. Basically, I know it's not necessarily targeting them to help like that group to like include them, but I'm just collectively just try and like just be welcoming. That's
yeah, and I think that there's such like, just even for me, even that the fact that we ask this question is fucked up, right? Because
right, yeah,
it's like, who's been the traditional users of this medicine?
Exactly.
Right. And why do we think that we're like, oh, how do we get these people to join our group? Why are we not joining their groups? Why are we not, like, why are there not more Indigenous folks of color, already at the table? And we're looking like, so the fact that we even are like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to start something.
Right.
Oh, and then we're going to try to get, a diverse group of people to come join our thing.
Right.
When it's not our thing.
Exactly.
We're co-opting it and we're commodifying it. And then we're saying, oh, yeah, you should come do this with us. When it's like, why the fuck would anybody come do it with? I'm sorry.
No, I get it 100%. That's I like your answer there for sure. We had a question in the comments now again, and it says, so if someone is afraid of medicines, how do you talk with them? Like, what would you say? And I can relate to this question, I think, because I remember, when I did 5-MeO DMT the first time, I went down to Mexico, and I remember just sitting there, like, literally having this moment of like kind of being terrified, right? Mm-hmm. And it plays into like the stuff you read, the stuff you hear, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the stuff left over from like the 60s and 70s, like the Reefer Madness, the movie, which was so
I remember that. I did see that, yeah.
Right. So I think it's one of those things where it's like, I just had these things like, oh, if I take one psychedelic one time, I'll die. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you hear maybe these things from your parents or grandparents who were alive in those generations, right? And so I can definitely relate to that about being afraid of medicine. And then it's like, once you do it, you're like, wow, that wasn't that bad. But it makes me think about like, how many people aren't getting help because of this barrier of like, oh, I'm so afraid to do the medicine, and how many people are missing out on, the thing that could possibly help them, like, for instance, people with treatment-resistant depression. Maybe they're just so afraid to try psychedelics, they aren't going to try them. But anyways, I'll let you answer. I was just kind of saying how I related to that. But so the question is, if someone's afraid of medicine, what do you do to kind of calm their fears? So.
Yeah, and then I see you, Julian, too. I'll after this. I mean, so I do a lot of altered states therapy already. So I do, I would have folks, we would practice kind of, obviously the medicine is like breath work, or a cannabis and assisted therapy, that kind of stuff. These are like, you're agreeing to being in this altered state, and you can agree not to be in this altered state, like you can pull yourself out. So I think there's ways to kind of practice this state before doing it. And also I think fear is a healthy response. I'm still afraid. every time I do it, I'm a little bit afraid. I think that is a normal, natural response. So I would validate, their fear. I've definitely, explore it. Fear comes up in a lot of different ways, though. So, we can have fear of anything, really. So fear in of itself, I don't see it as a hard stop. I see it as I try to frame it as like a speed bump. Like you slow down, you can be, take your time, don't try to push over the fear, don't try to rush over the fear, but take your time and kind of, like I said, you can do some practicing, validate that. And, I think that's normal and natural to have fear, for sure. Julian, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to like piggyback off the question about like diversity and creating more like diverse psychedelic spaces. And I guess the question that I would kind of jump off of that with in regards to like creating more like bridging the gap of like distrust is like what I mean, to my understanding, like white identity development with all of its, beliefs and conditioning around white supremacy is like it's an aspect of one's self-concept and aspect of like collective self-concept. So what do like psychedelic assisted therapeutic processes look like around unpacking like white identity and like schemas around other groups of people and things like that look like? Because I know, speaking from like my own perspective, psychedelic work and psychedelic assisted like inner work has been very important in my own healing of like generational trauma and reprogramming those beliefs about myself. I feel like there needs to be a kind of parallel process for white identified folks to kind of reconstruct white identity without, or European American identity or whatever you call it, without all settler conditioning.
Yep. Well, I can never say his name correctly. Washeem, what's his name, who wrote My Grandmother's Hands, and, talking about white body trauma and black body trauma, and, acknowledging the white body trauma, right? That's something that's carried within folks as well. And, it kind of goes back to my kind of idea, what I see is like a worldview, right? What we call, I know decolonizing our own mind, right? Like learning to pull out these threads of conditioning and programming that are, yes, thank you. I can never say his name correctly. I have dyslexia, so it's always like garbled in my mouth. And personally or professionally as I work, that is a high value and something that I promote in my practice with people. I'm really like clear about that. I've lost clients because of that this is something that I think is very important, and I'll challenge folks on kind of their perspective about because I do work primarily, I would say my practice is, maybe 60% white and then 40% folks of non-white individuals. And so I'm really clear that this is, if you want to work with me, this is what we're going to do, is that ultimately we're changing our worldview again. We this dominant scientific about, European worldview is why we're where we're at right now, and so we need to remember who we really are, remember where we came from and how our worldview is, what 90%, like 99% of the time that humankind has been here has been a animistic worldview, which is a non-colonial worldview. So that's what we're heading towards. That's what we're trying to get to again, is try to remember what that even feels like to have that. And that's where psychedelics do, is I think that they give us an opportunity to feel that again and to remember that again, but but I, you know, as a practitioner, I meet people where they're at, but I'm very clear. I'm pretty directive. I'm like, you know, yes, we're here for depression and anxiety, but why do you think you have depression and anxiety in this? You know, what do you think about the way that we're living, you know, that's causing that? You know, there's a saying, it's not a quote, you know, it's not a sign of health to be well in a sick world, right? Like we should be anxious and depressed. And I'm an activist. I come from a strong activist background. I was telling a friend of mine, like, I was on my mom's back during the Vietnam War, like during protests. So like I've been, you know, going to protests since I was a baby. My parents were big activists, and you know, for all their other faults, they were really big on that. And you know, that we need to take action. Like I think that if we're able to harness some of this, like you know, so freezing and, you know, avoidance, numbing, freezing, all of that stuff is going to keep us where we're at, you know. And there's a lot of people that are making a lot of money that are, you know, that are, yes, join Extinction Rebellion, yes, you know, that are making a lot of money keeping us asleep. So waking up is an act of resistance. Waking up is an act of rebellion. You know, say I'm a Gen Xer, so I'm a generation that grew up without screens and technology. I have a lot of folks that haven't, and they don't know they can live without it. I used to squat in New York City, and I took with my friends. I'm like, I know how to poop in a bag. Do you know how to poop in a bag? Do you know how to live off grid? Do you know how to live without all this shit that we have that we think we need now? You know, like you can live without it. There's a lot of people who've never known what it's like to live without all of these modern conveniences, you know. And it's like, you know, people are like, I can't live without my tech. I'm like, yes, you can. You know, in fact, we need to. That's the problem, you know. So I know I'm a little bit kind of all over the place. May not fully be answering your question, but you know, I have the forum, so I'm gonna. Did that feel complete, like I answered, or was there?
No, I definitely think that like you began to answer the question. Certainly I like your perspective on how like the opposite of kind of colonial ontology is essentially taking on like an animistic experience of the world and experience of nature and other human beings. And I agree. I think there's a huge difference between this worldview where like only white men with property are real humans and everybody else is like an object versus like the animistic worldview where everything is imbued with spirit. It's like a huge part of it. And I think it also speaks to a kind of collective trauma, perhaps within like Western consciousness of like the like transition from kind of like pagan Europe to kind of like Christian Europe, and the separation from already kind of animistic pre-conquest, or rather pre-crusade worldviews to that. So I wonder if there's some parallel between that and then like reproducing that process on like Black and brown people throughout the world. But yeah, I guess I like more specifically, and maybe that's like an ongoing thing to think about or unpack. It's like, what does like psychotherapy around white identity specifically look like? And what does psychotherapy around racial schemas towards other people look like?
Sorry, say that one last piece one more time. I'm sorry. What does
like psychotherapy around one's schemas of other people's look like?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that I have a direct, like a concise answer, because everybody's different. You know, I mean, as my job as a therapist is to meet people where they're at, but then help them move towards, you know, where I, you know, in relationship with where we want to go, right? So if folks are going to work with me, they know that they're going to be working on these issues, right? So how do we get there? Isn't it more of an individual kind of process, because people are different? But there is an understanding and agreement that we will be working on unpacking and decolonizing and trying to understand that there's other ways of seeing the world and being in the world, and in that is not dominant white viewpoint. right? So anybody who's working with me has already got an awareness that that's what we're going to be doing. So I'm hoping that, you know, I don't have a treatment plan written out that I can tell you what it is, because everybody's different.
Right.
But that is what we're working on, is expanding our consciousness out of this very left brain, you know, kind of perspective that's actually, you know, and so how I do that, I do a lot of psychoeducation. I do, you know, helping to understand kind of how our brain and bodies work, and understanding that, you know, our left brain dominant society is actually, our left brain is not the dominant part of our brain. I say left or right because it's more than that, but it's just that we understand it in that way. That the right brain is much more really in charge. But it doesn't need to be so front and center. It doesn't need to show that it's in charge. So that's why I do these altered states therapy that allow us to access that right brain kind of experience. And, you know, and psychedelics is one of those ways to help understand that, you know, the idea of getting people out of the productivity, you know, that we have to produce, that's our purpose, is to produce, is a left brain way of seeing the world. And so helping people understand that, no, that's actually a big old lie, and that's not really true. And that we're not really here to just produce, you know, for the few people making a shit ton of money off of us. Like, you know, we're here to be, you know, we're here to be in community with each other. I love, there's a woman named Sophie Strand. She's an author, and she's written one book. And one of the practices she does is where she names all of the, you know, where she lives. She'll spend, as she's getting ready for the day, she'll start naming the plants, the animals in her immediate area, right? You know, just, you know, the tree that's right out front of her, the brush, the type of grass, she's always talking about, like, we're in constant relationship right now. Like right now, she says this thing like, what if we are mouthpieces of our gut bacteria? What if that's what we really are? Right? Because we are more non-human than we are human DNA. Right. And so we're in constant relationship right now with, like, the dust mites on our eyebrows, you know, the stuff, our gut bacteria, the things that we're breathing in and that we're breathing out. Like, we are in relationship with these things at all times. Right. And so that's a different world perspective than this, you know, human centric worldview that we have that's taken over. And yeah, I agree. It's from the Crusades on. You know, once the Roman Catholic Church and the Romans just kind of joined up, like, that was it. Yeah, no, I appreciate your the history, like understanding, like, how, you know, what got us here, I think is super important.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So I saw you say you were like Kalindi Ayi. So you've watched, you've studied with him too, or?
Yeah, I'm like very familiar with his content, and I'm also familiar with Tara Barron's content too.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some people that that knew Kalindi Baba when he was alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had kind of a similar story where I used to use a lot of psychedelics, and then I went through a very long period of like total sobriety. And like my father passed away earlier this year, and I was using psilocybin as part of my grief work process, and also in conjunction with certain kind of like ancestor invocation practices.
Yeah.
And like I got the idea to do that based off of watching Kalindi Baba's videos and talking about having like ancestor experiences while on psilocybin. And that kind of got me into like building that practice for myself.
That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful, because it's like, I mean, it's just right there. Like, it's all just right there, just right on the edge of what we know. It's all right there, like waiting for us, you know, waiting for us to remember, you know, that we don't have to do anything. It's just, we have it all here right now. But, you know, and working with that expanded consciousness, it's like, so, you know, multidimensional experiences, like we're just on this very little thin skin of reality, you know, of this, you know, 3D reality or whatever we call it, 2D reality, I don't even know. You know, but there's these vast experiences, you know, vast things happening all around us at this very moment in time, you know, and that all we have to do is remember that, right? The veils will lift and we will see that. And then we'll be like, why am I holding myself so small? Why am I holding myself so little in this world, right? I love that, you know, we don't have to do, you know, we don't have to buy another thing. We don't have to take another course. We don't have to do another thing. It's like right here now, just waiting for us to like, you know, open that, you know, that aperture, right, of our experience. And it's waiting for us. Like, what is that? There's that term pronoia instead of paranoia, pronoia, right? The universe is conspiring for us, right? And we are in this period, I think, like, right? So everything is sped so fast, so quickly right now. Like we are heading for that like apex. It'll be now, like it'll be in our lifetime where this system, you know, is like, it's gonna hold on as hard as it can, right? You know, taking as much as it can, like eating every, you know, I know there's a really great documentary called Legacy on Amazon. It has Greta Thunberg on it, and it shows this where like the consumption of fuel, you know, how we've used fuel over the centuries, and then once we hit fossil fuels, we went like, and then planes and trains and, you know, we just expanded over this, you know, in my lifetime, it's gone from 4 billion to 8 billion people, right? We are like over this earth. And it's like, we can't keep this up, right? Like this is unsustainable how we're living, you know, and we're at that point, like, what are we gonna do? Right? Are we gonna keep going at this? Like, what can we do? Like, we have an option. It's like, this is a really bad metaphor, but it's like, I'm gonna say it anyway. It's like a zit, right? Like you like all of this pressure, and it's like, it's gonna like explode, right? And you know, what are we going to choose? One of my spiritual teachers, she always talks about, do you want to be in the basement or the penthouse? Like, what are we going to do when this big thing, you know, when the systems collapse? And are we going to go in the basement, or are we going to go to the penthouse? Are we going to like expand our consciousness and live in that like expanded consciousness state, or are we going to go into fear? And are we going to shut down? And are we going to hold and grasp, you know? So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think people, let's see, where was it? You said, oh, cool. Well, yeah. Do I think people in the psychedelics could do more in the way of art? Yeah. So, and I'm part of a group called, I'll be done in just one sec. I know the next person. It's called the Climate Psychology Alliance. And so it's a very active, robust group of you know, different kind of folks in psychology talking about what is our role as therapists within the environmental movement. And, you know, really trying to, you know, position ourselves as more activists. Like, is it ethical for us to not say anything? You know, when you know, people present with, you know, with mental health issues, is it ethical not to talk about the elephant in the room? You know, and I don't think it is, and we don't think it is. So we're really like trying to shift the narrative, because climate, for environmental work, it's not just about facts, it's about feelings, it's about emotions. And if we're not addressing how we feel about what's happening, the facts aren't going to change us. Behavioral change comes because of how we feel, right? And that we think it's important to us, and that we want to, you know, make changes because of how we feel. We're not going to change because of facts. That obviously, you know, we haven't so far. So I think there's a space within the psychology space, you know, space where that could be pushed forward a lot more. And there's definitely a lot of people who are trying to do that. Thank you. I think my time is up, but it's been really great to be here. Thank you guys. good conversation.
Sorry, we were at a break, taking a vacuum break. Thank you so much for your participation and welcome to our next moderator. Thank you. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Wonderful to be here in this meaningful conversation. My name is Roman from the Paititi Institute, and I think it's my presentation that is supposed to be happening. I just want to get a confirmation, but it seems like it is.
Yep, it's all you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'll share a little bit. Someone says that they have no volume and they can't hear, but everyone else can hear me.
We can
Okay.
all hear you. Yeah, it's just yep, we can all hear you.
Okay, wonderful. So a little bit about myself and the work that I'm doing. About 23 years ago, I came to the Amazon rainforest, and I owe my life to the Amazonian rainforest and the ancient cultures that are in this part of the world, and I have been living here ever since. And the main motivation, one of the main motivations I've had at that time was terminal genetic illness, and it took about 8 months for me to go into full remission that I've been in ever since. And then through that process, I've gotten to know the elders and the indigenous communities and the way of life that they are maintaining and struggling to maintain, some of them, in today's world. And then, of course, because I have received so much from these cultures and traditions, I wanted to reciprocate that and honor these traditions, and I've been engaged with that ever since. And I don't see that I'll ever be able to repay the favor, but I will continue to do whatever I can to honor the ancient cultures and the indigenous societies that are struggling to maintain them today because of all of the things that are happening in their environment. So there is the deforestation and logging and mining communities, and the government is ignoring the people, and they're taking advantage of even the children. The communities are taken advantage of, and the people are struggling greatly because their outer environment has so much to do with their inner world. And it is a mirror-like universe for the indigenous people. And working with that for many years and seeing how to really support the people and how to raise the awareness in the world about these cultures and the profound connection that they have with the world, and how they lived in harmony with their inner selves and their outer selves that they saw a reflection of. And this is something that we've been engaging with ever since, is developing this connection between the inner and the outer landscapes. And in our institute, we work both with the preservation of ecology and the indigenous culture. And that is a very deep connection, both in the Andean mountains and in the Amazonian rainforest, where the outer world is a representation of the true nature within us. And all of the aspects of the outer world, they are symbols of the sacred humanity. And here in the Andes, the Quero Nation that we are working with very closely, and our elder Juan Gabriel Apasahi often speaks to that, where we live in this world that has to do with the divine union, the Mother Earth and the Father Son. And they're not just words or terms, because for the indigenous people, they really see it like that, where it's the Great Mother. She's always supporting us. She's always providing for us. The Great Mother will always nurture and embrace the child, even if the child is kicking and screaming. And that, of course, is our humanity today, our human society that is kicking and screaming, and the Mother Earth is still supporting us. And so she is representing that unconditional love that we are all capable of, and we can learn from those universal expressions in the universe. And then the Father Son is the bright light of consciousness that keeps illuminating deeper and deeper states of heart openness in relation to all situations. And the indigenous people refer to this path as the mastery of love, where learning to see through all of the challenges, all of the turmoil, adversity, problems in the world, learning to see the love through that. Sometimes it's very hard to see the love. Love is not always fluffy. And it's often the love without pity that for the indigenous people, they see it as the greatest love in the universe, where if I pity myself or others, I don't believe that I can make it or someone else can make it. And so just like the mother that wants her children to become free, to become independent, to become happy, then there has to be some discipline. And there has to be some struggle. The indigenous people say that excessive comfort makes us weak. And if we live in society of convenience and consumerism and everything is provided, then we start to deteriorate, we start to degenerate in our existence. And so for the people that we are engaged with, I work more closely with the Yagua tribe in the Amazon rainforest, and the Witoto, the Bora, and different other tribes, but my main teachers, they were Ashuar, Witoto, Yagua, and also I had Mestizo teachers. And so for the indigenous people in the rainforest and in the Andes, it's very hard life. It's not an easy kind of existence. And you have to make everything yourself from scratch, and you have to deal with all kinds of harsh circumstances and tropical diseases and dangerous animals, ferocious jaguars, and poisonous snakes and spiders and scorpions. And so life is not easy, but people live there not based on survival mentality and not based on fear mentality. The indigenous culture is not based on the survival of the fittest, but it's based on collaboration. It's based on cooperation. And in our institute, we practice what we refer to as shamanic permaculture, where we bring in the wisdom of the indigenous people that we engage with, and then also, of course, apply the permaculture principles by Bill Mollison. And he himself studied with many ancient cultures, and he implemented the essential insights that he got from how different ancient cultures engaged with the nature, both inside and out. And then, of course, those principles, they have many deeper and deeper layers, like, for example, observation before action. And in order to observe objectively, there has to be some inner work that has to be done before I can be truly receptive, where I can truly listen. And that is the most essential quality for the indigenous people, is the receptivity, the listening, the recognition before 1 ounce of observation is worth more than 10 pounds of useless action. I think that's another saying from permaculture. And so observe before interacting. First observe and then interact. And these principles, they're very much woven into the ancestral societies. And in the world today, where we look at mountains as untapped resources that we have to harvest, and demolish, when we look at the rainforest as just a bunch of logging material that that we can improve the economy with, like they've done in Brazil. And then in the on the deeper level, if we go into the transpersonal psychology and the unconscious, then all of those aspects, they have a very deep meaning for us. And then by destroying the resources of the earth, we are actually destroying our own soul. We are destroying that meaningful reflection that allows us to remember ourselves. How when we go into nature, we feel greater harmony and peace. And if there is no outer nature to remind us of the inner nature within us, then it makes it so much harder. And then, of course, for the indigenous people, where they live in a native environment, in the rainforest, and then they see the meaning through every aspect of the rainforest. And then when the environment is taken away from them, they're so used to seeing that, and then they find it very hard to translate the same meaning, but with a different appearance that is presenting itself in our modern society. In the rainforest, they have to deal with the jaguars, with the otorongos, and the shushupi, the bushmaster, that is the most poisonous snake in the world. But then when they are relocated by the government into a tiny reservation and the nature is destroyed and they have to just do a tourist show and sell trinkets, and they cannot really provide for themselves. And then they have to translate that more familiar way to engage with their world into the modern environment, where in the ancient times it was the most poisonous snake in the world, Shushupi. Nowadays it's the government officials that are coming and taking advantage of them. And it's very hard to translate that into modern terms. And so for our institute, a lot has to do with developing intercultural bridges, where we allow the same essence to be translated into the different environments and circumstances that the indigenous people may not be familiar with. And then in our modern world, also, we are not so familiar with that language of the universe, the language of being, the language of evolution, the language of aliveness. And so back to the Andean mountains, it's the same situation with the mining, the illegal mining and the legal mining, and the people who go and grave diggers who just trying to find gold in ancient sacred sites. And it's the same kind of situation where for the Kero nation, for example, there's so many different expressions of the divine masculine and the divine feminine in the universe, in the world. And then the water represents the receptivity, the transcending wisdom, the intuitive wisdom of the Great Mother. The mountains, they represent the masculine qualities of the bravery within vulnerability. The mountains are rooted in the Mother Earth, and at the same time they touch the sky. And so how can we be brave enough to be vulnerable? And the bravery is a masculine quality, the vulnerability is a feminine, and then they are in healthy balance together. Otherwise, if I'm just pretending to be tough, and at the same time I'm very afraid inside, that's not a healthy balance between the masculine and feminine. And so then to see how this nature around us represents the healthy balance of nature within us, of the forces of nature within us. And then the moon represents the magic of the feminine, the connection with the cycles of nature, the rhythm of life. And many, the fire, the wind, that connects with our emotions, the fire of our soul, the spark of our being. So we start to see how all of those inner qualities are represented by the universe outside of us. And then naturally we start to honor nature. Naturally we start to take care of nature. People here in the Andes that are disconnected from the original spirituality, and people in the rainforest that nowadays are the indigenous people, the young generation is often ashamed of being indigenous because they're being taunted in the cities. And then they try to imitate, and they like to have 2 cell phones and jeans and all the things that our modern society is indoctrinating with. And it's then actually becomes something that is wrong for them to honor their spirituality, and they are afraid to show that essence because our world today is so radically different. For the indigenous people, the most essential qualities are the ones that in our modern world are often looked down upon and are even considered to be bad. If I'm innocent, if I'm vulnerable, if I'm tender, receptive, then somebody can take advantage of me. Somebody can harm me. I have to pretend that I know everything. I have to pretend that I'm not helpless. And at the same time, we're all born completely helpless into this world. Each newborn child is completely in the most basic functions. They have to be burped. They don't know how to move the muscles of the large intestine. They have to do, we've done bicycle to our kids. And we're all born like that, and we don't have to earn love. We don't have to seek approval. We are naturally loved by the universe. And then in our modern societies, the scarcity mentality, the man-made concept. And nature is not like that. Nature is very abundant. We have on the border of the Andean mountains and the Amazonian rainforest, we have a nature reserve that we are taking care of. It's about 4,000 acres, and it's a big mountain, and it's subtropical climate because it's this zone where it's the high Sierra going into the rainforest, and it's this edge where all the life starts to blossom and come together in. And there we have many different fruit trees, and it's non-stop. And we have those 80-year-old avocado trees, and there's like thousands of avocados all year long. And that's the wisdom of nature. It's very abundant. There is enough for everyone to go around. And then we live in a society where there is a lot of scarcity. And we have all the resources in the world right now to feed all the people in the world that are hungry. And yet 80% of the world population is still impoverished and struggling greatly. And then that basically shows that our human society hasn't reached a human state. My indigenous elders, they always taught me that just having a human body does not make us into human beings. That is something that we have to learn. It's a lifelong journey to learn what it means to be a human being in a human body. And it can only happen through humbleness, through receptivity, through openness, the willingness to learn. Those are childlike nature, childlike qualities, not childish, but childlike. And we are all interconnected with this ecosystem. Even when astronauts go into space, they have to take a miniature version of the ecosystem with them, without which they cannot survive. The air that we breathe, the food that we eat, that the Mother Earth is providing for us, and then going into this vast space. And astronauts have this very spiritual emergence experience when they go into the vast space and they see a tiny oasis of life in infinity of death. And they have a very profound spiritual revelation in relation to that, how much we dishonor this oasis of life. For the indigenous people, it's something that is very similar, where they can have a higher perspective, a bird's eye view. The elders, of course, I can't generalize, and today we live in a world where it's getting diluted and corrupted and indoctrinated, but the elders, they still maintain that, not to become what we fight against, and to maintain those essential human qualities under all circumstances, so that we can start honoring them from outside of us as well. Because if we're just preserving nature as a resource and from a survival mentality, that's not very meaningful. I remember seeing, I don't remember his name, but there was the climate scientist who coined the word climate change. And he was asked at a certain point by a journalist, well, we've done so much to destroy the world. We've done so much to devastate the nature. And now that we start to understand, our current generation, what we have done, what can we do about it? And they asked this scientist, what is his word of advice to our generation and the generations to come, how to deal with all of the destruction that we ourselves have caused to our own home. And what this scientist responded really touched me very deeply. He said, first and foremost, don't do it from a sense of obligation. Do it because you are in love with this world. Do it because you're inspired by it, but not because you're obliged and because you're ashamed and you've done something wrong. That will not fix it. It's so essential to return to that abundance of nature within us, the generosity of our hearts, and then engage with inspiration together. And in that way, we can really make a change. But otherwise, hating the haters will not resolve hatred in the world. And fighting to end war will not end the war. So then it's essential to honor nature within us first and foremost. That's how the indigenous people look at it. And then they see the rainforest not as just some firewood or furniture, but they see it as the spirit of nature itself. They see that nature, they personify nature. They see that if nature had a face, if Mother Nature had a face, what would that face look like? If Mother Nature had a personality, what qualities would she embody? And then us with our conditioned personality constructs, how much we can learn from those universal qualities of nature that have to do with abundance, that have to do with reciprocity, interconnectedness, symbiotic existence. And we can start seeing that more and more. Initially, we can look at rainforest and we see separate trees. But if we look under the surface, we can see this network of roots that support each other. In the rainforest, it's very poor soil, contrary to what many people believe. It's very thin topsoil, and then mostly it's clay and sand. And the roots of the trees in the rainforest, they don't go deep, they go wide. And then they bind to each other and they together support each other. And then because of that, usually the branches of the trees will only grow as wide as the roots. But because the roots in the rainforest are all woven together with other roots, the branches, they grow so much farther than what usually would happen if those trees lived and grew by themselves. And so then the indigenous people see that the Mother Nature, her face is the rainforest, her personality is the rainforest. Each tree, each plant expresses a quality of that divine presence. And we can connect to those essential qualities within ourselves and encourage them by seeing the connecting link with the medicinal plants, with the sacred plant medicines. The sacred plant medicines also bring us out of the trenches of our lives. And they allow us to see the majestic beauty of nature. They allow us to feel that inside of us. We rise above the turmoil of life and we start to see the true beauty of our shared existence. Sometimes we forget just the wear and tear of everyday life. And so the sacred plant ceremonies and this, in the rainforest, the sacred plant medicines and in the Andean mountains as well, they all reflect the interconnected nature of existence. In Quechua, it's the word Aini, is the right relationship with the universe, is honoring the outer world and every expression of it, every being, as a mirror of the higher self that we can unravel within us. And then we have to open ourselves up to everything. If we cannot be young and stupid first, we cannot be old and wise later. We'll just be old and stupid later. And so then it's essential to honor every aspect and also the ignorance of our society. Is the cocoon preventing the butterfly from being born, or is the cocoon actually priming the butterfly with all of its limitations, all of the struggles and discomfort? And then the same with the qualities of our being. They are being matured by all of the conditioning, all of the struggles of our life, all of the bad things, the problems in the world today. It's actually a wake-up call for us to be reborn into this collective dream and start co-creating it consciously. And this is again the perspective of the indigenous people, that we live in a collective dream. And the more consciously we can co-create this dream, the better the world becomes. So those are some of the perspectives. And then of course, each plant has a certain quality. In ancient times, it wasn't the way that it's perceived today. If you're sick with a certain illness, which is only a collection of symptoms in the modern medicine, and the root of the illness is not treated. But in the ancient times, it wasn't like if you have this label, then you take this pill or you take this plant, which is how people approach it today. But it was actually based on the energetic qualities, and the same two people with the same illness will require a completely different approach because the life circumstance was different. And it has to do with the inner life journey. If I'm struggling with confusion, the first step for me is to become clear that I'm confused. Then clarity can begin to develop. That's the seed. Awareness of ignorance is the seed of wisdom. And it's not bad. It's just not knowing any better. And so then if I'm willing to work on my confusion, if I'm acknowledging that, because the problems that we have, the issues, that's not such a big deal. The big deal is not being willing to see it, not being willing to take responsibility for it, to take it to heart, to take it as a wake-up call, as an invitation to awaken, to evolve. And so then if I'm willing to do that, if I'm willing to face my own confusion, for example, or it can be anger or frustration or any other disturbing emotion, then first and foremost, I have to be willing. Then it's not just taking a magical pill or a magical potion and forget about it. I have to put the effort, not just put me to sleep and operate. I don't want to know about it. And then only if I'm willing to do that, I'm already facing it. Then plant medicines can help. And there are certain plants that can empower the individual on their way to resolve confusion, on their way to resolve fear or anger. But only if you're willing to do that. First, consciousness, that's what my teachers taught me, is that consciousness is the main healing agent. Everything else can support consciousness, but nothing can substitute it. And so then we start to take responsibility. We no longer let politicians decide our life for us. And we don't have to fight the system. We just have to manifest a viable example of what is possible, and naturally, then it will happen that way. Because again, the ignorance is just not knowing any better. And rather than fighting the existing system, why not create positive examples? All it takes is a small, viable example, and that's what we've been focusing. That's what I've been focusing in my life for the past 2 decades, is how to create that, how to come together with people and start to create viable examples of what is possible in the world today, so that once we see what is possible, we know better. We can actually naturally move in that direction. And so that is a little overview of the approach that our institute is taking with the work. And we found living alongside with the indigenous people, with the rural communities here in the Andes, and also we've lived for many years in the Amazon rainforest and the lower Amazon. The most beneficial way to support the indigenous people is not to just visit them on a tourist trip and then this Western mentality, if someone has a problem, just throw money at it. That's very disempowering. That's the most disempowering thing that can be done, because then it starts to generate this begging mentality where the people, the indigenous people, they start believing in themselves and they keep waiting until someone gives them something. And so for us, it's been an approach of collaboration. Also, this approach of, oh, let me tell you how to do things better, that does not work. That is not a healthy way to honor these traditions. And instead, actually learning, honoring them, seeing how they do things, and then sharing how we do things, and then we become friends and we collaborate, we share, we evolve, we grow together. We learn from each other. And then it becomes a very meaningful empowerment. They see that we come from the world that some of them, they are very tempted by. And then they see us coming and honoring sometimes their own tradition more than their own younger generation. And then they start to see and they start to think, oh, look, those people, they have everything that we want, that the television is showing us, and then they're coming back. They're not happy with it. And that's very empowering for them when we honor their tradition, when we listen, when we want to learn and apply it to our own lives in a practical way. The ancient wisdom is not an exponent in a museum. It's not just a tourist show that has nothing to do with our modern existence. And so then how do we integrate that into our life? How do we integrate that into our being and then translate that so we can maintain the essential human qualities? Before I open for questions and reflections, I just want to share a little conversation I've had with the son of our Andean elder, with the Kero elder that we work with, and he has a son that we are friends for many years, and we often talk about those things. And he shared with me that one of the biggest struggles that they have as indigenous people is that their ancestral tradition is specifically showing how this human spirit can shine in the face of adversity. And then everything is geared towards that, and then tourists come to them and they just want a show. They just want an appearance. And nobody is interested in our modern world, at least not in the general society level, to actually face the adversity. Our society is based on entertainment industry, the medical industry. Take a pill and forget about it. Don't face yourself. Don't deal with your pain. Avoid it. Take antidepressants, whatever it takes. Just don't deal with the issues that are coming up. And for the ancestors, that was completely radically different. And then seeing how all the thresholds of our existence, we are not so different from the indigenous people that run around naked in the rainforest. We all have to deal with pain. Our bodies are wired for that. We all have to deal with sickness, loss of loved ones. We all have to deal with death, inevitably. We don't like to think about it. And if we are lucky enough, we can deal with old age. And so it's something that is universal. It transcends all separations between our, small differences in the world that sometimes we think they're so big when we look at it that way. And then in our modern society where we avoid those thresholds of life, we don't like to look at it until it's too late. And then we see it as something bad. For the indigenous people, in their tradition, those were the rites of passage. They were evolutionary thresholds. We can approach those situations in a way that awakens our highest potential. And then we can humbly share that highest potential with each other to encourage each other and the world around us. So of course, that is a very different perspective than how our society is built today. And there's a lot for us to learn from the indigenous people and then apply that to our own life. That's how we can honor these traditions, not just going through the motions and parroting, but cultivating those. How can I be a friend to myself instead of my own worst enemy? How can I develop greater patience, kindness, perseverance, insight, higher purpose, a purpose greater than oneself, not just to live for one's own sake? That's too little motivation. If I would face my own issues just for my own sake, I wouldn't do it. But if I see people who are sincere, who are open, who have that pure intention, then I must do it. That is a much greater motivation that propels me beyond my own seemingly big issues. And then I can rise above that. And that's the indigenous wisdom, to remember the noble aspect of who we are, to have, not to be embarrassed by life, and see how everything, we have all the essential ingredients, and then how we put them together for the transformation of humanity to occur. Thank you, everyone. So now if there are questions, comments, I'll be happy to reflect and elucidate further. So I'll just read some of the things that people have mentioned. I was half working on something in the beginning of your talk, but love everything you're saying. Yes, I am a student of Jung for about 25 years now.
I wanted to know not only about you, who, of course I wanted to know about Jung, and I figured you were, but I would like to know who you consider yourself to be a student of in general, because I was picking up on so much, and I sent you even a DM maybe, but I love the way you think, the way you speak, and I was curious, who you would consider yourself to be a student of.
Thank you, Brian. Well, in my life, I've started to be, again, because of the illness that I've had 23 years ago, then it was also, I started to see that there was a very deep psychosomatic connection, and then I started to study transpersonal psychology. And then that brought me into Buddhist psychology, and also the Eastern healing arts, that includes TCM and the Taoist philosophy, and also, of course, psychedelic self-exploration. What is my name? Roman.
Can I ask a name? Alan Watts?
Yeah, I love Alan Watts.
Yeah.
Of course, but more specifically, Tibetan Buddhist psychology.
Okay.
So I started to be curious at first, about 26 years ago, with the Tibetan Buddhism and specifically Karma Kagyu lineage, and then the 16th Karmapa, 17th Shama Rinpoche. Those were some of my teachers. Then Khenchen Rinpoche, he passed away 2 years ago, and then seeing also this profound reverence that they had for nature, for all beings, and the qualities of continuously taking every breath, honoring all beings and not wasting one's life. And then eventually that brought me into the Amazon rainforest, and that was.
Could you possibly, if you remember those names that you mentioned earlier, like drop that in the message chat or something?
Sure.
Just so, because I didn't have a chance to write it down.
Anyway,
you can continue. Thank you for that response.
Yeah, absolutely. I can write some of those. And then in the Amazon rainforest, my teachers that I've had, they are no longer in this realm, most of them. And some of them also, they just got very lost once the modern society started to invade. And like my Witoto elder, when I first met him in 2001, he was just glowing, not just when he was drinking ayahuasca, but in everyday life, he was just in such deep harmony and connection with nature. Mosquitoes didn't bite him. They were swarming all around me, but because he was so peaceful. The mosquitoes, they had like this aura of well-being protecting him around. And then he had this very deep intuitive connection, and he was able to channel the divine intelligence of nature, the organic intelligence. And then the missionaries came into his tribe, and then they said, okay, basically, we can give you everything you guys want. We can give you pharmaceuticals, we can give you alcohol, we can give you cigarettes, we can give you all kinds of junk food. And then the only thing you have to do in return is stop honoring your ancestral tradition. And surprisingly, many people did. And then my teacher, he was the chief of the Witoto tribe at that time. And then he became the last one who was still speaking their indigenous language. And he didn't have anyone to share the ancestral tradition with. And then people started coming more and more just for a show and attraction. And the indigenous people, their consciousness works in a very different way than our modern society. They have a more ancestral way to engage with the world. And it's this intuitive language. It's this transpersonal language. It's the language of symbols, associations. It's the poetic language of metaphors of life. For them, that's their everyday reality. There is no separation between the dreams at night and everyday world. And they see everything as part of that continuous communication that is coming through. And then, of course, for the modern mind, it's very different, and we have a much more conceptual and logical way of relating with the world. And for the indigenous people, it's not so conceptual and logical. It's not so conscious. And because of that, it's harder it's very hard to maintain it outside of their traditional context, where they're intuitively connected and tapped in. And so with this elder, then he gradually went mad, and he became an alcoholic. And it happens because there is no relatedness and there is no connection, and losing what he gave his entire life for. For my elders, these traditions, this wisdom, they were willing to give their lives for it. That's how essential it was. And then they couldn't share it so easily. I had to really work with them for many years, develop a deeper relationship and connection for them to share deeper facets of their wisdom. And nowadays people go there on a vacation, and then they spend a couple of weeks, and then they think that they know all about those indigenous cultures and traditions. I'm still learning after 23, and I have a lot to learn my entire life and more probably. And there's deeper and deeper layers. It's boundless wisdom. And then, of course, people spend some time and then think that they see how it's like and what it's about. And then my elders encouraged me that they themselves could not share. They were from the older school. They did not welcome people. That someone had to really prove them that they wanted to learn, and it wasn't just about their egos being petted and be told how special. And they specifically insulted people that will come to them, because if your inner purpose is greater than your ego, you will stay. But if you're just coming there to pet your ego, then you'll get insulted and leave. And so they would test people in that way. And of course, it's not possible to share that in our world today. That is all based on marketing and convincing and advertising. And so my elders could not share it so easily, because it was so intimate, so sacred to them. And then they encouraged me to share it as much as possible, because it's disappearing and it's being diluted. And so that has been my life journey, to share the gratitude that I have for these traditions in a way that is relevant and practical. We've done many different initiatives over the years, and then we're continuing seeing the ways that we can be the change that we wish to see in the world. So that's in short. Thank you, Brian, for your questions. Okay. So the observer effect, yes, someone is referring about the spiritual revelation that the astronauts have.
I was just kind of adding comments as we were going along, because I didn't want to interrupt or anything. So I just typed it in as you were at that part.
I think I first heard that about that effect from Alan Watts, actually. So you're very on point. Okay, so many people are so jaded, they don't want to come together with people anymore. They would rather live in their mic and order food from Amazon while they work from home. Yeah, absolutely. And it's this illusion of separation. And that's why in all indigenous societies, there is this profound foundational insight of interconnectedness, the reciprocity. So here in the Andes, the indigenous people say, Haipayakusunchis, we share the highest. Half of me is half of you. In the Amazon rainforest and different tribes, when they meet each other, they say hello me to each other. They see a reflection, a unique expression of the higher self in everyone and everything. In the northern Native American tradition, the Lakota people say Ometakuye Uyasin, which is all my relations. In Tibet, people say Omani Pemehung, love and compassion to all sentient beings. Namaste in India, honoring the divine within each other. So we can see how that is very much present within many, if not all, ancient cultures and traditions. And when we start to honor that, of course, when we live in a society of fake book likes, then everyone seems to be so happy, and then everyone think, well, everyone seems to be so happy. I'm the only one who's miserable. I just have to pretend to be like everyone else. And then everyone else are doing that. And then people commit suicide. And then their friends say, well, we never knew that they were going through something. They always seem to be so happy on Facebook. So then when one individual can actually gather the bravery to share about their turmoil and their struggle and not be ashamed of that, to be brave in the vulnerability, that encourages others. Then people say, oh, I'm not the only one, I can relate. Even the sense of separation can unite us when we admit to it. If I admit to myself, I feel separated, I feel isolated, I cannot relate, and there's a wall around me. And then if I start to consider that other people are experiencing that too, suddenly the separation becomes the uniting factor between us. And suddenly we are not so separated when we can acknowledge that. So even this separated world also has wisdom to it, so that we can finally acknowledge to ourselves that we are united through our separation. We can find the way home together. We are walking each other home. So that's the question. That was the question. So breaking ancestral patterns motivates me. Yeah, so the environment changes within the indigenous societies also. Each new generation had to adapt their ancestral guidance to new circumstances and situations. Of course, it was never so radically different as it's happening today, where in ancient times, yeah, they may go through time of drought or not enough harvest or all kinds of natural disasters or sicknesses. But nowadays, when suddenly there's this commercial Amazon online that is replacing the real Amazonian rainforest, then it's so radically different that it becomes extremely hard to integrate that for the ancestral wisdom into the modern environment, especially for the indigenous people. And even the modern people come from today's world to the indigenous people and then learn some things and then just imitate and go through the motions. But a ritual without the intention that it's rooting, without getting real with oneself, is meaningless. Then it just becomes an expo in a museum. I can wave the feathers and shake the maraca, but it's pointless if there is no deep, real heart intention that is being rooted through the ritual. And then how do we adapt that to the modern circumstances? How do we cultivate those boundless, unconditional qualities in relation to the conditions of the modern life, rather than just be weekend warriors and having a psychedelic experience? For the indigenous people also, in relation to the psychedelics, they did not approach it in a hippie trippy kind of way. They approach it with a lot of discipline. People think, oh, indigenous people, they don't have any discipline, they just run around. The indigenous people in the rainforest and in the mountains, I've never seen more rigorous discipline being practiced than by the indigenous people, and especially the elders in the rainforest and in the mountains. And it's something that is the inner discipline. It's based on the inner. It's not just a military regimen and waking up at 5 in the morning, taking a cold shower, but it's honoring those essential qualities, not forgetting about love in the moment of adversity, and continue to honor essential humanity. So yeah, in that way we can honor it. Will it be possible to conversate? Yeah, of course. I see that happiness is only possible when shared. And
Oh yeah, I was saying that as a DM, just because, I mean, the way you speak like, and in terms of where your background is coming from, what you're talking about. One thing I wanted to ask until you went on this amazing, amazing tangent, but and you can DM me if you do, like, any texts on Tibetan Buddhism as an introduction, because obviously, like, I'm a student of Watts. I've studied, I had a university course in Eastern philosophy, but Tibetan Buddhism, like, specifically, just because you sound like somebody who would know to reference, like, take a look at this book or whatever. So, but you can
yeah,
DM me if you like. So sorry for the.
yeah, I can share. One of our teachers is Pema Chodron, so I'm sure many people have heard about her. And I find her to be just brilliant in the way that she can share the essence in a very common sense language without using very mystical, fantastical, exotic terms, but bringing it down to earth. And that is so essential because, again, there is an exotic element to that culture, and many people get lost in that. And the same thing in the Amazonian and Indian tradition. And so it's important to get real, not just the holy cow worshipping. And in our Tibetan lineage, that's why I love it so much. It's not based on worshipping. The way that I can honor my teachers is by applying the lessons to my own life circumstances. And then, so Pema Chodron, any book that you pick, it's just amazing because it's just straight to the point. And for me, it's important when people get very real. And so, you can start with her. That is a great way to enter. So in our institute, when people come to the retreats with us, the recommended book is The Places That Scare Us by Pema Chodron. But then she has so many good ones. The when things fall apart, how to live beautifully, living beautifully with uncertainty and discomfort, something like that. So yes, lots of great books, and this is a great starting point. And I think there is a connection here, but I'll share here my email, and then if you're interested, you're welcome to connect and also go on our website, and we have some information there. We have also a blog and a podcast called Life is a Ceremony. And that's what we focus on. Oops, I just sent it to Leo, but I'll send it to everyone. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so here you can check in the information and connect with me, and we love to see meaningful collaborations and ways that we can engage and honor different pieces of the puzzle that we each have, because it's essential. We all do our part, whether consciously or not. And so, of course, it would be great to keep weaving the tapestry of human evolution throughout our planet, wherever we are. And we have the tools that we can engage with consciously. Okay, so let me see what else. Somebody is asking, do you think we are on the brink of a nuclear war? I've been downloading my third eye scenes of post-nuclear devastation. Anything is possible, nothing is certain. That's what my teachers taught me. And then, I like to, again, bring inspiration because, there can be a personal apocalypse happening to each one of us at any given moment. No one is giving a warranty when we are born, how long we're going to live. And it can happen at any moment. So then why waste life on living in fear and living in scarcity? And of course, it's good to prepare, right? And in a moment of crisis, I like the saying that in the moment of crisis, we rise to the level of our preparedness. We drop to the level of our preparedness, we don't rise to the level of our expectations. So anything can happen. And yeah, I'd like to live a life that I find sustainable, regenerative, meaningful, from a place of love rather than creating a bunker somewhere from a place of fear, and then continuing to live in fear. And even if I survive that apocalypse, but then if it's coming from fear, then another apocalypse will be soon to come. So that's my perspective. That's my subjective personal view in the situation. So yeah, like a candle right before being turned off, it lights up really brightly. And then if each one of us is living with that awareness that we can die at any moment, then we can live brightly any moment. There is no time to waste on drama and soap opera of the monkey mind. So yeah, that's what I think about that. Thank you, Amaya. Really good to see you here with us. Let's see. Okay, well, thank heaven for all of us. So definitely we're all interconnected and we heal through each other. That's another indigenous perspective. So another question from Leo: how do you deal with saying sorry, recognizing mistakes, living with our own BS, responding to so much communication that feels so violent? How to do healthy conflict remediation, I'm guessing. So yeah, of course, I have my own struggles and I have a lot to learn and continuously be humbled by life and also challenged. And that's also to see that there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with struggle. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. And yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't. It may seem sometimes that I know a lot. I'm full of all kinds of useless information, but it's really for the indigenous people. The real wisdom is not the wisdom of the mind, but it's the wisdom of well-being. How can I maintain openness? How can I remember to breathe in the difficult moments of life and not try to have everything figured out? We live in a mystery, and how amazing that is, that we will never be able to understand this mystery, but we can understand it enough to be able to trust in it, the mystery of the heart. And so I do trust in everyone's wisdom. If we can just tune in and come out of the turmoil of our mind and just take a moment in nature and take some deep breaths, then we have what it takes to navigate the difficult circumstances in our lives. And so that's how I aspire to live as well. So I'm not here to tell anyone what to do. And that's from Castaneda, which is also was an essential transformation in our life. Don Juan, his teacher, told him once that more than anything, people love to be told what to do. But even more than that, they love not to do what they're told. So I find it meaningful to encourage everyone to connect to the inherent wisdom of nature. We are nature and we have what it takes. And so if we can just open up, breathe, experience spaciousness of being, the clear answers will come. In these ancient traditions, love is not something that we just do for fun. Love is not just something that we experience when everything is fine in our lives. But love is so essential to see objective resolutions. When I'm disturbed, when I'm triggered, the mind is clouded, I cannot see clearly. So then love, heart-centeredness, allows objective insight into resolution of life's challenges. And so it's that objectivity that can only come through the heart. And so that's what I can share. There are ways that we can remind ourselves to return to the heart. In our Tibetan lineage, especially the mind training, what do we really train ourselves in? That's also very important to reflect on. We train to keep bringing the mind into the heart, bringing them together. It's not like the mind is evil and we have to destroy it, like some people think, but it's the divine union, the bright light of consciousness and the divine love of Mother Earth. For the indigenous people, this same perspective. So then learning how to cradle the fearful mind in the embrace of loving kindness. And this is something that takes training. It's not something I just realize in my head and then everything gets resolved. No, it's like such ingrained patterns, behavioral habits that need to be reversed. And then it is a continuous training. And then that also becomes a beautiful journey if I can see every life circumstance as a training ground, as an opportunity to open the heart. If there's one thing I can trust in this life, if there's one thing I can trust, that there's always something to learn within every situation. The universe is not punishing me. I'm not just being cursed and some kind of a guy with a beard on a white cloud is making my life miserable just because they're in a bad mood today. No, right? That's part of this mastery of love journey, to keep learning. If there's, I can always, I may not see it in the moment, but I can trust that there is always something to learn. There is always a way to open the heart more, a more ingenious, creative way to engage with life circumstances. And that's what I really encouraged everyone to keep opening up to your own, to trust more in your essential wisdom, the wisdom of the heart, the wisdom of being, and to be supported to not get carried away by the stories, by the soap operas of our lives, and then to keep experiencing spaciousness, to keep coming back to being. We're not human doings. We're human beings, and so it's essential to be first, and then to do, and then a lot of wisdom can come through being. Not making anything wrong, that's also part of these traditions. There is no wrong. In the native culture here in the Andes and also in the Amazon, there's the heavy energy, there's the light energy, there is the ignorance and there's the wisdom, and one allows the transformation for the other. No mud, no lotus. And so then seeing how, yeah, where bad can never become good, but ignorance potentially is already wisdom. And so then not denying anything in our lives, and then seeing how our greatest enemies in our life can be our greatest teachers, because they keep blowing our cover. I may think that I'm so nice and I'm so good, and then I meet a very difficult person. They show how much more I have to learn to be patient, how much more I have to learn to be generous, how much more I have to be loving. And so it's hard to see that sometimes, but then learning how to open up, how I want my covers to be blown. I want to keep learning and evolving. So that's what I can share. Thank you, Leah. The power of group therapy, absolutely. And that can be a natural life for the indigenous people. That's totally a natural experience. It doesn't have to be
At the time, yeah, you're sharing about people, bonding with people with similar experiences. And so, yeah, I was talking about, that's the power of group therapy, being able to talk about things that have social or cultural taboos, and being able to hear other people who are struggling with the same thing and realize you're not alone in it. That you were saying that at the time. So that's why I mentioned that. Definitely very true. Yeah.
Absolutely, very much so. And then we can be vulnerable and radically honest with people in our casual experiences of life, and that can also be encouraging. Sometimes, it's good to see where it's appropriate more than other times. So yeah, I think those are all the things. Oh no, there's more. I see here. And I think my time just ran out. So, so yeah, Start Where You Are, a great book, absolutely, by Pema Chodron. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and it's just, again, for me, it's not a religion. It's a science of the mind, and that's how I engaged also with my indigenous people. It's just developing a deeper relationship with oneself, getting more familiarized with all of those energies, aspects, experiences, sensations, emotions that I've been running away from all my life. I'm happy that it was useful. People are sharing. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Much love. Take care of yourself and each other. And I look forward to hearing from you. And keep collaborating, dreaming awake. Okay, good night. Much love.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, some of you. Good afternoon. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm gonna chat mostly about the othering of nature and how disconnected we are from it. But I wanted to start with a little bit of music and a meditation that I'll guide us through, just to connect a bit more with the earth and our present moment. So let me
The
figure
music,
out-
the music, if it's copyrighted, will get booted off YouTube. If it,
Okay,
yeah, just letting you know.
I don't really care. Let me see if I can figure this out. Yeah. Oh, does that work? Should be a share audio button. Let's see if you guys can hear this. Can you hear this? No? Let's try something else. Can you hear that? Great. So I'm just gonna like request that we kind of close our eyes. You can cross your hands or not. And you can just kind of hum along with it and just tune into the present moment, tune into the earth. Just letting the music take the mind away. Feeling more into our body and heart center. Shifting our attention towards the earth, towards the floor. I know we've heard a lot of speaking today, and I want to invite us to continue to feel. Just noticing how we're feeling in our bodies as we shift our attentional system from the head to the heart. Noticing our feet on the floor, in our beds, or in our seat. Noticing our hand placement, our breath. Inviting you to focus all of the attention on the floor, on the ground beneath you. Notice the open receptivity of the Mother Earth, the Ma. Rest in the stability of the open ground beneath us. Continue to stay in contact with the ground, continuing to feel the open receptivity of the Mother Earth. With each breath, allowing yourself to release further into the unyielding support that the great Mother Earth offers us unconditionally. With each breath, resting in the ground. Sitting in the field of the open ground. Humbly, lovingly aware of gravity. Lovingly aware of the stability beneath you. Continuing to reach deep into the earth. Notice the aspects of you that are open to receiving this unconditional support and love from the Mother. Notice those parts, those layers, those pieces that are resistant to the pull, to the stability. Continuing to not only tune in to the ground, but also tune into your inner experience. Notice the spaces of openness, connectivity, stability, loving awareness. Notice those spaces that are more dense, more resistant, less allowing. Now continue to release into the loving ground. And at the same time, humbly feeling your heart sprouting up and radiant like the sun. Your heart seat is humble, yet radiant, sprouting upwards towards the heavens. and at the same time resting upon the open ground, resting upon the stability of the Mother Earth. Can you notice with each breath more connection to this present moment? Can you notice the unyielding support from the Mother Earth? It often goes ignored. And again, at the same time, meeting in the heart center, sinking into the ground and sprouting up into the heavens, radiant, humble, dignity. And again, noticing and attuning to this present moment. We are connected, receiving from the earth, tuning in upwards, sprouting towards the radiant sun. And in the center they meet in the heart seed. Humble, yet radiant, with dignity. One last time. Remembering the beautiful, bold Mother Earth. Releasing into the open receptivity that is the ground, that is her love. Sitting in that open field. Tuning into your heart, your body. Feeling that connectivity. At the same time, as we release down, we sprout up towards the radiant sun. And with gratitude, we bow to each other. Mother, thank you for joining me in that practice. Mostly I wanted to have more of a open forum and ask the question, why are we so disconnected from the natural world? How did we come to other our connection with nature? Anyone's inspired with a thought or a prayer or a poem, please feel free to share. In this moment, I'm fascinated with the planet that we're on, you know, and how often it goes amiss of speeds at which we're traveling. The Earth is spinning at something like 1,000 miles per hour while we shoot through the space at 140 miles per second or something wild like that. There's a true divinity in nature. And more, I feel like our culture, our society is disconnected from this nature. So why are we so separated from the natural world? How did humans begin to see themselves as separate? One proposition for this is the ideological framework of the Enlightenment and industrial area during the 17th and 18th centuries, also known as the Age of Reason. This was a time of intellectual and philosophical movement from Europe. Prior to this era, the relationship between man and nature was marked by a reliance on nature, its processes, its natural cycles. During this time, European and man started to philosophize, rationalize, use science, and also support market economy. During this time, ideas of rationality had a large impact on the fragmentation and the separation of us from nature, and in fact, seeing nature as opposition to culture, order, and civilization. It's a bit of how humans are separate from animal situation. So this radical uncoupling gave man the opportunity to escape nature and remake it in their own image. By remaking nature, it gave us the opportunity to create a subhuman role, and also supported colonization of lands, ecosystem, and people. This similar ideology has been kind of regurgitated and used over hundreds of years to justify the exploitation of people based on their gender, race, and culture, just to name a few. In the book, Decolonizing Nature, Strategies for Conservation in a Post-Colonial Area, there's a quote: "Nature is othered through the dualistic construction of non-human other. The moral dualism includes mechanisms like radical exclusion, stereotyping, homogenization, polarization, backgrounding, denial, assimilation, and instrumentalism." Radical exclusion is historically dehumanizing or stereotyping a people. For example, the indigenous being seen as primitive or savage because of their connection to nature. Stereotyping and homogenization is in some ways how we create the other. We create the polarity. Othering populations becomes the same way through how we show lack. Othering becomes a replaceable. In the case of nature being an interchangeable resource unit, which we have to manage and develop rather than create a relationship with. When you use radical exclusion and stereotypes together, you begin to uphold an oppressive classification through the use of these polarizing fields. So it becomes us versus them. At that point, we can separate people by race, gender, class, caste, or nature. Denial and backgrounding work to represent the other as an inessential and relegated to the background. So nature became relegated to the background. Indigenous people became relegated to the background. Lower class became regulated to the background. Women, children became backgrounded in this colonization, civilization. And this can also be traced to land denial and backgrounding anything that was deemed inessential. Also during this time, human dependency on nature for survival was also denied and backgrounded. It became more of a transactional. Anything that's been othered or backgrounded is perceived as deficient, thus invites one to control the other, like the indigenous, or like nature, women, children. Controlling and or governing of the other promotes assimilation. Assimilation is, the reshaping and remaking of others' identities. So nature, in a sense, was cast aside, backgrounded, denied, and assimilated by being seen as needed to be managed, needed to be developed, needing to be owned, controlled, consumed. And this whole process, it supports the disengagement of human life from the natural world, because nature at that point didn't quite have the rationale or the reason that this era was looking for. So this disengagement of the natural world supported Western extractivism, or backgrounding and denial of cultures, lands, and practices like we see today, indigenous practices, for example. Extractivism is referred to as an economic system, a violent economic system that participants steal, borrow, forcefully remove, reorganize the social life and the natural world to fit their needs, whatever they seem as essential, and deny anything that is seen as an essential. Extraction in this way is relegated to physical form of profit, resource accumulation, but also the conversion of indigenous value, indigenous intelligence. So the intellect of indigenous spiritual resources of the indigenous are stolen to create new forms of currency. Information more on that specifically can be found in The Extractive Zone, Social Ecologies and Decolonial Perspective by Marken Gomez Barris.
Did you write that in the chat, or are you just saying that? Could you write in the chat?
I could write that in the chat. Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
This is the first resource. These are all feminist writers. That is the first resource I mentioned, and the second resource. This is just a number of different authors in this resource.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you for that. Where was I? Okay. And so this is also an issue with mainstream environmentalism. Before my work as a therapist and guide, I worked as in environmental conservation, and even mainstream environmental movements are, are under the gaze of this backgrounding and denial of our social structure. So a lot of these environmental movements preserve the status quo of power, avoiding the need for deep social change, and deflating the large-scale social reconstruction necessary to address such things as climate crisis and reverse the degradation of our planet. And that was kind of the purpose of that meditation that we started with, is to kind of like start to heal that mistrust, start to heal that disconnection from the earth that is supporting us at all times. So we're now seeing like similar ideologies intersecting the psychedelic culture that we're involved in. This ideology is transforming psychedelic plant medicines into profitable and legitimate commodities. Among these are psychedelic capitalism, venture capitalists, startups, investors, even scientific research, pharmaceutical companies, biotech corporations. Where are our medicines coming from? Even MDMA can use petrol and impact the Amazon because of some of the precursors. So it's good to know, like, even non-plant-based medicines we're using are impacting these indigenous tribes and cultures. So we continue to operate from this kind of extractive lens, which has been made legitimate by this denial, this backgrounding of the importance of having connection with nature and indigenous cultures. And we're all guilty of this, myself included. So operating from an extractive lens that absorbs psychedelic compounds, psychedelic culture, to remake them as more legible, legalable, and more productive commodities through a similar approach of othering and backgrounding that I mentioned before, but also underground othering and backgrounding indigenous communities, but also othering and backgrounding the underground that's been doing this work for a significant period of time. A perfect example of this, last October, I was visiting the I tribe in Ecuador with some of my teachers. I'm gonna post this. So the I live, this tribe, this aspect of the tribe, lived near, I'm gonna post this in the chat so you guys can understand, live near Lago Agrio, which was this tiny, insignificant town. And in the early 1960s, Texaco and other Chevron found oil and extracted something like 1.7 billion barrels in 20 years, none of which went to the tribe, much of which impacted their immediate nature. But also it kind of brought attention to this tribe. And so now they're having people on their land hunting, extracting oil, extracting resources, extracting lumber, polluting the area. There's certain tribes, there's certain assassinations even today happening in order to continue to control this land. I'm gonna throw another link in the chat here. This kind of discusses a legal victory of the Kofan community, but the struggle is still real. And just kind of all the work that's being done to kind of allow this tribe to continue to steward the natural world that they are not othering, that they are not backgrounding. And they're fighting large billion-dollar corporations. If you feel so inclined to support this tribe, this is the email and PayPal account for Pantera Onca, a nonprofit that does trainings, but also supports indigenous tribes throughout South America. I'll also throw two other ways of donating. One would be through Chacruna, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, and ICEERS, which we're mostly familiar with. Just different ways of giving back. If you've ever been supported by these medicines or these spiritual indigenous tribes and their resources, I think it's important to give back financially, but also give back by sharing this, maybe reading into the story of the Kofan tribe and also about what's happening in Lago Agrio, which was pretty much destroyed by the oil companies. Oh, and the last thing I wanted to share was, in some ways, one of the inspirations for some of this destruction is psychedelic medicine, but in some ways, psychedelic medicine can hopefully get us out of this, by incorporating eco-psychology and plant medicine. It can support us in returning to connecting with nature, returning to that natural connection with the divine mother, the Mother Earth that's with us at all times. So it's kind of a double bind, the one thing that our Western minds are grasping towards is perhaps the one thing that might be able to save us and reconnect us with the natural world. And that's about all I have. If there's any questions, feedback, responses.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
My name's Sean. What exactly is eco-psychology? I've just never heard that term.
Oh, great. That's a good question. Eco-psychology is basically, it's a where we synthesizing ecology and psychology, and it can be done in a number of different ways, but promotes sustainability. It distinguished from conventional psychology as it focuses on studying of the emotional bond between humans and the earth. So instead of us examining personal pain solely in the context of individual or family pathology or through our psyche or subconscious or id or ego, it analyzes it through a wider connection to things that are more than just human.
That's
You know,
cool.
and some people say the opposite of addiction is actually connection. And
Yeah.
so through eco-psychology, we can find ways of connection through our emotional body with other humans, but in nature. And that could be, you know, like, I used to work with at-risk youth doing outdoor wilderness stuff. Even working, volunteering, doing beach cleanups or land
Yeah.
cleanups is another way of, and it can be actually very healing to kind of create that connection intentionally.
That's awesome. And one more thing I wanted to bring up.
Sure.
I know other people got their hands up, but so you brought up the oil in Mexico and it, affecting
Ecuador.
this tribe. Ecuador, affecting this tribe. And I was actually watching a documentary last night about Nigeria. I know it's maybe the other side of the world, but very similar circumstances where the oil companies have kind of went through this delta and they have these pipelines that are just not taken care of. They're leaking oil everywhere. Then it's encouraging, the people are so poor, it's encouraging people to take the oil and refine it themselves to make diesel. And it's just a huge problem. And this is more of a comment than anything. I just think it's such a shame on the world stage that we let these companies who have so much money, right? Oil companies come into the poorest areas and just decimate them like that in the name of profit. And, it's just interesting you brought it up because like I said, I watched that last night about Nigeria. So
Yeah, and it's
anyway.
important to note that a lot of the governments, like the Ecuadorian government, the Nigerian government, they're all supporting this, they're all making money off of this. And it all roots from, for some of us believe it all roots from that early reason of like, oh, I need to create reason and rationale. So I need to separate myself from anything that isn't reason and rationale, which is nature, which is indigenous. And so we're just backgrounding, we're denying our connection with the earth, which then allows us to continue to harm it.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Brian, I see your hand up.
I was going to say that I was glad that you brought up the issue that we are going to face very soon in terms of the danger of what will happen when we commercialize through privatized companies psychedelic compounds as patented medications. Compass Pathways is an example of one that's on their path to doing so. I know there's an MDMA patent, on the synthesis that the method, because you can't patent the drug, but they can patent different sorts of ways of, like with Spravato, they patented the spray because you can't patent ketamine itself because it's such an old drug.
Fascinating. Yeah.
And so I was glad that you brought that up because I foresee that being a problem with the patenting of psilocybin or MDMA, where, ultimately it will have to lead to federal descheduling or rescheduling because it can no longer be class 1 if it is a patented medication for medical purposes. So what concerns me is the price set they'll do for that, because with ketamine they've shown to price it that is unreasonable, especially for somebody that they're trying to treat with a severe debilitating illness. And so my question is kind of a rant more than a question, but I was wondering how you resonate with that, since I'm glad you brought that up. And then I'm also just curious on what will happen in Oregon, because at the beginning of 2023 they started the facilities to start building them, and therapists to be certified. And I don't know if any are active yet, but I'm curious, like, how much are they going to be charging for a psilocybin facility?
The cheapest I've seen, the cheapest I've seen for a psilocybin journey is $3,500 in Oregon. That's the very cheapest.
That's
and
what I'm saying.
That's to be a sitter, where most guys are charging half of that much for app integration, the whole journey.
And
So
then-
it definitely is a
yeah.
concern, and I think it all kind of, in some ways it stems from the denial of the connection that I kind of started with. As we can continue to deny and distance ourselves from nature and from these things that maybe aren't rational or reason, from these things that are kind of disordered and complicated, like indigenous spirituality or however nature works that we don't understand, the more and more that we distance ourselves, the more and more it allows us to do these things that, and as you said, it's nuanced. What I heard when you were sharing, it was like nuanced, because we do want these things descheduled. We do want psilocybin descheduled. We do want MDMA descheduled. And if they patent it and if they make it into a medicine, then it will be, and it'll also be commodified and inaccessible to those who really need it.
And that's the risk. And I can only hope that eventually they get to the point where it seems very reasonable that enough insurance companies would cover it, that it is then financially accessible to the average patient. Because that could be the case for things like Spravato. There is, only a few specific plans will actually cover it. But if it's covered, then it's accessible. If you're paying $400 a session, you need 6 sessions, multiple times a year. It's not accessible to the general public, so it's a risk. I just hope we can, and I know bureaucracy is slow, but hopefully we can mediate it with something to increase the accessibility in terms of, financially excluding a vulnerable population that is specifically in need,
Yeah, I'm with
Amen.
you. It's
Amen
a
to all
complicated
that.
topic.
Yeah, amen to that. Yeah.
Yeah, complicated topic.
So yeah, that's one thing I just kind of put it in the chat there, but
Mhm.
I was thinking about that too with mushrooms and insurance companies. I think it has to be legalized federally before any insurance companies can cover it. So that's there's all these small efforts right now on the state level. But it's going to take, a massive effort or someone with a lot of sense to get it legalized, because, we haven't even seen cannabis covered by insurance yet, unless it's the situation of like Marinol was a cancer patient, and then it's a pharmaceutical. But as far as like flower or anything like that, I don't know that it's covered by any insurances.
So in the end, you can grow your own mushrooms with ease, but they don't really want that.
Right.
That would offer us that connection to nature that we're lacking, and then
yeah, I
actually
think
need
that
their resources.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot to be said for someone like growing their own medicine. You know what I mean? When you're growing something to help yourself and putting your own energy into it, just the circle of that, is really beautiful. And I think it probably has a lot more healing properties to it than just kind of getting them from somewhere else. So.
I just want to chime in on Compass Pathways in response
Yeah.
to your question real quick. Because once Compass Pathways and the company doing MDMA, which I forget what it is, but Compass Pathways is getting their synthesis of psilocybin patented. Once it's a patented medication, automatically it has to be removed from the schedule that it's in, either to I'm assuming in this case, once it's a medication, then it would be like something like a Schedule 3 drug. So that will happen automatically. And Compass Pathways is in the act of creating it as medication. It's got breakthrough therapy status, so it's being fast forwarded through the slow system, and it's on phase 3 trials. So it's nearing the end in the next coming 1 to 3 years.
That's awesome. So basically, it'll like schedule it down from being like with heroin and meth and cocaine to being a pharmaceutical, basically.
Exactly, because at that point it will be a pharmaceutical. There will be a company called, in this case, Compass Pathways, and they will own the patent to it until it becomes generic. And there are other companies doing different
Is Compass Pathways a pharmaceutical company or are they a provider? Do you know?
They are a pharmaceutical company that, as far as I know, they're brand new, and right now their project is, and they're close to the end, is synthesizing psilocybin in a specific way that can be patented.
Okay.
So that you don't need to extract it from mushrooms. You don't have all the other alkaloids that are in mushrooms. They're doing this specifically to use psilocybin, and patenting it by the way of synthesis, in order to be used in psilocybin facilitated psychotherapy.
Oh, awesome. It's really
And I
cool.
just want to name that type of patenting is supportive as a way of legalizing psilocybin, but also it's colonial extractivism. You know, they're taking this medicine that indigenous all over the planet have used for thousands of years and making millions off of it, and returning nothing to where it came from, and in some ways causing harm to where it came from. So it's a double bind. It's like, and we're kind of, in the conversation we're having right now kind of illustrates what I was discussing. You know, we're so far removed and so disconnected from nature that we're actually celebrating this. Oh, this will become legal. Oh, this will be great. And there is benefit to that. And it's also probably going to, you know, could be causing more harm than good, because there's a lot of other ways to legalize.
Behind patenting is exactly the harm that you're referring to in this situation. The financial incentives, you know, it's so high. So that's not to be anti-capitalistic and say that there shouldn't be financial incentives, but they're so incredibly high that it makes the drug inaccessible, at least in the beginning, while the patent's being held, which is like 12 years. It makes it financially inaccessible to vulnerable populations. So thank you again for bringing that up.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah, I guess, you know, one more thing that comes to mind when we start talking about like our environment and plant medicines and animal medicines is 5-MeO-DMT. You know, it seems like Vice had done a documentary, you know, like one of their small documentaries, probably it might have been 5 or 6 years ago now, and it was about 5-MeO-DMT. And it seems like after that, everyone and their brother, from what I heard, I wasn't there, were running down to Arizona, Mexico, New Mexico area to find the Sonoran desert toad and, you know, squeeze its glands out onto glass. And so, you know, that in itself, 5-MeO-DMT, I believe, has caused quite a bit of, if not devastation, pain, at least to the species. And it's obviously not good to be disturbing any species like that, right? So, you know, that's been impactful in the environment as well.
Yeah, and again, it's just like the disconnection, this kind of distance that we have.
Right.
You know, even if you're a modern day environmentalist like myself, I still feel like a disconnection due to this cultural things that we were discussing, this like need to be rational, this need to be reasonable, this need to fit. And so there's still like this disconnection from what harm we're causing. And maybe by reframing that, by having that connection, we can have capitalism in a way that's, I mean, I don't think this is ever going to happen, but we can have capitalism in a way that it isn't extractive, that it isn't toxic, that it isn't harmful. But as long as we have this disconnection, because we see ourselves as higher, or more rational, or more intelligent than nature, or indigenous, or or someone based on their gender, or race, or culture,
right,
we'll never really take the right actions needed.
Yeah.
Have you seen Hamilton Morris's follow-up on that Vice documentary?
I haven't seen the follow-up, no.
He does a follow-up on it. He corrects everything there's a bunch of things wrong in that documentary, and it's the whole thing he does from, I don't know, past year, 2 years or something like that. Anyway, just because you brought that Vice documentary up, it's worth watching because he addresses that documentary specifically. It's the whole episode's about that.
Yeah, and you know, I had seen the first one when they're trying to find the pamphlet.
He corrects that. There's a bunch of mistakes in there that he corrects in that episode.
Does he correct that too? Yeah.
Yes, he does. He does correct that. He corrects in the episode. Yep.
Yeah, the first guy who found it or whatever, like back in the 60s. Yeah. I think it's funny they're like, oh, this is the first guy who found this medicine and blah blah blah, and it's like, you know, they had gone on to learn that indigenous people had known about that toxin for thousands of years, you know, before 1960. And they had known the properties of it, and they had actually extracted it and used it on arrows, on prey, basically. So, or food. So I just think it's really interesting.
Does anybody have any thoughts on the fact that one of the things he talks about in the follow-up is that now, I mean, we can synthesize 5-MeO-DMT. And that's obviously different than the bufo venom, because that contains not only 5-MeO-DMT, but also, you know, different bufo alkaloids.
Right.
And in terms of just like taking something from nature and synthesizing it chemically, Hamilton Morris is a very scientific minded guy, obviously, but there are the naturists who will say that there's something, I don't know, something wrong about that, or that will be lacking in the experience because it's chemically synthesized as opposed to being organically. Same thing with psilocybin. You know what I mean? It's a conversation.
I hate to say this, but I've used both, right?
Yeah.
And
right.
I can say, you know, I don't know. It's hard to say, because to me, every psychedelic experience is different in itself. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I can sit here and say one is better than the other, one is different than the other, etc. Because, you know, every psychedelic experience has its own kind of facet, you know, so. But I see what you're talking about. I don't totally see your point.
Yeah, no. Well, no, my point is when somebody takes a side and they say, either I'm a purist and I believe that you're not getting what you would get from the plant if you don't take the plant, versus those who would say, actually, you're getting a more consistent, pure form of what is originally in the plant by getting the synthesis. Those are two sides that people, you know, that have an ongoing discussion. So yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's an interesting little thing that came up when you're talking about 5-MeO.
Yeah. Yeah, George, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off if we got sidetracked there.
No, we're good. You know, I feel like just the conversation we're having just kind of illustrates what I was discussing. It's so nuanced, you know, and as we continue to have this conversation as Westerners, we can, you know, what I'm hearing is just we're digging ourselves deeper in this hole, you know, and now there's a conversation on synthetic versus bufo and this and that, and the next thought and the next thought, next thought, and the next thought, which is kind of the whole purpose of that starting meditation, is just kind of let that go for a second.
I would like to apologize because in hindsight, the way that your energy, your entire conversation thus far, how you started it, now in hindsight, exactly what we did is, you know, exactly what you've been, I understand why you're saying what you're saying.
It's nuance. We think we're doing something good by having this conversation. We think we're discussing legalization, and we are. And we're also doing the exact same thing that we've been doing for hundreds of years. Rationalizing. Which I think is perfect. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's just a perfect synchronicity of what the human experience is like right now.
Yeah,
and what it's been like.
To be made aware of it, and just to be aware of that too, you know. So
we're entertaining the monkey mind.
Yeah. I mean, most importantly, to own it, we all do things that extract from this planet and from our ancestors. Yeah. Yeah, I think just to answer this question here, what should we do about the bufo? There's a couple of ways of donating to support the toad, but also leaning into synthetic versions. I don't think in the long run there's not much difference, or if it's worth it. You know, and more they're already kind of synthesizing psilocybin without a psychedelic effect, and doing research on depression without a psychedelic effect, and taking out this, blocking the psychedelic effect and giving people psilocybin. So they're already trying to figure out ways of having these medicines be healing without the experience, which I'm sure will serve their market value. So I think what we could do to answer Christina's question is, it seems kind of simple, but more and more just being more present, like that meditation we started with, like more and more just being present with the earth, more and more just being present with our hearts, more and more just being present in the moment, and just noticing when we're in this kind of extractivist thinking, which we are all guilty of, like, what can I get out of this? How can I move forward in my process? How can I, make money or finances from this renaissance? And if we are, like, how can we give back? How can we give 10% back to where this came from? It's not that hard to either donate time or money or resources or speak of it, or share some of the links, share the information of these tribes that are being harmed by big oil. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that, like, it's almost like a modern day gold rush, with the whole I don't know, everything come to fruition. And so I think it would be wise and helpful to think about, the energy of that money that these people are making, and for them to consider the energy of the money and where it came from and who they, owe respect to, etc. And, just kind of, donate, like you said, and help those people out and help those groups out, So anyways. Yeah, George, thank you very much for coming and moderating an hour for us. Do you have anything in closing? I think it was a great hour. We really had some good conversations. So
nothing in closing. You can find me at thecaringcove.com or thecaringcove@protonmail.com.
okay, could you put that in the chat, or did you already?
Sure,
maybe so we can
sure.
A lot of times people contact people they see on here and stuff, so that would be awesome.
You can email me.
And where, if you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to answer, that's okay. Where are you based out of?
I'm in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, New York. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Have a great night.
You too.
Or day. Yeah. Okay. So our next guest is Rev Arishta Dean. I don't want to butcher your name. Are you here?
I am here.
Yeah. Sorry if I said your name wrong. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
We're very glad to have you.
Good to be on board.
Thanks. I'll let you take it away.
All right. Well, hi everybody. I'm going to be taking this from a bit of a different angle. Tonight we're going to talk about planetary hospice, because the situation with our climate is pretty severe. And so I want to be able to talk realistically, as a doctor would. If you had a terminal illness, would you want to be informed, or would you want to just stay oblivious? And I suppose that's a question that everybody is going to answer differently. But I think that everyone should have the opportunity to have the information if they wanted it. But we live in a world where, because of the size and scope of our societies, it's vitally important to our civilization to keep the status quo, as long as possible. It's the old science fiction adage of the asteroid was heading towards the Earth, would the governments tell anybody? And the answer is no, they certainly would not. And so the same thing applies for the level of severity of the climate crisis. I'm not suggesting that we're at an extinction level event, although I'm in disagreement with some scientists about this. But I do believe that there is really no way that our civilization can cope with this. And we've got 8 billion people on this planet, all working pretty much together. We've got all of our products at Walmart from China, our computers and all of our electronics, our phones. We are importing food from Chile, South America, Argentina, Mexico. So we can no longer say what stays outside of the United States is just that part of the world, that we don't have to deal with it. As the climate crisis gets worse, our food prices are going to skyrocket. And then, of course, then it's going to start affecting our economy here in the United States. So a little bit about me, and the reason I'm coming at it from this angle is I've been a hospice caregiver for about 13, 14 years now. So I've been with people as they crossed over, and held my partner in my arms as she crossed, my mother. So I have an intimate relationship with death. And now the United States at the federal level is literally being sued to be able to allow the use of psilocybin for palliative care and end-of-life care, to be able to relieve the anxiety of death with our medicines, which is one of the original uses. As a historian, I can tell you that it goes back to the Eleusinian mysteries. It goes back to ancient Egypt. The initiatory rites would provide you with a perspective, a unification, a non-duality, a connection with the gods, and that you would come back and say, I no longer fear death. So I'm very interested in being able to teach hospice and caregivers and a new breed of entheogenic chaplaincy, to be able to teach how to be able to use the medicines to relieve the anxiety of crossing. So to put this into the perspective of tonight's discussion is that regardless of the timetable of how soon this is going to happen, as things become more and more clear, as the weather continues to get worse and the prices continue to skyrocket and the storms batter the cities and the forest fires burn, then the anxiety will increase in our society. And I think that the rise in young men's violence is part of this. So I think that my perspective is from this larger ability to move our plant medicines into a level of call it psychological, but it's more than that, to be able to relieve stress in our society as it continues to rise. So again, a little bit about a little more background. My degree's in aerospace engineering. I was in Silicon Valley for 35 years. So I have a very solid science-based yeah, we see you. Thank you. So I come from a very scientific background, and it wasn't until 2002, 2003 that I started my spiritual path. I'm a graduate from the Center of Sacred Studies, ordained by them. And from there, I have studied with indigenous elders, studying the medicines. And for the last 13 years, I've been on my own personal quest to rediscover the Blue Lotus. And so that has taken me around the world 4 times. And I just got back from Italy. So my perspective is from ancient civilizations, the rise and fall of those civilizations. And so I have a different kind of perspective about how we now stand on the precipice of yet another collapse of civilization. And so how do we as awakened ones deal with that, you know? So I think information is important. And like I said, if I had a terminal diagnosis, I would want to know everything I could about it, you know? Probably maybe out of morbid curiosity, but I would want to know. I would want to know what I had and what I could do, and you know, how long I could how long my good days would be, you know? So so tonight we're gonna talk about our climate crisis in some terms I think that perhaps you haven't heard before. So I have some slides, and so I'm going to share my screen and go over here. Oops, share screen and share this and go F5. Oops. Ah, this is interesting. There it goes. Now I can get it. Couldn't get it started. Here we go. Okay. So if you haven't noticed, Mother Nature is a little bit pissed. I'm a firm believer in the Gaia theory that our unified planet, the energy of all of our life forms, is in her own kind of way conscious. And she has one species that is overpopulated, overconsumed, and evidently seems hell-bent on going out and destroying all the other species on the planet. So, like I said, I think from a metaphysical standpoint, she's a little bit perturbed with us. Climate change outshines every other issue, social issue, science issue. Everything else on the planet pales compared to climate change. As an example, what New York City just went through on the East Coast. They had never seen this kind of smoke before. And of course, they just want to blame it on Canada. But what's really going on in Canada is that never before in the history of humankind have those boreal forests above the Arctic Circle ever burned. Something radically is happening to our climate. There's nothing that the Canadians can do. There's 10 million acres that have burned so far, and the fires are still burning. They don't have the resources, and it's just simply, they're just completely out of control. These are areas that are wilderness. These are not managed forests. This is absolutely just wild forest country. But it's not alone. Well, here's the reason for it. In May, they had the highest temperatures ever recorded in Canada. So this part of the world is not supposed to burn. It's just not supposed to burn. It never has, and now we've got it on fire. 2 years ago, Siberia was on fire, and they had the highest temperatures ever recorded in Siberia. Inside the Arctic Circle, it was 100 degrees. So we're a little bit like the frogs in the boiling pot. It's happening slow, and as long as the pundits and Fox News keep telling us that everything is fine, then we'll just keep on just doing nothing and just sit and stew. But in reality, the carbon dioxide and more alarming, the methane. Methane comes from not only just our oil wells and our fireplaces and kitchen stoves, but methane is coming literally out of the permafrost now. As the permafrost melts, the biological result of that melting is the release of methane. And methane is 80 times stronger than carbon dioxide. So our temperature on land has already gone up 1.7 degrees. You know, globally, it's about 1.2, but on land, it's much, much higher. So something has changed here just in the last couple of months. We're entering an El Nino. You're probably hearing about this on the news. The Earth has been in a La Nina, which is the cold phase of this Pacific band of water there at the equator, where it's red and those arrows are pointing at the Pacific. Over the last 3-4 years, that has been blue, that's been cold, and that's been keeping the temperatures down. As we enter El Nino, the global temperature goes up because the sea temperatures start rising. So we're going into that phase now. So here's the problem. We're already at 1.2, and El Nino is typically take us a degree or a degree and a half above that. So the end result will be, by the end of this year, will be about 2.8 degrees Celsius higher than we should be. So what this means is that our storms, our forest fires, we can't even imagine what's going to happen. It's going to be drastic. Already, this is the projection for the I guess that's tomorrow, the 11th. High temperatures across the planet, both in Canada, you can see there, and up into Siberia. Sweden and Finland are record high temperatures. So basically, we're on the Titanic. There is nothing we can do to prevent this from happening. If we were to stop all of our carbon, if we stop producing carbon and stop pumping oil and stop burning oil, it wouldn't make any difference. Carbon dioxide has a 120-year half-life. That means that the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is not coming out. So how do you handle a situation where you're on the Titanic and you can't get off the Titanic and you know that Titanic is going to hit an iceberg? It induces not only a personal angst and anxiety, but then we're creating a social one as well. So this is the feedback loops. I won't even get into that. Feedbacks are that as the ice begins to melt, then you have blue water. The blue water absorbs more heat, which produces more methane, so you just have all these feedback loops. The upshot of it is this: it's not about rising oceans. It's not about us dying in summer heat. The issue is our food. The issue is that even at 2 degrees Celsius, which we're going to pass this year, we lose 20 to 30% of our harvest globally. That means we're not going to be able to get it from, what we can't grow here doesn't mean we're not going to be able to get it from Mexico or from from Eastern Europe or any place out, we're just going to be without. And the United States, that's not a big deal. The prices go up a little bit and we're okay. But for the rest of the world, that is a serious, serious situation. And people are going to start going hungry. So how do we process all of this from a spiritual level, facing something that we cannot prevent from happening? And I believe that the medicines give us that. You know, like I said, I just got back from Italy, and I was actually right here in the Forum in Rome. Civilizations rise and fall. No civilization lasts forever. And this civilization will certainly fall. It's just a matter of when. And the more we can understand that and deal with it, the better we are prepared. Our future is one for at least for the next few hundred years, if not longer, we'll be basically living in the ruins. And I believe that the better we can prepare our children, our grandchildren, to leave the information, text, and knowledge of how better to live on Earth and to better to utilize the plant medicines to be able to commune with the planet, the better we're going to be able to navigate that world. So, as a caregiver and hospice chaplain, one of the things that we're taught is about the regrets. You know, what are the regrets when we hit our end days? And you know, I wish I could have been more true to myself and not live life by others' expectations, and wish I hadn't worked so hard. Wish I had taken some vacations. I wish I expressed my feelings. I wish I had, I wish I'd let myself be happy, you know, and of course, I wish I'd stayed in touch with my friends. You know, there's an old adage about living each day as if it was your last. And, you know, I maxed out my credit cards and said, screw it, I'm going to Italy. This is on my bucket list. I have no regrets. Maxed out those credit cards, and I'm 70 years old, and I have no intention of ever paying these credit cards off. You know, it's just that's just it. Because it made me happy, and I'm a better person for it. So let's get back to the medicines. Again, the mystical experience, I'm going to focus specifically on the mystical experience because that is my religious and my spiritual background with these medicines. I have never gone to a rock concert high on LSD. My medicine experience started when I was almost 48 years old. So that was the first time that I'd had medicines. So I've only been in ceremonial use of the medicines, and that's what I teach. That's what I practice. That's what I lead. That's what I facilitate, is the ceremonial use of the medicines, specifically to produce a mystical experience. So entheogens can induce a sense of wonder and awe that can help us appreciate the beauty and the complexity of the natural world. It is the thing that has been removed from us. It's been held from us and kept us from connecting to Mother Earth. The whole situation with our civilization is this complete disconnect from the natural world. So decriminalized nature says that we are advocating for the renewed, reconciled relationship with Mother Earth. And of course, that the use of entheogens in traditional cultures is not about seeking altered states for their trippy value, but rather cultivating the deeper connection with the sacred and the divine. It's this, it is this mystical experience. And if you have had a mystical experience, you know what that feels like. It is indescribable. I think Mother Nature is telling us to evolve or to die. Time for us to grow up. And the medicines will do this. You know, the stone, the reason I use this image is because Terence McKenna was famous for the stoned ape theory. And I think that the stoned ape theory is still in progress, is that the medicines can actually help us evolve. And in order for us to get out of this mess, I think long term is that we need to evolve out of it. So basically, at the standing on the edge of the abyss is to follow your bliss, and the universe will open doors for you where previously there were only walls. So that's my slides. And so I know that's some heavy stuff, but I want to be able to talk about it reasonably, and for us to approach this as adults instead of burying our heads in the sand. So I will open this up to any questions anybody has.
I'm personally blown away by you. My husband and I were talking about it. Like, for me, your whole talk was just so amazing. I think it's really hard to like digest all of it and come up with questions, but just, I loved everything you did, and everything your whole presentation was amazing. And it did make me feel like hopeful. I did feel a little bit discouraged when you were talking about how dire it is in terms of the carbon footprint. But you know, it could be that the elites survive in bunkers, like, and they know all about this, and you know, maybe they just do a depopulation campaign or something. But I do find it beautiful that you're living your best life, and really that you got into these plant medicines like as an older person and not necessarily like in your youth. And I just love that you're a minister, and, you know, I just, you know, love everything about your presentation. I just really appreciated the historical narrative. I was at Oracle of Delphi, and I just remember just really strongly feeling like, wow, there was this woman that over generations was this female that was governing everything. And like, that was the time of plant medicine. And she was behind every man in power for all of Europe. But she was like the witch, and it just seems like we need that again. Like, we need the witches in our politics. We need those women that are like the priestesses that consult with the other side. And the thing that stands out about the Oracle of Delphi is that I loved that it was egalitarian as fuck, right? That it could be farmers, it could be a poor woman on the street, it could be a rich princess, it could be anyone. And so I just feel like someone said, kind of like the Dalai Lama, this is the next Oracle of Delphi. And the fact that she used plant medicines, and all these people kind of took Plato and Aristotle and what have you aside and did these plant medicines with these men that history allows us to remember as being so phenomenal. But I feel like there's this like magic to those times in terms of like, there were actually women behind the scenes, like pulling the strings. And it's just so beautiful to me, because for me, you present as such a strong woman. And I just want to say, I appreciate you, like, for so many women who need role models, like, you're amazing. So thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Brian has his hand up.
Hi, sorry, I was grabbing something. Okay, so I did have a question for you, and it is actually not related to I loved your talk, but it was related to the very beginning where you talked about being a hospice worker, correct? That's what. So, I think it's really interesting because they've done studies on psilocybin and end of life anxiety. And so just as now we're, for the first time in Oregon, but, we're coming to train psychedelic therapists, it would require a different skill set for hospice psychedelic.
Exactly.
Clinicians, exactly right. So yeah, so I don't know that we currently have. Maybe someone's in process. I haven't really looked into it, but yeah, the same way that we're creating, certificate guidelines, so that people are properly trained, we need that.
And that's the reason I started a school. You can look us up at sacredfoundation.org.
Oh, I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Did you see? No, you started a school for it?
I wasn't gonna, raise the flag until
you're doing what I'm saying, basically.
It's sacredfoundation.org.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So I have the first class of 6 currently enrolled right now. So
that's very awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, because after we get this trial with Trump taken care of and off the plate, and Congress can go back to work, there are 2 bills in the Senate level right now to deschedule psilocybin at the federal level. They want to deschedule it down to Schedule 2 so that it can be used medically. And then specifically, then you're absolutely correct, is that we've got to be able to train up a brand new type of chaplaincy to be able to facilitate producing a mystical experience. This isn't just it's not psychedelic therapy. We're not.
It's not the way you would treat depression at all. It's a specific.
We're not trying to cure anybody.
Right. It's using its totally own modality.
A whole different modality. And specifically we're trying to induce a mystical experience so they have that oneness with God. However they perceive God. It doesn't make any difference who's on the altar. Buddha, Shiva, Christ, it doesn't make any difference who's on the altar. But you want to be able to produce or have that kind of environment for somebody, and preferably not at their last few hours of life, although that could be very interesting. That's Aldous Huxley. That's the way he was tripping.
I was just going to say that. I love that you said that.
On
LSD. I was going to say, but I decided not to. He went out with the LSD.
So it's like when it's time for me to cross, that's what I'm definitely.
Wasn't his last words was, "It's so beautiful."
Yes,
exactly. I believe.
Exactly. And as a caregiver, I mean, and that's, if we can produce this kind of bliss at the moment of death, that's the most beautiful thing that you can offer someone. I mean, it just changes the perspective entirely about how we view death. And I believe firmly from my historical research is that we had that at one time, 4,000 people a year were going to the Eleusinian mysteries. I mean, basically the who's who of the entire ancient world went and had that experience. And they all came out and they all had a mystical experience. I mean, talk about having that ceremony and the medicine dialed in to like over 90%. It's like, wow. So all of these things have gelled in my mind, both from the climate and my scientific background, and coming at this from medical and caregiving, to be able to massage all this and say, look, this is the kind of teaching we need in the world now, So yeah, thanks, Brian. So somebody asked, can I talk more about the Blue Lotus? Okay. So the Blue Lotus in itself is not an entheogen. It is something called an allostatic let me get this right. Allostatic modulator. What it does is it binds with the HT2A neuroreceptor, which is where all of our visionary medicines come through. And what it does is that it binds across the DNA strands. So as the molecule then interferes with the or interjects with the DNA, it twists the DNA strand 30 degrees and elongates it. So what happens is, specifically with psilocybin comes in and binds with the same neuroreceptor that's already been modified. And so Blue Lotus then potentiates the psilocybin experience and increases the odds of a mystical experience. In my experience, I'm seeing 80 to 90% results of the people that are having a Blue Lotus psilocybin a ceremony are generally ringing the bell. By the way, that even by John Hopkins standards, they say that it's about 50-50 on just using psilocybin by itself. So yes, I've been on this journey of discovering the Blue Lotus now for 13 years, and I've been to Egypt, and I've been to Greece, and I've been to Thailand, and I just got back from Rome. So that has been my life work, and I'm currently working on a book.
Do you
So-
recommend?
Go ahead.
Do you have any recommendations about the consumption of Blue Lotus in terms of what formulation, what extract, what?
I'd love to have you in my class. I'm doing a whole class on Blue Lotus right now. It is way more than what we can get into tonight.
As simply though, as a consumer, like from any vitamin shop specifically, out of curiosity, because I know of a couple, but I don't know.
Yeah.
If you had any
First of all,
thoughts.
there's only one farm in the world that grows Blue Lotus. There's no Blue Lotus in Egypt. Anybody that says, if they advertise Egyptian Blue Lotus, it's bullshit, walk away. It's only Thailand Blue Lotus. Okay.
Good to know.
The Egyptian Blue Lotus, which is a whole different genus, I think, is almost extinct, and it's sad, but I think that nobody's had any Egyptian Blue Lotus in about 30 years. So, yeah, Thai Blue Lotus, and real briefly, Blue Lotus is alcohol soluble, so you can't do tea. The smoking is like really weird. I mean, it has some strange effects. I mean, not terrible, but just yeah, it's alcohol soluble. So you got to soak it in wine.
So you can probably find pre-made tinctures, I would assume.
Yeah, but
right?
you have no idea what they're using. I
would advise getting the plant and making your own.
Absolutely get dried flowers. If you, the key. That's what I'm saying.
Fair.
The key is get organic Thailand Blue Lotus, and if it. And by the way, if it says it's from Sri Lanka, it's not Blue Lotus. Do not buy from Sri Lanka. Absolutely not. Don't buy.
I have a quick question, really quick.
Don't buy off of eBay.
Sorry, can you hear me there?
Yes.
Hi. So I'm curious about this Blue Lotus stuff. I just joined the meeting recently. What's going on with this Blue Lotus stuff?
Well, okay. So if you just hang on, we're in the middle of a discussion here with Brian. So you just hang on.
Terribly sorry there. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, we're talking about Blue Lotus, so I mean, you'll hear from what we're saying. Okay, so yeah, no, so I mean that makes perfect sense to me. Looking for Thailand Blue Lotus leaves, And of course, it's better to get the dry leaves because then you know exactly what occurs during the preparation.
Yeah, you want to prepare
Right.
it yourself. And all you have to do
Right.
is just soak it in wine, get some
Okay.
good red wine,
Yeah.
and soak it in the wine for about 2 to 3 days.
Hmm.
And get it to the point where it sinks, rinse, I always rinse the leaves first, and but what we discovered back in 2011 was fermentation, and that is to actually ferment the flowers. And because you get an entirely different chemical reaction as the yeast starts breaking down the sugar, if the blue lotus flowers are in there, and then they're going to get broken down as well. So our blue lotus tinctures, which is, we call it sacrament. Hang on for a second.
Tell me, have you done research on, because you said you do research stuff like on GCMS in terms of what alkaloids are being?
Oh yeah.
That's
It's
so
yeah,
interesting. That's
it's
awesome.
It's nuceprin, and I just lost my mind here a second. Anyway, we just take a look on YouTube of my videos. I've got half a dozen videos, and the one on Blue Lotus that I presented to Exploring Psychedelics at Southern University of Oregon, that has 35,000 views. And I've got
That's available online.
Yeah, it's all up there on YouTube. And then if you just Google me, if you just Google Arisha Dean, I've got podcasts and interviews from the last dozen years.
That's wonderful. I will be watching that.
Yeah. So Seymour, I didn't mean to blow you off there, but Blue Lotus is just what we call an allostatic modulator. It changes the effect of psilocybin. It is not an MAO inhibitor. It is something absolutely unique. There's nothing else like it in the plant world. And that's the reason it's been used for 5,000 years. And I've been chasing this story for 13 years now. And I guess I'm kind of the de facto expert on the subject. Yeah. So
that's
anyway,
amazing.
I thank you for letting me into the meeting here and helping me to understand. I know that some folks like to take like a mango before they use marijuana, or other folks like to use citrus before they ingest psilocybin. I think that the whole duality of things is very interesting. It's nice to know that there's something else to somewhat enhance effects.
We're babies at this medicine stuff. I mean, the Egyptians and the Greeks, Eleusinian mysteries went on for 2,000 years. These people were experts at combining medicines and coming up with the perfect combination of just the right stuff to produce that mystical experience on demand. And we're just now beginning to rediscover that renaissance of being able to uncover the ancient knowledge, even though that there's no text, there's no elders that are 2,000 years old. We basically have to rediscover it ourselves. And so, and I'm a firm believer in the plant medicines being able to talk to you. And the blue lotus is the only plant in the history of humanity that had a god dedicated to it, that they actually believed the plant was a god, called Nefertem. So
that's very heavy duty. I'm very thankful to have learned this knowledge, and I'll be looking into it and checking out your YouTube videos. I'm on a break from work. My mother wanted me to join this meeting just to hear some insight. I'm glad I got a little bit of time to learn what you guys are talking about, and I'll check out this Blue Lotus stuff and check out your YouTube video.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Sure. Yeah. Any other questions? Well,
I've got a question.
Sure.
Can you talk a little bit more about, would you consider yourself a death doula working in hospice? Can you talk a little bit more about that experience and so just to give a little context to the curiosity of my question, I work as an integration guide and I support people working in altered states of consciousness. And so I appreciate and love the work that you're doing, and I think it's incredible. And I'm curious to know more about your connection to the spiritual realm as you're doing that work, as you're connecting to their spirit, the spirit of the beings who might be in that space and also in the realm that they move to, and if you are open to sharing anything about that.
Yeah, it's a little bit off subject, but I'll talk briefly about my experience. One of the things that is pretty common in the field is that someone who is dying has family, relatives, and others who have passed on come back to basically be there for them. My mother, when she was getting ready to cross in the last couple of weeks, and I don't want to say that they're not like ghosts, is that if you're sensitive and you can, if you're I don't even know how to describe this. There are those of us who work well in these realms, and of the psychic and the mysterious, shall we say, and so we can feel things. And I think anybody can feel it, but there are some of us who are a little bit more sensitive to these things than others. And so I know that my father was there in the house those last few days. My grandmother showed up. And so things get busy. and they will kind of let you know that they're there. Things fall off the shelf and things go bump in the night. And like I said, if you're in this realm and you're working with this kind of energy, and it didn't surprise me a bit. It was like, hi Dad. It was reassuring, and it was actually very comforting to me. I don't think my mom was conscious of it, but it was comforting to me and surprising as well. It's like I really didn't kind of expect that kind of show. It was kind of interesting. There's so many, I could spend hours talking on this subject. I mean, it's a whole, I think that our civilization in general, not just the Western world, but I think pretty much globally, is just lost touch with death. We just don't want to deal with death at all. And so we just blank it out. We just don't want to deal with it. We don't deal well with terminal diagnoses. We just, pretend that, oh, no, I'll be saved at the very last second. I'll pray and pray and pray and I'll get this magical cure. And it's like, my mom had, terminal cancer. She's 82 years old. And I'm going, Mom, she's a believer in reincarnation. She taught me all about reincarnation. And said, don't you want a new body? Come on, Mom. It's like, there's nothing to worry about. And, but in the moment, she's just fighting tooth and nail that she wants one more day, one more, year. So like I said, we just don't deal well with death at all. And I'm absolutely positive that our relationship with the medicines changed that. change it for the positive, change it greatly. Yeah. I know that's not a complete answer, but like I said, this is a whole different subject and we could go on for a long time. Thank you. Brian, your hand's up.
Do you mind if I ask a little bit of a difficult question?
If you don't mind if I don't answer.
You don't have to answer. I don't think it's that, it's up to you. I was curious, as somebody who works in hospice care, I'm sure that you've had to witness people who go through severe suffering, who, especially after having had psychedelic experiences, are wanting to cross over, and the whole notion of death with dignity. Do you have any thoughts that you would like to express in terms of physician-assisted suicide, if it's the individual's choice?
Yeah, it's the individual's choice. I mean, you know, I will speak personally, let's put it this way. When I get my terminal diagnosis, because someday I will, there's no need for me to suffer. I have no intention of suffering. You know, nobody gets out of here alive. Everybody dies. You know, I'm a big believer in reincarnation, so I know I was like, I'm coming right on back. So you know, I'm to get on with it, and if that, you know, and it probably will be assist. I will take that road. I will definitely take that.
That response is the exact reason I asked, because I assumed that you would
definitely take that road.
Thank you for responding.
Exit stage left.
Hi, I had a question.
Sure.
Can you share about, I'm also a death doula and also do the death rites. And I've had this discussion with some psychedelic practitioners about the end of life journey with psychedelics. And it seems like people are using them more to deal with the stress of their diagnoses, but not really at their last stage. Have you worked specifically one-on-one with people and psychedelics at the end of life?
No, I have not yet.
Okay. Yeah, I've been asking a few different friends about this. And I live in Oregon where it's legal and my friends have been certified and have their own churches and all this stuff. But
well, it's not really legal in Oregon.
Yeah, well,
don't go there because now, yeah, you have to. I mean,
yeah,
if
there's the big
get a
thing
ticket,
here.
we would get a
Yeah,
ticket,
I think this is a great topic,
12,
and I would
you
like
can have
to
12
hear.
grams, you know, and get $100 ticket. So I mean, obviously, nobody's going to be taking 12 grams. But to your point, I don't think I think we're going to need. Like I said, I'm teaching this course in psychedelic chaplaincy, entheogenic chaplaincy, and I think we're going to have to get people, first of all, used to the idea of just having it, you know, in that year or that 6 months before they're dying, to be able to, first of all, get comfortable. And you're also talking about a whole generation of people that were taught that drugs are bad, drugs are bad, drugs are bad. You know, you'll lose your mind, et cetera, et cetera. So, and even the old hippies are looking at drugs completely in a different perspective than a spiritual use, entheogenic, you know, ceremonial use. You know, I have so many acquaintances, I can't call them friends, but acquaintances who have no idea what I'm talking about when I talk about ceremonial use. So again, we've got to get a patient used to the idea and get society used to the idea, and then, you know, and then if somebody wants something on their deathbed, that will be a whole nother thing. Now, let me also approach it from the legal standpoint. Until we deschedule psilocybin, you are in a grave danger of dosing somebody at their time of death, and the family says you caused their death, you're going to jail.
Yeah,
You're just going.
I'm
straight-
aware. I
you're
know,
just going
I'm pretty
straight to
aware of.
jail.
I
So-
know as a doula, you can't really give anybody anything. Like I create CBDs and things for
Right.
pain management, and I can't give anybody anything. You can
Like,
have
by
the family can go and get things and give it to them or
No,
whoever
by-
else, but you can't do anything.
I was gonna say that, and I have
Yeah.
several doula friends, and we've had this extensive. I had one friend that actually has done ceremony for somebody within the day that they were dying, and they gathered the family. And so we had an extensive discussion about how for us to legally do this. And here's what we did. The family obtained the psilocybin. Okay. The family got the psilocybin and the family administered the psilocybin. The death doula did not touch the medicine. Okay.
Yeah.
So the death doula was facilitating a ceremony. Okay. And that was it. So there was absolutely, and you know, we had releases signed and everything else, and everybody knew that this was the arrangement. So that's the only way that you're going to be able to navigate this in this gray area that the country's in on plant medicines. So.
And do you think there's any chance of people like robbing themselves of their last final gift of death, you know? And even in doula training, there's been a lot of discussions about people, you know, leaving the world drugged up, unconscious, you know, and we've talked about this with doulas, and I've had this discussion with a lot of people as well. I think it's a really great topic to go deep into, but
you're talking about somebody being completely numbed on opiates, not plant medicines.
Yeah. Well, just being in a different realm. Yeah. So we've had these discussions, and we don't know because we're not dying right now. So it's like whether or not.
Have you ever had a mystical experience?
Oh yeah, definitely. I do shamanic work for the last 20 years. Yeah.
Okay. So you've had a mystical experience, and you know that there is a near-death aspect to the mystical experience. So the argument here is that if you're allowing somebody a mystical experience as they're crossing, that's not the same as making them unconscious. You're making them more conscious, not less conscious. Right? That's the difference between plant medicines and the opioids and the Western style, where they're just trying to you know, make you unconscious. In the shamanic world, we're trying to make you more conscious, not less conscious.
Yeah.
And plant medicines help us do that.
Energetic medicine can help as well. I don't know if we really need to have a plant to create that space, but anyways, that's a totally different conversation. But I do love talking about this in lots of different arenas and hearing different perspectives for sure, because the world is so vast and each person who's dying has their own sacred wishes, and whatever they wish is what they should get. And it doesn't matter if it's legal or not, right? Whoever's dying, that's their wish, and they should get what they want no matter what.
Is it not a matter of personal liberty at that point? Because it should be the wish of the dying individual while they pass away.
There's no
So
question.
as a matter of liberty, we need to have all of these options available, because we were just speaking about, I forget if you just entered or something, or if you just start talking, but like physician-assisted suicide, whether or not they're on opiates, whether or not they have access to psychedelics, having that option and allowing for the dying person's wishes to be fulfilled,
and
that's the pursuit of liberty.
Absolutely. And the good part about this is that this discussion is happening at the United States Senate level. Again, there are 2 bills on the Senate floor specifically about right to try to be able to use psilocybin during that last year of your life. So this is a hot topic. It's nationwide. And real quick, I want to make a summation here because my time's about up. But understand that we've got the FDA that says psilocybin is a breakthrough therapy, that it is a medicine, right? And then over here, you have the DEA that says it is not a medicine, it's worthless, and it's Schedule 1.
Is there a company pursuing end-of-life anxiety for it yet? Because, like I said, Compass Pathways is just a well-known one, but there's so many for depression.
Yeah.
But it needs to be indicated for end-of-life anxiety if you want to use it in hospice care.
Send me an email and I have some links for you.
Okay, no, I'm sorry to go because I know
All
it'll be
right.
a long
So
thing.
I just want to make the summation of saying
Sorry.
we have two arms of the federal government in direct opposition with each other. One says it's a medicine and one says it's not a medicine. And you must resolve it at the federal level. Either make it illegal again, go back to a drug war, or FDA says they win and DEA loses. And the DEA will lose. So, I mean, we've got all this evidence that psilocybin is a medicine. It's being all over the country, all these clinical trials, and the FDA says, yes, it is. So we're going to resolve this. It will happen. And so, yeah, these plant medicines will wind up being used for end-of-life care and palliative care. So, and again, I think that that is important as we approach this planetary hospice, because I think that on this larger scale, that's not so much the personal dying, is that we have a civilization that's dying, and there's nothing we can do about it. All civilizations die, just like all people die, and the plant medicines are here to help us through this. So, thank you very much.
Amen.
Mostly, thank you for letting me
Amen.
talk and rant a little bit.
Oh, you're brilliant. So just by the way, if you could put your website and your email, people are very eager to contact you. So go ahead and put that in the chat. But we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Like, good job. We really just loved it.
There's the website. And
yeah. Is there any last words you want to say to us? I mean, I know that you just kind of did a little prayer there, but anything left to say before we say goodbye and move on to our next moderator? No, you're good.
I'm good.
Okay, excellent. Then we are having Martin Ball, who is our next moderator. Martin, go ahead, take it away. The room is yours.
Let's see. All right, is my video and audio coming through? Okay, great. Well, I just jumped in for the few last minutes of Arishta there, and it was very nice to see Arishta. She's someone who I've organized a couple different talks for in Ashland, Oregon. So we share that little connection and that space of geographical location here in the Northwest of the United States. I'm joining you guys today, actually, from Crescent City. My son, who's in 4th grade, his entire class is camping out at this place called Orman Ranch, which is just down the road. And just beyond the ranch, I've been out photographing elk today. There's a herd of elk that's kind of hanging out right on Elk Drive. So they're in the right place. And we spent the day out in the giant redwoods today, which I've been to many times. And I only came back with 292 photographs to sort from my time in the redwoods today and with the elk. So that's what I'm going to be doing after I'm on this with all of you guys. But I just thought I'd start just by checking in just to see how has it been going today. Obviously, I've been out and about in the woods, but just to ask for the moderators, how has it been going? How are you guys enjoying yourselves and talking about the environment and psychedelics?
Take it away, Maren.
Absolutely loving it. Loving hearing everyone's different perspectives, shedding light on different corners, nuances, crevices, and yeah, just excited to be here. Learning so much.
Okay. Well, so when Leonora contacted me and said, "Hey, would you like to host an hour of this?" I said, "Yeah, I'd love to." And of course, the title is Psychedelics and Environmental Activism. And so I guess the place where I will start is that I don't consider myself to be an environmental activist. And I was kind of thinking, like, how would I describe myself? And so I kind of came up with the term of being an environmental inspirationalist who is also very interested in psychedelics and psychedelic experience. So maybe I'll just start with a little bit about that and then talk about what I mean by environmental inspirationalism and why I think that's important and why I like doing it. So I've been into the environment since I was a little kid. I mean, I just loved animals. I loved drawing animals. I loved going out and catching snakes and lizards and just being outdoors as much as I could. You know, I was one of those kids who had a lot of freedom as a child just to go out and wander about. I think I was maybe 3 years old. When I was born, we were living in Isla Vista, which is the kind of the student community that's just adjacent to UC Santa Barbara. And yeah, I was like 3 years old and I was bugging my mom and she's like, just go out and entertain yourself, go do something. So my sister, who was a year older than I, decided we would go down to the beach. So we went down to the beach, we were just hanging out with the surfers. And there was this part of the beach that I like to call Lizard Beach when I was a little kid, because there was all this driftwood and there'd all be all these lizards in there, and I'd go in there and catch the lizards. And we spent hours doing that, just hanging out at the beach, catching lizards. And I finally showed up at home and my mom was completely freaking out. She's like, "Oh my God, I was just about to call the cops. You know, if you got kidnapped or if you ran away or whatever." But that's like one of my earliest memories and earliest joys of just like being free out in nature and just being able to explore and just be out there. So I was kind of one of those free range kids and out there a lot. And as I got older, you know, like in high school and in college, I became kind of a professional activist in the sense that I worked for various social justice, arms control, and environmental groups. And I was one of those people, you know, during this summer, I'd come knocking on your door. I had my clipboard. I had all my arguments. I had all my information, and I was there to get you to sign something and write to your senators and write to your congress people and maybe give some money and get involved and become a volunteer. And I was really into all that, and it really meant a whole lot to me, and it did for a long time. So I definitely was in activist mode for quite a while. And I'd also say that I was in the spiritual quest mode for quite a while as well when I was a younger person, and kind of discovering psychedelics and psychedelic experience. You know, having been raised in a completely secular, scientific, materialist household, you know, not into any kind of religion or spirituality, which I'm actually really quite grateful for overall. But my experience with psychedelics got me interested in questions of spirituality. Even I think it was my second experience of psilocybin mushrooms. I was all alone in a room looking at the white walls, and all the white walls, there was all these Celtic knots that were forming in the white walls, and kind of all this imagery that to me looked like came right out of Celts and Celtic history and Celtic spirituality. And it kind of dawned on me like, oh, like maybe this is what people mean when they mean the spirit world, is they mean like this stuff, this experience that I'm having right now. And, you know, kind of in line with the term psychedelic, which means mind manifesting, I felt that I was able to interact with aspects of my own mind through these images and through these visions that were happening just on this white wall that I was looking at. And so that really got me interested in psychedelics and spiritual experience. And at that point, I started reading pretty much everything I could find, particularly in the area of anthropology. You know, early on, I got into like Terence McKenna, and honestly, I was reading his stuff. I was like, well, this is really far out, but I don't know what like the practical use of any of this stuff that he has to say is. I don't know where it applies. So I was much more interested in anthropological writings about the use of entheogens and psychedelics within traditional cultures. And there it made a lot of sense. And actually, through my own experience and through my exposure to anthropological writings, that religion and spirituality started to make a lot more sense in general to me. You know, again, having been raised as a scientific materialist, I just thought that all spirituality and religion was just a bunch of made up bullshit that people just chose to believe, and it wasn't really connected to reality. But here were these models of cultures that were living very close to the natural world and using these plants and using these fungi and using these substances to go into deeper relationship with themselves, with their environment, with the plants and the animals that they shared that environment with. And that made sense. Like, okay, well, if this is what spirituality is, well, this makes a lot of sense. But, you know, just worrying about what's going to happen to you after you die, and if you're going to get punished, or, you know, somebody going to give you a big lollipop in the sky and say, hey, you did a good job. Like, none of that ever made any sense to me. But this sense of reciprocity, this sense of living in relationship, the questions of living in balance, of how is it that you use resources? Because all human cultures have to use resources. There's no way around it. I mean, look, we're naked, hairless monkeys, really smart monkeys, and we have to use resources, just like all living beings use resources in their environment in order to survive. But it's a question of how do we do that in a way that we're living in balance and reciprocity with the things that we need, so that hopefully we're not creating excess destruction, we're not over harvesting, we're not overusing. And I felt that these indigenous cultures provided at least something of a model for that, especially, you know, when we're talking on the small scale. It's a much bigger question when we get to very large industrial societies. You know, we can't just all live in the forest. It's just, that's not ever going to happen until it all collapses, and, you know, then we're forced back in there. So anyway, kind of fast forwarding, I ended up going and getting my bachelor's degree in philosophy with a minor in religious studies. I went on to graduate school and got my master's degree and my PhD degree in religious studies with an emphasis on Native American religious traditions. And so that's what I was cultivating academically, while also personally cultivating my own experiences with entheogens and exploring my spirituality through that, also in combination with Zen Buddhism. And throughout all this time, because I'll be talking more about this in a little bit, I have been an artist, and I have been a musician, and I've been very interested in creative expression and creative exploration. So all of this will eventually, you know, kind of all come together and get to that environmental inspirationalism that I mentioned at the beginning. So I had, via psilocybin mushrooms, an experience which I'm sure probably everybody here, I can see we have 13 participants, but I think probably most of you, if not all of you, if you've tried psilocybin or if you've tried psychedelics, and especially if you've gone out into nature, or if you've just pondered the question while you've been under the influence of these medicines, you've probably had the experience of, wow, we really are all connected in some deep, profound, and meaningful sense. And at this point, that's what I would kind of call like non-duality light, because it's not a full non-dual experience, but it's the sense of we're not really all separate. We're separate somehow, but we're all connected. And also that sense of all life is somehow connected. In my early psilocybin experiences, I didn't really have much of a vocabulary to express all of that, or really articulate what that was, other than this sense of, wow, we're really all in it together, and somehow all life is kind of all bound together. And that sense of unity, that somehow it's all part of one grand thing, you know, whether you want to call it the universe or whatever. So I had those experiences early on, but then quite a bit later in my own history of psychedelic experience, so this is jumping quite far ahead to 2008 and 2008. So the very beginning of 2008 is when I had the opportunity to have what I consider, or like to call, a full release experience with 5-MeO-DMT, 5-methoxy-dimethyltryptamine. And if you've heard of this molecule, you've probably also heard that it's called the God molecule. I'm the person who gave it that name back in 2008, because after that experience that I had, I've been running my podcasting, Theogenic Evolution podcast, ever since 2008, right around the same time. And I got on my podcast and I said, well, look, if people want to call DMT the spirit molecule, then this one, 5-MeO-DMT, we really ought to be calling this one the God molecule, because if DMT like sends you out into the multiverse and aliens and UFOs and spirits and all the rest of this stuff that people see and experience on DMT, and so we use the shorthand of DMT as the spirit molecule, then a shorthand term for 5-MeO-DMT really should be the God molecule, because in the experience that I had, and I don't really know who's here. I don't know if you've heard me tell this story before, but I've told it many times before. It's available online in many abundant places. So I'll be brief with it. But basically, in that ingestion of 5-MeO-DMT, within just in the act of inhaling it, as I'm still inhaling it, what became immediately apparent was that I was about to fully encounter God, which is something that had never happened before. And I didn't even really believe was possible, or didn't even know what that would mean in the full sense. But in that moment, it was an ego death experience where, from the egoic perspective, the sense of me, Martin, the person that I think that I am, all of that started washing away. And my ego is like, oh, I think I'm dying, and I don't think I'm ever coming back from this experience. I think this might be it. I think I might have done it this time. And I was in a place where I was just really ready to embrace that and accept that. So I fundamentally died. Martin just kind of disappeared. And this incredible fractal light spread out infinitely and crossed all space, all time. And it was alive. And it dissolved my sense of the world. It dissolved my sense of myself and my sense of my body, my sense of the place where I was, who I thought I was, where I thought I came from. And it was this unitary consciousness that was infinite in nature, that knew no conditions, no boundaries, and was exploding through me, through my experience. And it was the pure energy of unconditional love. And this pure energy of unconditional love was also supremely conscious and supremely aware. So this was God. And in that experience, it was obvious that this unitary being of infinite love, infinite consciousness, infinite energy wasn't some creator God that exists kind of outside of reality and says, let there be light, bing, oh, let's make some people bing, and let's make a whole universe. That wasn't it at all, because this being, this consciousness, this unitary sense of everything was everything. It didn't stand outside of anything. It actually was everything. So it was every thought I'd ever had, every person I'd ever known, anything I'd ever seen, anything anyone had ever seen, any living being that had ever lived was this one being. Every being that exists right now was this one being. Every being that would ever exist in the future was this one being and consciousness. And in fact, that's all that there was. And this was just innately obvious, that this is the nature of reality. There is one being of infinite unconditional love, this radiating ecstatic energy of infinite love. And through extending this love and then imposing limits upon it and structure upon it, that this being is able to interact with itself through the guise of subject and object, of me and not me, of this and that, of this person over here and the rest of reality and the world. But that's just the game that it's playing with itself, so that it is everyone and everything all the time. And this includes everything that we think is good, everything that we think is bad, everything that we think that we want, everything that we think that we don't want, everything that we think should happen or shouldn't happen, or anything. This one being is that. So this experience really fundamentally changed me, because in going through that experience and then subsequent experiences after that, it became very clear that everything that exists is all equally God, is all equally this one universal being. So this is kind of a challenge for anyone who would identify as an activist, because usually as an activist, what you're doing is you're going to people and you're saying, look, here's some things that are really, really bad, and we really want to do something about it. And here's the motivation of why. And so when we're dealing with the environment, we're talking about climate change, we're talking about species loss, we're talking about overuse of resources, we're talking about pollution, the list goes on and on and on. And usually the model of an activist is to get people riled up and about appeal to their sense of what is right and how can we motivate people to do what is right versus what we think is wrong and what is damaging and what is harmful. But when you really have a full non-dual experience, what Arishta earlier was asking, if you've had a mystical experience, that the full nature of the mystical experience is this non-dual experience of the infinite divinity of all things that exist. And it's a little bit problematic if you want to be an activist and have this experience, because what you realize is that everything that happens is by definition God doing it to itself. Is this one universal being doing it to itself. And the categories that we create of right or wrong, good and bad, those are just categories that human beings create and then attach as projections and labels onto experiences and thoughts and beliefs and ideas. And a lot of activism comes from sort of this oppositional set of ideas, this idea that, look, we've got to fix these things. We've got to improve these things. We've got to do what's right. And it's important for people to be motivated by things like that. But what I found is that my motivation for that kind of activity basically just went foop and disappeared. And I decided at that point, it's like, you know what? I don't think I'm an activist anymore. But see, it doesn't mean I don't care. It doesn't mean I'm not aware of what's happening with the environment and the problems. But it does kind of present a very different picture, not necessarily of good versus evil, of right versus wrong. And it kind of shifts it more into this context of, are things balanced versus imbalanced? Are things authentic or are they based on illusions and lies? Are we operating from a place of energetic truth and the genuine nature of things? Or are we working from a nature of artifice, of construct, of egoic attachment and illusion and projection? And so from that position, I think that there's a lot that people can do as someone who is concerned about the environment. But it's just coming at it from a very different place, because it's more this sense of embracing everything rather than looking at problems that we want to get rid of and solutions that we want to create. Because another thing that becomes obvious as someone goes through these kinds of experiences is that the nature of the human ego is kind of perpetually very, very confused. And the problem when we're looking at a societal issue, like a systemic societal issue, really what happens is people create different sets of egos that create oppositional structures. So for example, right now, I mean, this is just shows how absurd it all gets. For whatever reason, Republicans have decided that they don't believe in climate change. They don't think it's a problem. They don't think it's an issue. And so they want to live in a state of denial about it. And they create a whole identity around that, to the point where, thankfully here on the West Coast, we are not having forest fires at the moment. We have had a number of recent summers where, due to climate change and the very, very dry conditions of the forest, we've had just devastating wildfires and just toxic air and smoke. And it's actually very unhealthy for people to go outside when it's like that. But right now, we have kind of a similar situation is going on in Eastern Canada, which is very dry. They have a lot of forests. And so there's these giant wildfires that are raging out of control. And all of that smoke is blowing down into the United States. And it's creating very unhealthy conditions for people to breathe and go outside, currently in New York and other places on the East Coast. And I was just reading an article earlier today about how all these Republicans are getting on Fox News and they're saying, oh, well, the Democrats, they want you to put on a mask and they don't want you to go outside. That's right. They're just trying to play that same thing again that they did with coronavirus. And so they've built a whole identity around this kind of denial of the environment and even mocking the idea that breathing toxic air might actually be bad for you. And then also in this article I was reading, it said that there's this right-wing think tank that is using this data that says, well, you know, actually there are fewer forest fires now than there used to be. So climate change obviously is not a problem. Now, that's technically true. The problem is that the forest fires that we are having now are catastrophically larger and far more devastating than they used to be. So, you know, like 20 years ago, we used to have lots of little forest fires and then we can go and put them out because things were not as dry. Now things are much drier and we get one forest fire and it spreads into millions and millions and millions of acres and destroys millions of trees and endless amounts of habitat. So all this stuff is escalating. But when people create an identity around something, and then someone else creates an identity that is in opposition to that. So for example, environmental activists want to bring truth and they want to bring the facts to, you know, people who have created an identity that's ultimately in denial of all of this reality. And the way that the human ego works is that the closer someone's belief is to their self-identity, the less likely that they will listen to anything that anyone has to say that's going to challenge those aspects of their belief system and of their identity construct. So then what happens is that as things play out within society is we get different sets of egos contesting off each other with their sets of identity that, well, okay, so my identity is I support the environment and I want to do the right thing and I'm following this science. And this other one says, oh, but you're trying to take away our way of life and we're all patriots or whatever it is. And then the wheels just go around and around and around and around. So the non-dual experience that I experienced through 5-methoxydimethyltryptamine, what had changed within me is kind of the passion for playing the game within different egoic subsets. Because really, egos just like to play off of each other. And it doesn't really create solutions. All it does is it changes the dynamics of the game for a little while. And then a new identity subset comes along and changes the dynamic. But it doesn't really create solutions. So my position at that point was, look, if we really want to make positive change that recognizes the unitary nature of all life and all being and really respects the fact that we're actually all the same being interacting with each other through different forms and guises as humans, plants, animals, insects, clouds, mountains, rivers, lakes, coastlines, all the rest of it, that we really need to help people understand that that is the baseline reality and that actually that's the baseline identity, this identity that we're actually literally all one. And that's not meant as like a metaphorical statement or as a feel-good statement or even as an environmental statement. It's just a literal statement. We literally are all one being interacting with itself. So then I shifted from being an activist to wanting to inspire people to have this experience themselves so that they could come to that place of inner clarity and inner knowing, which then motivates compassionate, educated, rational action. So one of the ways that I do that is I host a podcast, and I've been doing that for 15 years and bring people on to educate them about psychedelics and entheogens, because like as Arishta was saying, there's a lot of ways that our relationship with psychedelics are changing, and we're kind of trying to combat the mispropaganda and misinformation of the drug war, and how do we really educate people about what psychedelics are, what potentials they hold, how to use them, how to work with them, and how they can benefit humanity. So I've done a lot of that on the education side of things. But that hasn't necessarily had a strong environmental message. There, I really focus on the non-dual nature of being and how we can use psychedelics and entheogens to access non-dual states of awareness and non-dual experiences so that we can be transformed as individuals. But I'm not really here to talk about that, okay? So what I wanted to do is then talk about using my relationship with the natural world through art, music, and storytelling, which also focuses sort of on this non-dual message, but using that to inspire people to feel connected to nature, to appreciate nature, to appreciate landscapes and biodiversity and things like that. And also to create works that invite people into an experience using nature where they can have a sense of that connectivity. You're going back to that idea of sort of non-duality light, like, oh, we're all in it together in some capacity and in some way. So there's several different ways that I like to do that. One is I like to take pictures. So as I mentioned, I have 292 pictures that I've got to sort from my outing today. And it's one of the ways that I like to use social media. So I go out with my camera. Actually, I have it here. I can show you. This is the big one. This is for birds and wildlife. This is not for landscapes. Got to put on a smaller lens for landscapes. But that's the big one. And so, you know, like if you go to my Facebook page or my Instagram page, you're going to see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photographs of birds, animals, flowers, insects, landscapes. And I like to do that because I like to share all of these beautiful things that I see out in the world. And again, for me, every bird that I photograph is like taking a snapshot of God, because that bird is God, just pretending to be a bird. Or a lizard, well, that's God too, just pretending to be a lizard. Or that amazing looking tree, or that amazing flower, that is God being a flower. So, or even photographing a landscape, that is God being that landscape. Or that beautiful sunset, that is God being that beautiful sunset. And so for me, it's kind of a way of, for me, it's like the anti-selfie. That I don't like to take selfies. I know a lot of people like to do that on social media, take pictures of themselves. But for me, with this sense of absolute unity with all living beings, every photograph I take is a photograph of me. And I don't mean Martin, but I mean the unitary nature of being, that being that is each and every one of us. Also, when I go out is, sometimes I use my phone, sometimes I bring a little recorder, but I like to record stuff as well. So I'll record if I'm somewhere and there's a lot of beautiful birds singing, I'll record the birds. Ideally without planes and automobiles and chainsaws and leaf blowers and stuff like that. And honestly, you know, if you're ever into like recording natural sounds, it is so hard to be anywhere on this planet and not have human-made sounds interrupt your recording process. I mean, you can be out in the middle of the desert trying to record some crickets in the middle of the night, and there'll be a jet flying over, you know, 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet above, and you'll hear that. So it's really hard actually to get audio recordings, clean audio recordings of things in nature. So I like to record birds, insects, frogs, rain, thunder, and I record all of this so that I can then use it later in music that I create. And also with the photographs, I like to use images of birds and landscapes and then I combine that into art. So I'll talk a little bit about that process. So for example, okay, I also look at things as multi-staged art projects. And again, the purpose of the art is hopefully to inspire people. So kind of where I got started actually as a writer. I didn't mention, I don't think I mentioned that before. If you didn't know, I'm a writer, I'm an author. I had written a lot of books. Mostly people read my nonfiction books about entheogens and non-duality. And mostly they read my books because they're interested in 5-MeO-DMT. But I write a lot of other books. And I actually started with wanting to write a fantasy epic. And that's where I started. And it's a collection of 4 books, and they're called Tales of Arduin. And it's all about this world, Arduin, that is facing an environmental catastrophe, that it's coming. And the books cover the 4 years leading up to the complete environmental catastrophe. And within the story, there's a culture called the Jalao who have perfected this art of mining this mineral and turning it into an energy source. So it's kind of basically based off of the idea of, like mining uranium. And they are aggressively taking over this land of Arduin, and they're conquering all these other cultures, and they're destroying the environment for their mining operations. And on the other side is these cultures and these beings that are trying to, quote unquote, save the world. And a lot of the sense of geography and the sense of environment and the sense of the sacred, a lot of that came from my PhD in religious studies around Native American religious traditions. So there's a lot of inspiration from Native American cultures and relationships with plants and animals, and also psychedelics that are within the novels. And I have my 2 main characters in the stories. One, his name is Orabai, and he's a shapeshifter, and he can turn into a raven. And another is Marani, and she can turn into a swallow-tailed kite. So anyway, environment and environmental ethics and relationship with the environment plays a big role within the stories. And in writing those stories, I really wanted people to feel that the environmental information was relatively accurate. So I'm describing these different environments, these different geographies and ecological niches, and the different kinds of plants and animals that are there, and the people's relationship with those plants and animals, and how disruptive it is when this other culture comes in and starts dominating everything and digging up the land and creating all this technology, which, by the way, I'm not against technology. We're using it right now, so it's pretty sweet. But it's all about how you use the tool and what your relationship is with it. So anyway, environmental inspirationalism is a huge, huge part of those stories that I wrote. So recently, I recorded the 2nd book in the series, which is The Fate of Marani. I recorded the audiobook for that. And again, it's a story that I hope people will feel inspired by if they read it or if they listen to the audiobook. And then as an artist, I've created a lot of art that goes along with the stories in various ways. And for the audiobook, what I wanted to do was record an album of music that would serve as a soundtrack for the audiobook. So here's where I'm going to kind of piece some of all these things together and tell you about how I do it. So this was just last month. Over the course of about 2 weeks, I recorded 14 songs. And so for the first song, and all the songs are meant to go with like different environments and different regions with different animals and stuff like that within the story. But the first song on the album is called Cloud Forest, and it goes with a certain section of the book where my main characters are in a tropical cloud forest, which for me was kind of reflective of some time that I had spent in Costa Rica. And for the song, recently I have family who lives on Maui, and last February we were out there in Maui and we went up to Haleakala. So I'm a big birder. I'm always out there with my camera. I'm looking to photograph birds, and my 10-year-old son Jaden is totally into it at this point. And by the way, he dropped his camera in the Smith River today while I was trying to catch a frog, and he was like majorly bummed out because his camera might be dead. But anyway, we were up in Haleakala and we wanted to find some honey creepers. So we're about halfway up to the volcano, and you go to this little area called Cosmere Grove. And it's one of the few places on Maui where these honey creeper birds live. And these honey creepers just have these incredible songs, just these beautiful metallic trills and whistles. And there was a point where there were no helicopters flying around, there were no cars driving by. And my wife and my son and I were walking through the forest, and I asked them to stop moving, and we all got really quiet, and there was nobody else walking around. Because that's another thing, you're out in nature and you want to record stuff. And then there's people talking or, you know, coming down the path or whatever. And finally this all sounds, so I get on my phone and I record these honey creepers. And I knew right away, like, this is so beautiful. I want to use these honey creepers because it's kind of jungly and tropical. I want to use this as one of these songs for the Fate of Morani, the soundtrack that I'm recording. And so I actually started the song with that. I started with the bird songs and then built the entire song around those bird songs. And then my style of music itself is the kind of music that hopefully is appealing to people who like psychedelics, because it's kind of all based off of the psychedelic experience. So here's a song that kind of brings you into this environment and allows you to hear these birds in kind of this 3D sense. And it's very immersive, and it hopefully inspires and engenders that feeling of connection, that feeling of unity, that feeling of the beauty and wonder and awe of the natural world that we live in. And then for another song on that album, we had recently been to Costa Rica, and that was another place where, okay, so I was on my own, and I had my vape pen, and I'm out in the forest, in the jungle, and just hitting off my vape pen, just cannabis, you know, not one of the stronger vape pens. And I'm out there, and all these birds are just making these incredible songs, and I'm literally in a state of ecstasy. I was just like, I love this so much. I'm out in the jungle and all these birds are going off. So I got out my phone and I'm recording all these birds. And I also knew right then, like, okay, I'm going to use this for this album that I'm planning to make, because this is going to be perfect. So then I have another song that's on the album that is called Renewal. And this has to do with this culture that celebrates, their main celebrations are along with the season. So this is their spring equinox celebration that they have. And so it's a very celebratory song. And then I bring in all these bird songs from these birds in Costa Rica. And I just feel it adds a really nice environment to the music. And again, it's music that is appealing. I have sampled the music while tripping on psychedelics, and for my own opinion, works very, very nicely, and just presents, again, sort of this sense of nature, this sense of immersiveness, this sense of beauty and wonder and awe. And another one that I'm really quite fond of, this was from the year before when we were visiting family out in Maui. And we were there at the time of year when all the humpback whales are there. And if you're ever able to go to Maui, you know, in like February, March, right in there, most of the year there's no humpback whales there, but they migrate in and they bring their calves in. So, you know, the young ones are in there. And at this point in time, I had talked to, you know, someone at the Pacific Whale Foundation. They said that there were 750 humpback whales in Maui. And if you dive under the water, and if you actually listen when you're underwater, you can hear them. They're all calling to each other across these vast expanses of the ocean. They're all calling to each other. And so I knew right away, it's like, oh, this is so beautiful. I want to get this on audio so that I can use this for a song. So to do that, I took my GoPro camera and I strapped it to my ankle. And I had to kind of float out far enough past the waves breaking and then all the kids screaming in the waves, because, you know, there's lots of tourists in Maui. So I had to get out far enough so that I wouldn't pick up any of those other sounds. Then I just strapped the GoPro to my ankle and turned it on, not to record the video, but just to let the audio run. And then when I got home, I extracted that audio. It was just absolutely ecstatic. But just, you can hear hundreds of whales, and some are these high-pitched whistles and these gurgles and these low rumbles and all these beautiful, amazing sounds. And that's another one where I had 10 minutes of that. And then I built an entire 10-minute long track all around the sound of those whales. And I liked that so much that then I recorded some frogs in my backyard. I recorded a screech owl that was also in my backyard that makes kind of this bouncing ball sound. It was like, boo, 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 boo. It was out there in the middle of the night. And then also I have some more family that lives in Florida and recorded a bunch of crickets and frogs and toads there. And so then I created a 4-song EP that it's called When Nature Calls. And each song is built around the different tracks that I recorded out in nature. And using the sounds of the insects, using the sounds of the frogs, using the sounds of the birds to inspire me for what I want the song to sound like. So kind of similarly, this is also then what I do with art. So in the music realm, I like to make music that will appeal to people who enjoy psychedelic experience, or even people who maybe don't, but that the dynamics of the music that I create kind of replicate the dynamics of the psychedelic experience. And then to put these natural elements in there to keep reminding people that we're all part of nature. We are all nature. We are all one. We are all one living being interacting with itself. I always mention how I do that in stories and in novels. And I also have 2 other novels called Beyond Azara. So the Tales of Ardawan books that I was mentioning earlier, that's 4 novels. And then Beyond Azara, that's a standalone novel. But nature, environment, it all plays a central role in that book. And then my last novel that I wrote, I think it was 2014 when I wrote it, is The Solendarian Game, which is more of a sci-fi novel. But that also is all about the environment. It's all about relationship to the land, relationship to animals, relationship to plants, and, of course, psychedelic experience. So I want to create music, create stories that will appeal to people who are interested in psychedelics and also interested in the environment, and kind of bring in all of that inspiration together to remind people that we're all connected, that this is extraordinarily beautiful, that this is an incredible gift of life that we're all sharing together. And the way that I do that with visual art is what I really enjoy doing is then taking my photographs that I go out and I get in the field, and then I create psychedelic art using those photographs. So, for example, earlier this year, I published an art book called Avian Art Forms, where I took all different kinds of birds that I had photographed, and then using digital art, using a fractal flame programs, and using Photoshop, blend it all together with these birds in these psychedelic fractal environments with these cosmic backgrounds, which is also a big theme for me in art, is sort of the sense of the cosmos, the sense of the largest that we can get to, the largest scale. Because again, it's all one. It's this infinite big oneness, this universe that we live in. And so I like to use all of these elements to create art that will appeal to people who enjoy psychedelics, and also appeal to people who enjoy nature, and kind of put these elements together and hopefully present something that can engender an experience within people, that to use aesthetics and to use beauty and to use fractals, which are of course highly resonant with psychedelics because that's the geometry and all the cool stuff that we see on psychedelics. Those are basically fractal geometries, living, interactive, moving fractal geometries. And so using that in art to create an image that can give people that experience and that sense of connection and that sense of beauty and wonder. So these again are my main objectives, is I want to inspire people with the truth of the unitary nature of being, with the literal truth that we are all one, which is a truth that I learned directly through my entheogenic experience, and use these different media that are available of art, music, and storytelling to bring all of that information and bring that authentic energy to help inspire these experiences within others, to engender a greater sense of connection, a greater sense of the living family of beings that we all are and that we all share. And so that we can see a beautiful bird, we can see a beautiful landscape, and we can see a psychedelic interpretation of that, and know that these are all just pictures of ourselves, because we literally are all one being, and that we are all the many faces of God. We are all the many faces of this one universal being that is interacting with itself, which again, ultimately is kind of neutral, because this being is everyone, is everything. It's the environmental polluters, it's the environmental destroyers, it's the environmental activists, it's all the beings that are being wiped out, it's all the technology that is wiping them out, it is the pollution, it is all of these things. And as a being of unconditional love, it's not judgmental about any of that. So we, as the embodied versions of that, and as the conscious and hopefully intelligent versions of this one being, it really is up to us to create an environment and world in which there is these elements that I talked about earlier, of harmony, of balance, of compassion, of reciprocity, of symbiosis, of working together for the greater betterment of all living beings, in recognizing that we are all God, that we are all worthy of love, that we are all worthy of respect, and we are all worthy of the gift of life that we all share. So I've been talking for a long time, and I think maybe I will pause and stop at this point to see if anybody wants to jump in or has a question or has a comment or anything. But otherwise, thank you for letting me share all of these things that are very near and dear to my heart, and I love sharing about and love sharing through these mediums of art and music and photography and storytelling. So questions, comments? I see. Okay, I will check here the chat. There are many things in the chat. Drop a link to the song. Oh man, can I do that? I would have to close out. Can I do that?
In the chat, you can copy and paste if you minimize your Zoom, maybe.
Oh man, how do I do that? I don't use Zoom too much.
So it's usually that small like minus sign in the corner of the screen.
I got it. I got it.
But
Okay.
if you do a search or whatever, wherever you had the music, then
Yeah,
there was a question about whales or commentary on whales and native sounds.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get the link to whale song. So if you have 10 minutes and 34 seconds, and if you want, and I recommend headphones because that makes it a lot of fun. Okay, so now I've got the link. So now how do I get back to Zoom? Come back Zoom, come back chat. Where did my chat go? Oh, I saw it before. Share content, photos, drop down. No,
I think if you go down to the bottom, like if you press on, there should be a little thing that has like a square that says chat at the bottom of the Zoom screen. It'll show like participants, share screen, that kind of thing at the bottom of your Zoom.
okay, actually mine's up at the top. I've got now. Okay, now here, and I can paste it. Paste. Bing. Okay, that's the link to Whale Song, and that's on my Bandcamp page, and that's where you can find all of my music. And actually, if you just look at the covers that I use for my music, that's where you can see examples of where I'm combining my photography with my fractal and cosmic art. Okay. Zoom. I'm not a Zoomer. Sorry, I don't know all the ins and outs of these things. Okay, now I don't know how to get the chat back. Disappeared again. So yeah, any other comments, questions, or things I can address?
Hey, Martin. Yeah, this is Jared.
Hey, Jared.
I wanted to say thanks for the long talk. I was vibing with everything that you were talking about, and the oneness, the non-duality has definitely been something on my radar with listening to Alan Watts and just, doing my thing. But without getting into all that, thing that stuck out and I actually commented on was chainsaw, and both
I'm sorry,
metaphor.
say that again. Your audio tripped up there.
Sorry, I'm in Alaska and I'm remote, so it might go out again. But the chainsaw stuck out to me because that's still God, right? Everything's all one, right? It's still God, and God can be annoying, and God can be challenging, and God can destroy and be this unnatural seeming thing that is hard for us to deal with and hard for us to enjoy. But that's the balance of this perspective that you take on when you accept everything, the universal value that we can't even put into context for how amazingly smart monkeys we are. You know, that we still can't fathom the complexity of how everything outside of concept is still God. And that's one of the struggles I've had with activism. It's one of the struggles I've had with being an environmentalist, because I do wish that we weren't chopping trees down. And I do wish, but then again, I do hope that we chop trees down to prevent the large forest fires from being so big, because that's part of management, right? That's part of being earth shepherds, and plant shepherds and doing what needs to be done in an intelligent way. So I just wanted to comment and just say thank you, because you spoke to so many things that I'm vibing with. So appreciate you. It's all love.
Awesome. Well, thanks for sharing, Jared. Appreciate that. Yeah. Anybody else want to jump in or set me rambling on something else for a few more minutes? Because I can do that too. But yeah, if other people have something they want to share or want to ask about,
my commentary was, I just felt like it was a very nice experience to meet you and also hear from you. Like, I found your style of storytelling so gentle and so real and so authentic. And I feel like some of the toughest healers have to go through a lot of pain and have to go through a lot of suffering, that there's something about the shamanic journey that I think kind of breaks our soul, and then we can be there for people who are broken. So it's just really important to, I think, walk in those fires of, I struggle because I lead the legalization effort, and I struggle because in theory, I don't know that I necessarily in my soul believe that everyone can be like a shamanic worker and help people with these medicines. And I also I kind of believe more in the apprenticeship style, like that you go and study with a specific person to learn their style, kind of like a more indigenous based perspective. So I don't know that I really fundamentally on a spiritually level believe like everyone can do this work, and that I think there's going to be a lot of harm, just like therapists. I think there's a lot of therapists that have never done their work and shouldn't be therapists, and that cause more harm than good. So I think it's interesting because I think we're living under this delusion that anyone can do this work. But just like there's some butterflies that fly higher than others, there's some creatures on this planet, these monkeys you referred to, that had the capacity to maybe transcend space and time spiritually, or had this capacity to walk in multiple lifetimes simultaneously, or live in the dream world, or whatever the fuck, right? And I think that's a battle, right? Because there's this kind of like guy that gets a lot of shit in the plant medicine community, and I'm not saying that the fellow is not flawed, right? But what I find interesting is a lot of these light workers, they come up to me and they're like, well, how can you promote someone that's like dark or something like that? And what I think is interesting is I kind of identify with this renegade, like reject, right? And I feel like part of why I resonate with him is the way I picture it is there's like these fires of hell, if you will. I'm Jewish, but just like these fires of like whatever, that are like consuming all of us. And they devour us, right? And the shaman for me comes out of that fire, right? So they're not really a light worker. They're coming out of that fire and they're needing respite. So maybe the light workers are there to be these joyful, happy persons all the time that are like, live in the light, love, be about love, and I just want to smack them. But like when I'm kind in my heart, I'm like, oh, well, they're here maybe to bring sustenance to the battlefield. And maybe their fucking job is not to understand entering the darkness. Because for me, when you're entering the darkness, like to fight evil, you have to understand evil. You have to understand it. You have to understand its character and its nuance. And so I feel like the plant medicine community as a whole does a lot of whitewashing, or a lot of like spiritual bypassing, where they're just like, oh no, we should all be based in love and light. And it's like, well, you're dealing with darkness, you're dealing with people that have like entities attached to them. Like there's actually some serious fucking demonic work that's like afoot on this earth and what have you. And Judaism actually does believe in demons if you go back and really study the religion. So I just feel like it's just very important to name that there is work against evil afoot in this world, like on a spiritual level. And that for me is combined with the environmental movement. And then how do we encompass that and change that so that the conversation doesn't become so uniform, where we tell everyone these lies, right? That everyone can do this nice work, but it's not nice work, right? Because you're taking on these people's shit and you're fighting those evil entities that are afoot on those people. And what's fascinating to me is those characters that are the most successful dealing with the hardest cases I've experienced with drug abuse and things like that. Those people that deal, like those who are the best at dealing with incest and the impacts of, you know, sexual abuse in families and just whatever, and childhood sexual abuse, they are the ones who they themselves, they have a little evil to them. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean like they couldn't understand evil if they just didn't have a little touch of evil in them. And so I feel like we want these people that are so pure, like the Catholic priest, like some deified image of that's so sanctified and so sterilized, but that person is molesting kids in the back room. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that kind of speaks to what I was mentioning earlier about how people create identities and egos around this. Like where anybody who says like, well, I'm a light worker, they're actually limiting themselves in that sense. That I like to remind people like, look, God is a full spectrum being. It is everything that we think is light and everything that we think is dark, that everything is combined within this unity. And it doesn't mean that we all need to be the same or that we all need to behave the same way or have the same ideals or emanate the same kinds of energies, because we are all different spectrums of energy. And for me, what is important is about people being authentic and true to who they are, not necessarily what other people think that they should be or how they should be. And that for me, that's also one of the benefits of working with psychedelic medicines, is that it can help you find your authentic mode of being. And it's not necessarily going to look what other people think it should look like or be what other people think it should be, because it's each vehicle of God is unique and has its own unique characteristics. And the less we're operating from, this is my identity and this is the way I want other people to see me, versus this is how I am and this is how I engage the world, I think that we can all come from a place that is just more genuine and more open and compassionate, and being able to see the shared divinity of all beings and of all people. And that's just a place that I like personally to come from. Feels more authentic for me. So I think we've got like, oh no, it's 10 o'clock. So somebody else is supposed to jump in.
We have like,
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, feel free to do, we're all good here. So feel free to do like your closure, whatever you want to do. I'm sure the next moderator can handle a moment. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, I will just wrap it up by just saying once more, well, I don't even think I said my name. My name is Martin Ball. Generally, I'm known as Martin W. Ball. I had to use the W to get my Gmail account. And as an author, there was already some other Martin Balls out there. So Martin Ball, my website is martinball.net. My music is at martinball.bandcamp.com. It's also just at martinball.net. And my books are out there in audiobook, ebook, and paperback. And you can find my music pretty much anywhere you can find music online. And also just to mention that I do consultation calls with people. I work as an integration coach and help people understand their entheogenic experience from a non-dual perspective and help them make peace with wherever they are within their energetic process. And of course, I'm also the host of the Entheogenic Evolution podcast, which comes out every Monday at 10 a.m., which features interviews with people from around the world and across the spectrum in the psychedelic space, and also sharings from my audiobooks and also talks and lectures and things like that. So you can find that wherever you find podcasts. And you can hit me up on Facebook at Martin W. Ball, and also on Instagram, and that's where I post my art and photography and stuff like that. So Yeah, and thanks for having me on. It's been fun to talk about psychedelics and the environment. I appreciate it, and creativity.
Thank you so much. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys.
Welcome to our next moderator, Yuka Turu. This is his hour, and so I'm passing it over to you.
Wonderful, Leo. Thank you so much. Let me see if I can get my video going. Is my video not going right now, or?
No.
Let me try one thing real quick. So sorry, I'm not sure why I can't get this video going on my end, but if I can't get it going, I wonder if it would be too much of a problem to have me blacked out.
If it's just a technical issue, then I would suggest you just continue on with what you got going on.
Okay.
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, perfect. Okay, sorry guys. So I look like I won't have visuals, unfortunately, but I'm really excited today about the topic, and a little bit about myself. My name is Yuki Hamada, and I have since I was 14, I've been on a path with plant medicines, and it's been quite interesting how initially working with the plant medicines was really working with art and spirituality, and it was I was really interested in doing medium work, and so a lot of times I would try to just be an open vessel, and when I work with the plant medicine, it helped me to connect with what I call the spirit realm. And I try to channel and just do artwork and have that kind of be like my subconscious and the astral going through me, and just seeing kind of having a dialogue with me and the art. But it was quite fascinating how powerful I found that to be an effective for me to tap into the spirit realm. And at some time, it seemed that more than me working with plant medicines as a tool, the plants I saw as teachers. And so it was interesting to have that shift, moving from working with these medicines, and at that time, I never even called them medicines, but working with these medicines previously as tools for the work I did, and to shift over to see the plants themselves as my teachers, and to have the capacity to work and commune and to be let into this sacred spaces that they provide. And that definitely was the biggest catalyst for me to go into study herbalism. And going into herbalism, instantly, I mean, that's one of the biggest things, is that environmental impact of working with herbs and plant medicines, from sustainable harvesting to caring for the life cycles of these plants, and knowing if any of them are endangered, or if there's invasive species that we should be, worried about, if certain ones is better to not grow in a certain area, and how that affects the ecosystem. And it's amazing to see also, for me, I had this shift where that nature itself is the greatest sacred space, where all these beings dwell. And in a forest, each plant to be its own entity and spirit that you can commune with. And I found that working with some of these powerful plant teachers gave me experiences that were direct, that I personally could not deny as real for myself. And so I am curious, how other people have experienced a connection with psychedelics or plant medicines, if that has opened up a portal to see nature in a different light. Because I couldn't have imagined that my life would have opened up to this path, and they led me to, for a long time, I felt very lost, where I wasn't sure what direction in my life I'm going, and if I was on a path at all. But working with these plant medicines, not only were my teacher and guide, but then all of a sudden I started meeting so many people who are on a very specific spiritual path, working with the plant medicines and doing exactly what I was doing. And I felt so blessed to not feel alone and to be with like-minded individuals and communities, and realized how sacred and powerful these things are. And they best, for me, thrive in the lands that they grow in. And I guess that's another interesting topic. I do wonder, I have no problem with things that are made in laboratories. And I am curious, that's I guess a second topic, but so maybe before I go in there, I am kind of curious if anyone in the group could share or would like to share if they had any experiences working with the psychedelics that really connected them to the world of nature in a way that was profoundly different than before taking psychedelics.
I'll chime in. I posted it in the chat earlier, but about a decade ago, I was taking many different types of pharmaceuticals for chronic pain due to some injuries and things like insomnia and depression. Just handfuls of all kinds of terrible pills, Oxycontin, oxycodone, all of these things. And I had an inner voice tell me to go and find mushrooms. And I did. It took me a while to find some. And then when I did find them, they were in the perfect dose. I'm not quite sure how many it was in this giant chocolate, but from what I know now, after a decade of working professionally, it was probably a heroic dose, like 5-6 grams or so, maybe more. And after my mystical experience and spiritual reawakening, I started having dreams, and sometimes even while I was awake, messages from plants telling me how to combine them and which ones to take, and to achieve certain results. And after a while, I just started listening to them, and I would go and be like, well, what does it hurt to go to the herb shop and try what I just dreamed about, or the intuitive hit that I got? I didn't study plant medicine, so these things coming out of the blue, it wasn't a logical or rational thing. It wasn't like in my consciousness already. So it was coming from outside. And when I started to look into it, I started creating a formulation that got me off of opiates. And
you told me not to bother because you said that yeah. And then I couldn't find it anyway. So yeah.
Somebody is not muted that's talking about something else. Anyhow, where was I? Basically, my change with nature was plant communication and being able to tap into listening to the plants. And so I've been exploring that for the last decade of how to actually ask direct questions and get wisdom from the trees and from the ocean and whatnot. So that's my little story. Thank you.
Wow, that's very powerful. And I thank you so much for sharing that. It's incredible when we're able to commune with a complete different species, and it seems that the message comes in clear, and there's an understanding that we could receive, and maybe a mutual communication that we can have, even though they're completely different species with what appears to be no mouth, nose, eyes, ears, yet that full communication can actually exist is, I think, so miraculous and incredible.
It really is, actually. It makes me tear up just thinking about it.
Wow.
Thank you for letting me share.
That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing that I also experienced too, and not so much just like into combining or making medicines, but also the cultures where they came from. And a lot of times they would connect me to shamanic teachers and some of the traditions that are also associated with certain medicines. So it's amazing how so many things could come into our life, and there's a kind of communication that's beyond these, I don't say the five senses, but that's coming from some other intuitive realm, which I think is one of the most powerful things that we can experience. And I truly think that's beautiful that you shared that. So I wondered, that change anyone's perspective if we have this relationship with these sacred plants, that the lands that they exist in, if they're being threatened, that they would communicate that, because I've had interesting, insights that connected me to see this idea, this really unnatural progress of certain things that humanity is doing. Even simple things like electricity might sound like a weird thing, but getting out of the cycle of nature, we're on kind of a 24/7. We don't abide necessarily by nature's clocks as much as we used to. And a lot of things kind of came, to the forefront of my own living and lifestyle and society that made me feel that it's making me really out of tune with nature, which is making me sick on its own, regardless of anything I do. And like, even if we had no electricity, everything maybe stops and there's more, community gathering, storytelling when the sun goes down, how we spend our time and our days. I think that kind of really big shift with technology, and I'm also pro technology and exploration for it, but at the same time I feel sometimes that we're not maybe staying in a balance that keeps us healthier. And I feel like the plant medicines have also communicated the rhythm of nature more to me. That, where I'm out of balance with nature became more apparent. And that in turn also kind of connected me to this being an advocate, to be a caretaker for, where they exist, their habitats, and our impact as humanity, and how we can go and make a difference in our everyday life to be a greater benefit to nature itself. Of course, everything is nature as well, but it's kind of interesting, that topic, which could be touchy, but I think veganism is one of these things that there to me feels like is a strong reason why it is so prevalent and becoming more accepted. I feel that it is something that nature is bringing to us and giving us a chance to maybe correct, because I think we're shifted as a whole, as a humanity. Maybe we're a little off balance, and that working towards veganism helps to balance it. And I'm not a vegan. My girlfriend is, and I'm mostly vegan, but it's amazing hearing, just when the impact that we have from consuming meat products, and the degradation to forests, for creating land to feed cattle, and the amount of water that we use, the amount of waste that we have. And so I feel like for me too, that beyond just the communication, and I know a lot of things that benefited my life, but also it seemed to also open me up a lot to the sometimes negative impacts that we have as a humanity as a whole, and to really see that kind of pushed in my face sometimes. And sometimes it's very difficult on journeys to see that. But although it sounds like that I've had journeys where it feels like I'm hearing Mother Earth and the pains, but I almost feel that it's really maybe our collective as a humanity and the things that we have done together as a humanity. Maybe nature's, so big that in reality, we're not in any position to destroy it, because it would be probably the entire universe. But I do wonder if anyone had experiences to look at food, or things that have to do with what we do in our current food production, and what people think about that. I don't know if anyone would want to say anything about veganism.
I could share. I do believe that there is a correlation between body consciousness and plant medicine. And I do think there is kind of like a purity that you can, a state of existence you can get to in your body, where the plant medicine helps you to understand, like, maybe you don't need as much meat, or maybe you don't need to consume as much food. And I think there's just been a lot of proof out there to show, like, eating disorder stuff can definitely be related to getting some help from plant medicine. And so I do feel like there is like hope out there for people to find a correlation with, like, oh, what feels good for my body? Like, what is actually nutritional for my body? And how do I feel after I eat this? And maybe I was checked out before on like lattes or McDonald's or whatever, but now I'm doing plant medicine and I'm like, oh, this meat that's processed like in a factory somewhere with 100 different cows really doesn't feel very good for my intestines. And, I think there can be a creation of better self-awareness around food, and also the choices, the energy of our food. I think sometimes you can take plant medicine and you can feel gross. I remember taking LSD one time, and I had, I was abroad in a different country, and it was like after the end of a long trip and they were going to kill this animal, right, for the final like culmination of our trip. And there's this big pig that's roasting over this huge fire. And it was just kind of like the expectation was like, we've killed this pig that we've like ridden on the boat with. It's kind of like feels Lord of the Flies-esque, and it's kind of like we're all like hunters and around the fire, and we're banging on our chests, and we're all like super excited, and the drum beat is going, and then it was like the worst experience in the world for me to be on the LSD and like going up the line, and there's the cut pig, and they'll put the sizzling flesh on your plate. And I just remember being like the grossest out like I'd ever been, just because I was like, gross, like this is nasty. I feel like we are all celebrating cannibalism. Like this is disgusting. And so needless to say, I didn't eat the pig, but like, I feel like there's something about our society. For me, that event was so symbolic, because even though I wasn't on a strong dose, I really felt like, wow, we're kind of indoctrinated into this kind of like cannibalism of species that are like just as intelligent of us or whatever. And we're like gearing up for the kill collectively as a culture. And you're like, you're a loser if you don't participate. You know, those times that like you are doing vegetarian and someone will be like, oh, come on. It's, I cut a steak for everyone, or I got a piece of this great steak. And you're just like, okay, like, and so I do feel like a lot of us who are in the plant medicine community come from very injured pasts, right? Like we come from places of being sexually abused or physically abused or emotionally abused or whatever, and we're seeking healing. So we're particularly vulnerable and oftentimes maybe disconnected from our bodies if we haven't like been on some kind of healing path for a while, like yoga or some shit. And so I do believe that when you're doing these plant medicines, it can be like a reconnection with the self. And it's almost like meeting your body for the first time. And you're like, oh my God, I have a body, and you're just like freaking out and touching yourself. And you're like, I can't believe I'm in this vehicle. Right. And then you're like, whoa, like I haven't treated this vehicle very nicely. And other people haven't treated this vehicle very nicely. And this food hasn't treated this vehicle very nicely. And I feel gross when I eat this garbage and this crap. And so we begin maybe to pay attention to the energetic vibration of the food. At one point I got caught accidentally in a Rastafarian commune in Belize with my son. It was like quite horrible, but it had some nice aspects before I got robbed. But when I was there, I remember that they made all their own food, and they were vegetarian, and they made all their own food, and they like pounded the wheat or whatever grain they had, and they made it all. And they really talked to me a lot about the energy of food and the energetic vibration of food, and that it is important who takes care of your food and who's putting energy into your food, because you're ingesting their energy. And I swear, man, after being there a week, before I escaped with no money, it just really taught me something about the vibrational nature of food. And I definitely felt like on a higher energetic level after being there a week, in terms of just lighter and what have you. And I think there is something that goes into when people are preparing your food with love, and maybe when you're not taking an animal energy, that there can be a higher vibration. And I remember when I came back from India, I decided to go vegetarian. It was because I went through Greece on the way home, and I saw a sheep that had been slaughtered in the, like, I don't know, butcher shop or something. It was just hanging upside down. And I just was so grossed out and feeling so nasty about seeing that sheep that I decided to go vegetarian. I remember when I was researching, it's kind of like when you quit smoking, you start to research like, oh, how quickly are my lungs repairing themselves? Or, oh, how quickly is, this, can you rebuild this system or something? And so as I was researching vegetarianism, as I was exploring that, there's a belief in Hinduism that your energetic vibration changes with consuming flesh, and that for each year of your life that you consumed flesh, then you have to eat that many years without consuming flesh. You have to go that many years without consuming flesh to get back to the energetic vibration of like your innocent, like positive vibration or whatever. And I don't really super subscribe to that, maybe a little bit, because for me, there's like the Christian overtones of like, you were born innocent, but you're fucked, So anyway, I think it's a beautiful question to ask. And we're having a speaker at 4 a.m., I believe. who was speaking specifically about becoming a vegetarian while a child, and like seeing that as like the greatest act of environmental activism that you can take, and starting with your own body. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo, for sharing all these amazing things that you've gone through in your journey and the insights that came. I definitely relate to a lot of that, and feel similar in that there's a lot of wisdom, I think, to be said with what you were saying and what you heard. And I think I'm also the same, that although I don't fully subscribe, because I did wind up going on the vegan path for some time, and I do believe in it, as far as that its benefit to the world and to my own personal health. And so I'm definitely advocate, but I did wind up also looking a lot at my shamanic teachers, which made me see things in quite a different light as well, and how even if you're consuming animals, that there's a lifestyle that is in harmony with nature still. Although I think that because where we're at with our current society, that that idea alone might not be enough, and maybe veganism is a kind of a more quicker approach to try to rebalance what we're already currently doing. And I also found that when I do work in circles with medicine, one of the most amazing things is how empathy grows, and being an empath and feeling each other in a room. And I thought that was the most miraculous thing, where we're all sitting together, and we're working on our own journeys and our own healings, but sometimes we'll hear each other. And sometimes it's like if someone's going through something very difficult, and I feel everything they're feeling, and then it pulls me out, and it pulls us out, and then as a community we reconnect with that person who might need a little extra love, and we're like, we love you, love you brother, we love you sister, we're here for you, and just giving that energy, and then they calm down, and all of a sudden you can feel that shift. And then I wind up kind of just like retreating back to my own space, when you can feel, oh, that person's calmed down, and the whole room can feel it. And I think that aspect of opening up psychically, I think is a quite common phenomena. And it's something that I've experienced so many times, and everyone in my circles, we all share this as a common experience so often. And I think that also capacity to tune in and to psychically feel other beings makes it a lot of times difficult when we see an animal suffering too, and we can connect, and not just like from a mental, but really like this connection that is psychic in a lot of ways, to feel exactly what they're feeling and go inside of their skin nearly, and to feel what they're feeling. And so I think that happens, and also creates a big impact, I think, on when we're eating these foods and seeing and empathizing and connecting, that they are these sentient beings and have gone through certain experiences and traumas. And, seeing the slaughterhouses is some of the most horrific. I can't imagine anyone able to depict hell any worse than what they're going through. And so, I see all of these things, and it's very unnatural, mechanized, and it's basically like creating infinite suffering that's in a cycle that seems nearly never ending. And that I found to be something that was very heartbreaking, that these sentient beings are constantly in this cycle, in this machine of torture. But and Leo, yeah, I don't know, I love chanting too. So I guess if I can just chant a little too, I don't know if I guess I'll just kind of do what I
Actually, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
There was something you were saying earlier about like animism, like being connected to animals or being connected to spirits. And I do think it relates. I was trying to ask myself, like, well, does this really relate to environmentalism? But I feel like it's all connected. And, you know, I have this astrologer and she talks about how the veil between the dead and the living is the thinnest it's ever been in human history. So if you think about like all these witches and just throughout history and like magicians or what have you, that have sought like spiritual, you know, gurus, what have you, contact with the dead or communication with the other side or whatever. I think it's fascinating to think about that veil being so thin now. And in Judaism, like they believe that at the end of times, whatever, you know, you want to call it, that the dead will rise. And I actually think that that's like literal in the sense that it could be like the times we're in now, and the veil between the living and the dead is so thin that it is like the dead will rise, because maybe, you know, the dead or those who passed on become more active in our dreams, or we feel more protected by them or more thinking about them more often, and they're closer to us, right? So we almost feel like we can touch them. And there's something about plant medicine that when I think about like shamanic use of entheogens with dogs, that's historically been done in like shamanic communities, particularly in South America, but really recognizing like dogs are having existential experiences, and, you know, other creatures, other beings are having existential experiences. And I do feel like the world of plant medicine allows you to speak to those mushrooms or speak to, you know, whatever, and that you can understand maybe ghosts better or communicate with ghosts better, and that we're able to like transcend worlds, you know, and just how meaningful that could mean in kind of the spiritual battle of life and the environmental experience. But the other thing I wanted to share was that I remember on one journey with the mushrooms, I had gone after COVID and alone to my favorite spot, and I had taken mushrooms, and I had just really been like in a place of like frustration about the world and so much that was just unknown. And I kept asking the mushrooms, like, I really need answers from you guys. Like, give me some answers. That's why I'm here. And the whole time they wanted to talk about like the light and laughter and like dancing sunlight on the leaves and all these things that clearly were important to them. I felt like they were like frolicking little fairies around me or something with mushroom hats that, you know, kept pointing to like prisms of light and things like that. And I kept like, you know, just being like angry and like, no, I really want like information. I really want answers. That's why I'm here. Like, give it to me, and very demanding. And then finally at the end, I only got one comment from them after like all of that I thought that I put, you know, it's all about me, but like that I thought I put into it. And the only thing they gave me as far as like an answer was, enjoy the shit show. And like that was it, right? And for
Leo,
me,
can I add an interjection?
hold on 1 second. I just want to finish my story. Doxy, I just want to finish my story. So I really felt like that was so deep and profound, because for me, it felt like, yeah, there's probably going to be a shit show. You're probably going to survive it because apparently you're sticking around long enough to enjoy it, but that it's going to be chaos, and, you know, smoke a cigar, sweetie, you know? And I just felt like that was so beautiful to me, right? Like, you know, there's so little we can control in this world, but like, look at, you know, they were trying to show me maybe through their dance or through their laughter or through the commentary on light and all these things that they thought were beautiful in nature. But that's what they were saying. But it was me that was insisting they say it in my language. Like, I'm not getting it in your guys' language, guys. Like, tell it to me in my language. And then it felt like out of nowhere, like this big force, it just came and like hit me like, you dumbass, like, get over yourself.
I've heard my mind. I don't want to make an interjection anymore. I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Sean wants you to make the interjection, Doxy. So
Yeah, but I don't want to ask. I don't want to make the interjection anymore.
okay,
I want to
well, then don't do it.
I want to ask
Don't
a
do
question.
it.
I want to ask.
It's Yuki's show. So
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, what is needed for existential? What were you talking about? The dogs have, Leo, existential.
I was saying dogs have existential angst, like they have souls, like shamanic cultures.
So what is needed in order to have existential angst? What is needed? That's my question. I can attempt to answer it as well.
Yeah, consciousness, a soul. I don't know. I mean,
well, first of all, in order to have existential angst, I think you might have to exist. First of all, right? I'm not sure. Could an entity that doesn't exist, could it have existential angst?
I agree.
I don't know. That's a tough one, right? But maybe that may be the one ingredient. It may not be. Then you probably have to have not only a self, but also a self-awareness, right? Like a fly has a self. There's parts of the universe that are a fly and parts that are not, right? Especially one particular fly, right, called David, right? Who is David the fly, and the rest of the universe is not David the fly, right? Well, in a way, but David isn't self-aware. I don't think. There's a test that is applied in ethology. That's the study of animal behavior. As to self-awareness, it's a mirror test. They put an animal in front of a mirror. Some of these experiments are very elaborate because they involve two yachts, sailing around with a mirror submerged so that they can do the mirror test for a dolphin or for an orca. It's insane. You look at these experiments being done, you're like, is this for real? It is. It's easier to do in an aquarium in captivity, but we don't know if behavior in captivity and behavior in the wild is the same. Okay, so that's all about self-awareness. Should I shut up at any point?
Sorry, can you repeat the last?
I asked if I should shut up at any point.
Oh, no, I mean, I know you had a question and you have some answers about it. And so I think that I agree. I agree that having existential, crises and thoughts means it's related to existence. And if the question is, so what does it mean to exist? That's a good question too. From my reality, I believe in animism, and that all consciousness is actually one of the fabric foundations of this universe or reality. But that's my personal belief, and which means that in anywhere and everything, consciousness is there. And the idea of becoming individualized within the sea of consciousness, to me, I kind of is an analogy like in a dream. And when you go to sleep and there's characters in the dream, and sometimes I feel like I'm separate, there's beings in my dream.
Yeah. So in science, it has lately been noted that the notion of the self is contained in the left prefrontal parietal prefrontal anterior. I can't remember if it's a prefrontal anterior parietal cortex. It's just above, just inside of the left temple. Okay, that's where the self resides. That's what brain scans have been telling us for about 20 years. Okay. And that part of the brain may be offline when you dream. Some dreams, right? It may not be communicating with the other parts of the brain, which are constructing a dream. There's a dream. Some dreams are visual. Some dreams are entirely based in narrative. There's a story proceeding in the dream, and you follow it. And you construct it with your language regions, right? Hernica's region and the part that controls the muscle movements of the jaw. I can't remember it now. What's that region called? There's an oh, my memory is failing me. But this is, you know, the brain is a piece of organic machinery that commits to chemical memory things that happen in the environment. So a photon from the sun will hit a plant and then go into your eye, hit a rod cell. The rod cell will fire glutamate and leave a chemical impression in one of the synapses that's attached to the back end of that rod cell. You understand?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, I kind of I understand how the senses work, and you know, we translate everything externally, and then we reconstruct it inside our internal space,
yes.
and then we live in a, you know, make believe construct, and then we assign meanings to all those things. But
yes, yes, and it's all connected, and it used to be connected through the physical world by calling out to each other, speaking to each other, drawing, making drawings and leaving them on the wall, even after we die, going to Mount Rushmore and chiseling stuff out of the rock, and that's how we can speak to people in the future, right? And now there's the internet, where you know, you communicate through cyberspace, and it's just more complicated, right? But all part of the same thing. Still all part of the same thing that you're describing.
wonderful. Doc, is it okay? There's also if we have time, but Brian has his hand up for a little bit.
I'm going to shut up.
No, I appreciate, you know, you sharing. I know it's related to the question of the nature of existence and the self, and
I don't want to take too much time. It's okay.
But yeah, no, so I appreciate it. I just want to give also Brian a chance because he has his hand up for some time.
Yes, sorry, Brian.
Perfect, wonderful.
No apologies necessary. You guys are having a great conversation, but I'm going to be totally honest. The thought came to my mind quite a while ago, and I don't know that I can recall it right now. I don't know if I will momentarily, but I honestly can't remember it. There's something about the nature of the self, but I don't recall. So I forgot to lower my hand, but if I come up with it, I will let you guys know.
Aha. Okay.
Apologies.
Thank you so much, Brian. Yes. I guess if for now, I mean, if people want to hear me chant a little, I could do that.
Did you say chant?
Chant, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess a couple of the traditions that I've been initiated in, some of them are in the Hindu tradition. And so I did learn some chanting that's in Sanskrit, and also a sect from South India and from Tamil Nadu, and the Siddhars are slightly different. It's not Sanskrit, considered older, much older in Tamil. And I do love chanting from these two traditions. So first one's going to be somewhat more of a traditional Hindu.
I just before you start that when I was in Tamil Nadu, I don't know, I think 20 years ago, I was hearing one of these chants. I was driving through on a motorcycle, and there was a hut. There were people parked outside. I went in. I parked my motorcycle. I went in. I listened to the chant. I probably woke up from the swoon maybe 18 hours later. My knees were aching. They were passing around a chillum with datura seeds and tobacco. Yeah, and the Swami was chanting, and it was oh my God, it was an incredible journey.
Wow.
Yeah, and that when I came to, my backpack was still there. My phone was out of battery, and I kind of asked people as I was waddling out, like, what day is it? And what time is it? And I did the calculation as I was coming back, and I was sitting there cross-legged for 18 hours. But that's just triggered by your saying Tamil Nadu.
Wow. Wow. I would be so fascinated. Did you get to smoke out of that chillum?
Yeah.
Wow.
I wouldn't be there for 18 hours sitting cross-legged if I didn't have.
Wow. Oh, that's interesting. I only had to ask that because I also sat with one of my teachers, and we sat down, and we did not wind up leaving or moving. And I sat there for about 10 hours, but we had no substance. And it was a worship of the Sri Yantra. And yeah, we sat down, and I don't know, it just like some energy came over, and we didn't move. And then for a weird thing, a phenomena that I couldn't stop I could never feel full for 3 days. I was like a bottomless pit, and in a good way. I could just keep eating, and it never, my stomach just kind of expanded and was so relaxed. And I don't know why that happened, but it kind of reminded me of that when you said you sat for so long. But yeah,
the substances they add to the experience, but the shaman is really the main driver. He is the drug, the bigger part of it. Scopolamine, by the way, which is what is in datura, it can be dangerous. You have to be very careful with it, right? Yeah, it's not. If you if you take too much, I think it might kill you. I'm not sure. I'm not completely sure. Atropine, scopolamine, those things are put into when I was in the military, we would carry around a needle with scopolamine and atropine that we would have to inject into our leg if we ran into mustard gas. So sometimes it kills you, sometimes it saves you.
Yeah, it's been used as medicine. I know even as a fumigant, people were using that for toothaches, and I think even the 1600s or something like that. So there are a lot of uses, and anything, could sometimes say the poison's in the dose. So yeah, if you know how to use it carefully and properly, then it's definitely something I feel that is a powerful medicine that you can use. I work with it as a fumigant. It's very mild that way, and I feel it's safe because I can feel the effects immediately. So eating it, if you dose it wrong, then it's already gone down. So
what are you going to chant for us?
Yes. Okay. I'll do a little bit of chanting, and then this first one is going to be more of a kind of traditional Sanskrit chanting, and then the second part I could do a little bit
Sorry, folks, I might have accidentally muted him, so hold on.
How's that? Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Oh.
yes, you're back.
Shri Mammaha Ganadipataye Namaha Lakshmi Narayanabhyam Namaha Uma Maheshwarabhyam Namaha Vani Hiranyagarabhabhyam Namaha Sachi Purandarabhyam Namaha Mata Pitarabhyam Namaha Ishtadevatabhyo Namaha Kulla Devatabhyo Namaha Grama Devatabhyo Namaha Vastu Devatabhyo Namaha Dwara Devatabhyo Namaha Sthana Devatabhyo Namaha Saravebhyo Devebhyo Namaha Sarvabhyo Devibhyo Namaha Sarvebhyo Brahmanebhyo Namaha Om Bhurvubhaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayate Om Bhuh Om Bhuvaha Om Swaha Om Mahaha Om Janaha Om Tapaha Om Satyam Om Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayate Om Apo Jyotira Somritam Brahma Bhurvavassu Bharum Om Aim Atma Tattvam Sodayami Swaha Om Hrim Vidya Tattvam Sodayami Swaha Om Klim Shiva Tattvam Sodayami Swaha Om Aim Hrim Klim Sarva Tattvam Sodayami Swaha Om Tat Vishnu Paramam Padam Sada Pashanti Suraya Diviva Chakshara Tatam Om Apavitra Pavitro Va Sarvavastangatopi Va Yasmare Kundarikaksham Sabahya Bhyantara Suchihi Om Adara Shakti Namaha Om Kurmaya Namaha Manantaya Namaha Prithive Namaha Stam Sim Sirubhava Pat Om Ganges Chayamanye Chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri Jale Asmin Sannitin Kuru Om Aim Hrim Shim Klim Vrindavanavasin Swaha Edaganda Pushpo Mamarak Mandala Dwada Shakalatmane Namaha Edaganda Pushpo Om Soma Mandala Shoda Shakalatmane Namaha Edaganda Pushpo Mam Bhakti Mandala Shakalatmane Namaha Om Ganges Chayamanye Chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri Jale Asmin Sannitin Kuru Om I'm Klim Jamunde, the Mimling 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 Klim Jamunde, 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 Yevje, Amritam Kuru Swaha, Amritam Kuru Swamritam Kuru Swamritam Kuru Swamritam Kuru Swamritam Kuru Swam. Om Amale Mahamaye Sarvashakti Sarupini Chaturvarga Swainyastastas Mame Siddhidabhava Om Avignam Kurmaletam Gurunami Dakshine Kare Javakale Chasidyardam Prasidamama Sittaye Om Akshamala Dipadaye Susiddhim Dehi Dehi Sarvamantrada Sadini Sadaya Sadaya Sarvasittim Parikalpaya Parikalpaya Me Swaha Om Kushasane Sito Brahma Kushe Chaiva Jadanadana Kushe Hakashavat Vishnu Kushasana Namostade Om Shatta Visheka Humpat Swaha Om Pushpa Pushpe Mahapushpe Supushpe Pushpa Sambhave Pushpachya Vikiranecha Humpat Swaha Assam Om Am Humpat Swaha Klim I'm Astraya Pat Astraya Pat. That's a little part of kind of a purification when we do a ritual. That's on the Sanskrit, kind of a more traditional, what you hear in some Hindu Sanskrit chanting.
That was mesmerizing. That was amazing.
Yeah, so the other is different style, actually, in the Siddhar tradition. It's and he's my Ganja Baba. So a lot of it is interesting because all of his, those were chants, the ones I was originally doing first is typically done sitting. So it's in a seated posture and the energy flows differently when you sit and it works. And then this other one in the Siddhar tradition is standing. So you're chanting while you're dancing, while you're going in circles. And for this, my teacher, we use Ganja, but so it's a little different. I'll start here. Om Mari Om Ganabadaye Baba Vakulla Ganabadaye Baba Vannivala Ganabadaye Baba Sarvabandi Om Naravajangdi Om Naravasendi Om Unbasa Manapo Yembasa Makattiva Ayum Klium Sawum Sawum Klium Ayum Vigna Vinayaka Swaha Om Ringangung Anamade Namaringangung 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 Anamade Namaha
That's it.
I was a little chanting, but it's kind of silent while I'm doing breathing, but.
I just want to know when to clap.
I'll do a little bit more, I guess, if you have time. It's a couple minutes here. Bel bel murugam bedru bel murugam 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 bel bel murugam bedru bel murugam. Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Nandeshwaraya Namaha. Nandeshwara Diva Guru Nada Kiyaruvaram Nandeshwara Diva Guru Nada Kiyaruvaram Nandeshwara Diva Guru Nada Kiyaruvaram Nandeshwara Diva Guru Nada Kiyaruvaram. Om Bhairavadega Swamigiyaru, Aram Bhairavadega Swamigiyaru, Aram Bhairavadega Swamigiyaru, Aram Bhairavadega Swamigiyaru, Hara. Om Sadhu Krishna Veni Ammagiyaru, Aram Sadhu Krishna Veni Ammagiyaru, Aram Sadhu Krishna Veni Ammagiyaru, Aram Sadhu Krishna Veni Ammagiyaru, Hara. Om Raja Swami Dinda Diva Guru Nada Giyaro, Aram Raja Swami Dinda Diva Guru Nada Giyaro, Aram Raja Swami Dinda Diva Guru Nada Giyaro, Hara. Jai Guru Ve Tunai, Jai Guru Ve Tunai, Jai Guru Ve Tunai. Anga Garbhajanda Dallayadi Diva Guru Nada Giyaro, Aram Garbhajanda Dallayadi Diva Guru Nada Giyaro, Aram Garbhajanda Dallayadi Diva Guru Nada Giyaro, Hara. Om Amrindeshwariye Namo Amrindeshwariye Namo Amrindeshwariye Namo Amrindeshwariye Namaha. Ma 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 ma. That's just partial, but those are some of the chants to my guru in the Siddhar tradition. And yeah, they're fascinating. I guess I just, if it's okay, I just want to share one other one, just really quick. It's one for Shiva, and they have a 5-syllable Om Namah Shivaya. It's a very popular mantra, and that one's actually, they have a yantric form. I can't exactly explain the full thing, but there's a chant that goes with this yantra. Hari Om, Ayum, Kiliyum, Sawum, Riyum, Shriyum, Namah Shivaya, Mashivaya Na, Shivaya Nama, Vaya Namasi, Ya Namah Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. So thank you so much for letting me share a little bit of my chanting and for the discussion that we had to have. I thought it was very beautiful and enjoyed hearing each and one of you guys. Thank you guys so much for having me here. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
That was amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Okay. Thank you, Yuki. So our next moderator is coming on next, and I believe she's here. Let me just double check. Marin.
Yep, I'm here.
Right on. It's your hour. Take it away.
Beautiful. Hello, everyone. It's lovely to be here. Thank you so much, Leo and Brian, for holding this space and for Enthea Society. And thank you for the opportunity to share. So, as we jump in, we're just going to take a few moments to tune into meditation. We had some incredible chanting by Yuki the last few moments. So I'm going to invite you to settle into a comfortable position, whether that's sitting or laying down or standing if you've been sitting for a while, whatever feels comfortable for you. And just taking a few moments to tune inwards to your internal experience. You're welcome to close your eyes if that feels comfortable for you, or maybe staring down towards the ground. And just giving yourself permission to take a moment to rest, take your eyes away from the screen. Just notice your quality of breath. Observe how the air flows into your nostrils, into your lungs, expands your body, and then as you exhale, observing the air leaving your body. Simply observing the quality of your breath. Maybe you have a nice long inhale and exhale. Maybe you can feel the shifts in your body as your lungs expand and your organs move to make room for that expansion. Maybe you notice how the air might tickle your nose hairs or your nostril as the air enters into your nose. We're gonna bring our attention to the base of the spine. And as you do so, imagine as though there are roots growing from the base of your spine that reach down into the earth, that go through the floor, through the basement, or whatever kind of building you might be in at the moment, down to the earth, through the soil, through the dirt, down to the center of the earth. And as those roots are growing, notice their size and the texture and the shape. They're reaching down into the earth as far as they can possibly go. Imagine them going even further. Allow these roots to connect you so deeply into the earth, to be rooted, stabilized in a firm foundation, With each exhale, reaching even deeper into the earth. Whenever you begin to inhale on your next inhale, slowly bring your attention back through the roots, back to the base of the spine, feeling that strength. And begin to slowly bring your attention up the spine, through the heart, through the throat, and eventually allow it to lead you to the crown of the head. And from here, I invite you to imagine as though there are branches this time growing from the crown of your head. These branches are growing, reaching from your crown up into the sky, up through the roof of the building you're in, through the sky, past all other trees, going by very tall buildings, up past airplanes, up through the clouds, reaching as far as you can imagine. Just notice again the color and the shape and the texture of these branches. Reaching up into the sky, through the stratosphere, all of the spheres, reaching out into outer space, through the stars, past all the planets, maybe even to the ends of the universe. Allow your branches to grow as farther than you can even imagine. With each exhale, sending them farther, maybe even to a different galaxy. Allow that deep connection to the cosmos, to the grand mystery out there, to lengthen your body, maybe even raise your eyebrows, lift your heart. And whenever you feel complete there, very slowly bringing your attention back through the branches, feeling that cosmic connection, even as you very slowly come back to the body. Maybe you'd like to place your hands on your heart as you bring your awareness slowly back to the body. Continue to imagine these roots grounding you into the earth, and continue to imagine these roots stretching out through the cosmos, connecting to you, to all that is. And know that you are always connected in this way at all times. And all you have to do is consciously think about this connection. Notice how this meditation has felt in your body. And on your next inhale, breathe deeply, allowing a moment for this sensation to integrate into the body. And as you exhale, releasing, maybe rolling your shoulders a little bit, rolling the neck or the head. Whatever movement might feel good for you at this time. We're going to spend just a few more moments with the eyes closed if that still feels good for you. We're going to begin to rub the hands together, rubbing the hands together in front of the heart space. Allowing for you to create a charge. You're creating heat, energy, friction. We're going to charge our hands with an intention. Think about a way that you can connect more deeply to planet Earth, the nature that exists all around you and within you. What is one specific way is it being a more peaceful being, bringing more presence to your daily actions, more love, more care, more attention? Maybe it's singing or moving. Whatever it might be, just allow this intention to flow into your hands to charge this space. Whenever they feel sufficiently charged, you can bring your hands back to your heart center and allow for that intention, that energy, that care to flow from you to you, charging up your body, bringing energy and movement to your energetic body. And just sitting for a moment with that intention. Notice if it's bringing any particular sensation to your body. Whenever you feel complete, feel free to lower the hands, rest them in your lap, and open your eyes and come back to this space and this screen whenever you're ready. All right. So, hey everybody, I hope that didn't make you fall asleep. If you're listening in, if you did, maybe you need to go to sleep. So, welcome to this space. I'm so glad to be here today. It's pretty late where I am. It's 2:17 in the morning. It's way past my bedtime. I don't think I've been up this late for quite some time, but I'm so happy to be here. So my name is Maren Spence, and I'm based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about the intersection between psychedelics, environmental activism, ecosomatics, and ecosexuality. So I'm just going to jump right in and let's talk a little bit about what those words mean. So if we talk about the word ecosomatics, eco and somatic. Eco refers to ecology, deep ecology, right? Ecology is the science of nature, right? That could be the trees, the bugs, the plants, the wind, the water, the humans, the ecosystems, right? All of these systems and beings that we live with and around. Somatic, the soma is talking about the body, referring to the body, right? And that could be the sensations within the body or the sensations in our immediate environment, in our energetic and spiritual bodies. And it could be referring to stillness, to movement, and everything in between. It's also referring to our interoception and our proprioception. So our interoception is our perception of our internal landscape. So maybe you can feel the sensation of your organ moving, or maybe your stomach churning, or some movement that's happening within the body. That's your interoception. Your proprioception is your perception of your body moving in time and space outside of the body. So like how you're shifting, how you're moving in relation to maybe the wall or the different things around you, like with other humans or other beings. So it's being aware of that, being aware of your perception of that. So interoception and proprioception are a part of somatics, which is a part of ecosomatics. So if we combine that together, it's our perception of our being within nature, right? So really, like maybe you're catching what I'm putting down, maybe you're smelling what I'm stepping in here, is that really this word is like a formal academic word to describe an ancient knowing and an ancient practice, right? It's just like a new buzzword, quite honestly, to describe like what we are as humans. So I'll talk a little bit more about some of the practices and how to tune in to that more easily in just a little bit. I'm going to shift over to talking about ecosexuality and defining ecosexuality. So again, we're talking about ecology. We're talking about nature. We're talking about ecosystems. We're talking about the way that nature works together to hold space for us to be in the ecological realm. Sexuality, right? We're talking about our pleasure, We're talking about movements, our desires, our needs, the way that we relate to other beings, whether that's in thought or sound, expressions of all kinds, actions of all kinds. Sensuality is connecting to the senses in that nature, right? So the five senses in that nature, and maybe even the sixth sense. So before we go any further, I'm going to read the EcoSex Manifesto. So ecosexuality is a movement that was created several years ago by a woman named Victoria. And the reason why this movement was started, at least part of the reason why this movement was started, was to really highlight the relationship between humans and the earth, and in an attempt to shift our perspective and our relationship to the earth. So if we're talking about Mother Nature, right? If you think about the earth in terms of a mother, right? She's our mom, right? She gives us everything. She's abundant. She gives us everything, and we don't, as her children, maybe we don't necessarily have to give anything back. It's her job. It's her job to care for us, right? What ecosexuality asks us to do is shift the narrative from Mother Nature to Lover Nature, right? And so we then shift our perspective to thinking about the earth as our lover. What does that look like? It might look like me as a human, me, Marin, taking responsibility for my desires and my needs fully. And it's asking the earth as my lover to do the same. And together, we can intentionally support each other's needs and desires in an interdependent way, right? Not codependent, not independent, but interdependent, right? And so we really want to bring what right relationship looks like. Of course, those things are possible when we're thinking about the earth as our mother. But in my personal experience, and also in the experience of the other ecosexuals that I've spoken to, it forces us to have that direct responsibility to care for the earth, to know that our health is intertwined with their health and vice versa. So allow that to percolate for just a moment. And I'm going to pull up the EcoSex Manifesto and I'm going to read it. You can Google it. It's really easy to find on the internet. It's about a page long. So hang in there with me. I'm going to be reading straight from the screen. And just find a comfortable position where you can really listen, like allow these words to really enter into your field, enter into your senses. Just try it on. See if it fits. See if anything resonates, right? If it doesn't resonate, cool. If it does, allow it to, allow it to percolate in your being. Okay. The EcoSex Manifesto. We are the ecosexuals. The earth is our lover. We are madly, passionately, and fiercely in love, and we are grateful for this relationship each and every day. In order to create a more mutual and sustainable relationship with the earth, we collaborate with nature. We treat the earth with kindness, respect, and affection. We make love with the earth. We are aquaphiles, terraphiles, pyrophiles, aerophiles. We shamelessly hug trees. We massage the earth with our feet. And we talk erotically to plants. We are skinny dippers, sun dippers, and stargazers. We caress rocks, are pleasured by waterfalls, and admire the earth's curves often. We make love with the earth through our senses. We celebrate our e-spots, and we are very, very dirty. We are a rapidly growing global community of ecosexuals. This community includes artists, academics, sex workers, sexologists, healers, environmental activists, ceremonialists, nature fetishists, gardeners, business people, therapists, lawyers, peace activists, ecofemmes, scientists, educators, revolutionaries, evolutionaries, critters, and other entities from divine walks of life. Some of us are sexologists, researching and exploring the places where sexology and ecology intersect in our culture. As consumers, we aim to buy less. And when we must, we buy green, organic, and local. Whether on farms, at sea, in the woods, or in small towns or large cities, we connect and empathize with nature. We are ecosex activists. We will save the mountains, the waters, and the skies by any means necessary, especially through love, joy, and our powers of seduction. We will stop the rape, abuse, and the poisoning of the earth. We do not condone the use of violence, although we recognize that some ecosexuals may choose to fight those most guilty for destroying the earth with public disobedience, anarchist, and radical environmental activist strategies. We embrace the revolutionary tactics of art, music, humor, poetry, and sex. We work and play tirelessly for earth justice and global peace. Bombs hurt. Ecosexuality is an identity. For some of us, being ecosexual is our primary sexual identity, whereas for others, it is not. Ecosexuals may be LGBTQI+, heterosexual, asexual, and or other. We invite and encourage ecosexuals to come out. We are everywhere. We are polymorphous and polynamorous. We educate people about ecosex, culture, community, and practices. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that we are all a part of, not separate from nature. Thus, all sex is ecosex. The Ecosex Pledge. I promise to love, honor, and cherish you, Earth, until death brings us closer together forever. Viva! So maybe some of that resonated for you. Maybe it didn't. All of it is welcome. I'm just gonna take just a few moments of silence just to really let that sink in. So maybe that resonates for you. Again, maybe it doesn't. And I really invite you to look up the manifesto and read it for yourself again, maybe tomorrow or in the next week, and just see if anything shifts for you. See if it resonates more or resonates less. No pressure, just, allow it to be something that you explore a little bit more. So now that we've talked a little bit about what these words mean, I'm going to talk a little bit about my own personal journey in weaving these themes together in my own life. And then we're going to have a little bit of a reflection time to write. So if you have, something to write with, a journal, maybe your phone, or you could type if that feels better. And then we'll open it up to questions and conversation. So my journey in exploring ecosexuality started when I was quite young, actually, before I had even the words or the understanding for what that even meant. And it really began out of a necessity to express my desires and to feel intimacy and care with myself and for my immediate environment. And the reason why I felt like I needed that was because the religion that I was a part of and grew up in, I really felt that it taught me to feel shame about my body, what my body felt like, what my body looked like, who was allowed or not allowed to touch or see my body. And I really grew up with a lot of shame and guilt for having a body. And so what I would do as a young girl was go into nature, like in a space where I knew that there was no one around, and like in the woods, and in spaces, and just be present with nature, be naked, because I felt so much shame being naked, even in my room where I felt, oh no, like someone could walk in on me. So I would just be in the woods naked, and usually be in a tree. Usually be in a tree, or communing with bugs or animals. I often would just feel like the ants like crawling on my body, or just be barefoot. And the first time that I actually touched my body sensually and sexually was by myself in the woods. And so that just opened up a new understanding for me, and an acceptance of like, oh, like nature is this beautiful space where I can just be myself. I can just be me. I don't have to feel shame or guilt for my desires. I don't have to feel shame and guilt for my body. And I really felt like nature was like there holding space for me, caring for me, and welcoming me to just be me. And so I kind of just like continued that as I grew older. And then I've realized like some of my closest friends also had done the same things as children. And so then we would just do that together. We would just go skinny dipping together, climb trees together, walk barefoot together. And I'm a person that is probably going to be barefoot at any time of the day, unless it's fucking cold. Even walking around in cities, like I'm probably going to be barefoot. And that's like for me the easiest and simplest way to really connect with the earth. Yes, shoes are prisons for the feet. So fast forward a little bit to high school, I began to explore with psychedelics when I was 15. And also that charged me into environmental activism and connection on earthing, yes, and connecting on every level. Like I truly felt like the first time I had mushrooms, I was one with the universe, and I could feel the earth breathing. I could feel the emotions that were coming from the earth, emotions of pain and suffering, but also of like joy and deep bliss. And I felt those sensations in my body as bliss, as pleasure, as joy, as pain. And so I began to weave this intimate connection with the sensations in my body to the earth. And so maybe you can see some of the ways that ecosexuality and ecosomatics really align with those sensations. And as I'm speaking about this, maybe you're realizing that you have had some of these experiences and these sensations as well. And so maybe you're noticing like you yourself have practiced ecosomatics, or you yourself might identify in some ways that sometimes as an ecosexual. So I'm going to speak a little bit about the elements and the different ways that we can tune into this relationship with the earth, right? If you think about like fire, the element of fire, the way that we feel fire within our bodies is through our heart, right? Maybe there are different ways also that resonate for you, but the passion within our heart, that's a fire. It's a fire that we can carry within us. And so feeling the sensation of that is tuning into an aspect of our eco-sensuality, right? And how that impacts us within our body. Tuning into the conscious awareness of our breath, right? The way that the air moves through our body, through the nose, through the mouth, into the body, how the body expands and almost like hugs, makes room for the breath. That's an ecosomatic practice. That's also a way that we can sensually connect to the element of air, right? That's our life force, right? We're connected to that at all times. Grounding into the earth, right? Or imagining our bodies as the earth, right? As nature, right? That is a sensual practice. Tuning into the water that is within our bodies, maybe even envisioning our blood as that sacred liquid that we need to survive, and feeling it flow through our bodies, right? That is a practice of connecting with our senses, with the earth in an ecosomatic and an ecosensual way. Allowing the wind, right, to brush against your skin, right? All of these are practices that when you consciously tune into that, you're tuning into your sensual experience in connection to the earth, right? So maybe you're doing these things consciously, but didn't realize that this is a sensual practice, or this is an ecosomatic practice. So I'm going to shift for a moment to talk about love languages in relation to the earth, right? So love languages, if you're not familiar, it's a really wonderful book. I'm forgetting the author's name right now, but the main love languages are physical touch, words of affirmation, quality time, gifts, and ooh, what's the last one? Oh man, my brain just does acts of service.
Words
Thank
of
you.
affection.
Words of affection, words of affirmation, acts of service. Thank you. My brain doesn't work quite as well at 2 in the morning. So think about using our love language in relation to the earth, physical touch, physical connection. What does that look like with the earth? Being barefoot on the earth, hugging trees, right? Consuming plants, right? That's physical touch. Eating, drinking, that's physical touch. That's a love language. You're telling that plant, I love you. I want you inside of me. You know, like and that's a really beautiful way to say I love you to a plant, right? So ecosexuality isn't like you're having sex with the earth in the way that we envision having sex with humans, right? It's a different way of imagining or having that connection and showing our love and affection. If we think about words of affirmation, right? Maybe you walk down the street and you see a flower and you're like, damn, that is a beautiful flower. Oh my gosh, right? Or you look at a body of water and you're like, whoa, you're so flowy and beautiful and magnificent and marvelous, right? Speak those words of affirmation to the earth, right? Gifts. What might a gift look like? A gift could be an offering to the earth. What's an offering that you can give to the earth? Maybe some precious Father, sacred tobacco, maybe a song, maybe you write a poem for the earth, maybe you give an offering of blood if you have a period, offering your blood back to the earth, offering your urine back to the earth, right? All of these are ways to give back to the earth. Maybe if you're sitting in ceremony and you're purging, right? The act of purging and giving back to the earth is really wonderful. Your food scraps as compost, right? To complete, the life cycles. What else? Acts of service. What are acts of service that you can do to care for the earth as your lover, right?
I think an act of service that we could do for the earth is like, anytime we're walking around and we see trash, we can pick it up. That's something I try and do. Just pick trash up as I'm walking along. I was really sad to see we just got back from a long vacation in Vietnam and Cambodia, and we took this train from South Vietnam all the way to North Vietnam, and you could see along the way a lot of like trash along the riverbanks. They don't necessarily have like I guess landfills out in the country, and they just kind of push it in the water, and that was a little bit disheartening. But that's definitely something I try and do, is trying to pick up trash as I go and just, be environmentally aware when you're throwing things away. Make sure recycling's going in recycling, try and minimize your trash, compost, etc.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent. Thanks for sharing that, Leo. Or wait, you're Sean, right?
Yeah, my name's Sean, my name's husband.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, another way that I like to think about it is like taking my own mug somewhere, using my own silverware, taking my own bowl somewhere. When I go to takeout places, I take my own container. They're, in rare cases, they won't use my container, but like often they will. And so I'll just do that, which I really love. Right. Also, quality time. Quality time is my fucking favorite one besides physical. Like just hanging out with nature, hanging out, being present. One way I really love to do that is to meditate with either the food that I'm eating or like the plants that I'm consuming, especially medicine. I work as an integration guide, supporting people in preparing for, experiencing, and integrating altered states of consciousness. And I work with many different plants, fungi, and animals. And I sit and meditate and spend quality time before consuming any substances. I'm just there, hanging out, chatting, creating space for that relationship to be built. Right? And you don't have to consume anything. You can just be sitting, right? Like I cut these flowers the other day and I meditated with them the other day. And it was a really beautiful and simple experience to connect to these plants that had grown in my backyard. And now they sit on my altar as an offering. So that's the bulk of what I'm going to share today. And I'm just going to invite us to take a few minutes to tune inwards and just allow like what we've talked about to percolate a little bit in your being, and writing down anything in particular that resonates with you. And also I invite you to write down 3 to 5 things in nature that give you pleasure. What elements of nature, what beings in nature, what spaces, what views, what sounds, what textures, what tastes give you pleasure? So I'm going to give you just a few moments to write that down or think about it, reflect about it. Whenever you feel complete, just finishing your last sentence. My desire for speaking in this space is to maybe plant a few seeds for your own personal activism in your relationship with nature, in understanding truly and deeply that you are nature, and your relationship with nature is your relationship with yourself. And so when we really understand that, when we really embody that as a human race, damn, we could really shift some things globally. So I really invite you to feel that sensation in your body, to know it, to sense it, to be it. It doesn't happen overnight, right? Like it's a continual practice to come back to. But I invite you to do that as much as you need to, for as long as you need to form that deep, deep connection. If you remember the meditation that we did when we started out, we rooted deeply into the ground and rose into the cosmos. You are connected to that foundation at all times, every time, all the time. All it takes is your conscious awareness and the felt sense in your body to connect. So I'm going to open up for questions, for conversation. You're welcome to share. Maybe you're welcome to share what you wrote. You're welcome to share your own perspective, if your perspective shifted or if it didn't. I'm all ears, and I'm also going to paste the manifesto in the chat.
Is it like a PDF that you're uploading? Because I was just going to make sure that you did do that. Or is there a link you can go to access?
Yeah, it's just a link on sexecology.org.
Cool.
Where art meets theory meets practice meets activism is the website.
Sounds interesting.
Maren, I was really, I don't know why there's an echo. But anyway, by your discussion around experiencing nature in a sensual or sexual way, and having the freedom that we explored as children without judgment of ourselves, and just the concept of earthing and being aware of how we interact in terms of love languages with nature. But I caught a glimpse kind of in my mind of just being in leaves and rolling around naked, like as a kid, and just being like silly and just being part of nature and not feeling like you're separate and you're going camping. It's like you're in an REI catalog or something. And it just, it felt warm, and it felt like you're in the sunlight and you're being bathed by the sunlight and just the magic of like mystery and the fairies. And so I just found it very romantic and beautiful, and it reminded me of my youth, and this beautiful kind of symbiotic relationship with nature. So I'm fading a little bit. I'm going to go to bed at 12 and get up at 6. But I just wanted to let you know that like I'm here and I'm listening, and I'm feeling inspired by your words, and I know my husband was as well. So just, keep rocking on.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Leo. And thank you so much for holding this space.
It was funny that Leo used the term, I think she said romanticism. I was almost thinking like a lot of what I was hearing you describe, I would put under the umbrella of eco-romanticism, if there is such a term. And just like, because I just want to have some sort of dialogue based on what you're talking about, sexuality. When you're talking about the ecosystem, this intimate part of something that is intrinsically intertwined with the human experience, like I have never heard what you described in the way that you described it, because I didn't actually know the term until I Wikipedia'd it when you said it. And I like that, because there is something, if you really, especially if you know, like, the whole time you're talking, I was having just Jungian archetypes yelling in my head, like, of the animum and the animus, and the benevolence of nature, and the all the different male, female aspects of nature and earth. And so to talk about ecosexuality, which is something I was not previously familiar with, makes a lot of sense, because we are a part. How can you not love something that you're a part of? And so to have this, like, sort of like romantic view of the environment in the way that you, like, were describing, is just, it makes so much sense. So I'm rambling just to say that I enjoyed hearing you speak about all of that, and it was good exposure to the terminology, and I appreciate everything that you've had to say.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. Yeah, and I appreciate your presence throughout this whole evening. It's been pretty incredible.
So okay, so then when I was saying that, like, about romanticism, what are your thoughts in terms of, like, using, like, we make up our own language. We combine words to create constructs. So ecosexuality. Is there not, can you not see where I would be saying that there's this overlap in romanticism that is included in sexuality but goes beyond it? If we're talking, like, verbology in terms of um like what
Yeah.
am I making any sense? I'm sorry. I should probably go to sleep.
Yeah. So I see romanticism and romanticizing, like, under the umbrella of sexuality, like a romantic sensation, a romantic action, like that's a part of our sexuality. So it's an aspect. It's almost like it's under the bigger umbrella of sexuality and what our expression is in the way that I view it. And so, yeah, so when I'm expressing a love language to the earth, like, in a lot of ways, I'm romanticizing the earth. I'm flirting with the earth. I'm trying to get in deeper intimacy and connection with the earth. When I'm barefoot on the earth, like, that's an intimate connection with the earth, like walking through the grass, getting my feet dirty,
See,
right?
that's
Like, I'm
where I
getting
get hung up,
dirty.
because that's romantic to me. That's not sexual. That's romantic, right?
Brian,
Isn't it?
there's an echo with your microphone for some reason. I don't,
Oh, I'm sorry.
well, I don't know
apologize,
if it's
guys.
everyone's microphone. Okay.
I don't know if it was mine.
So maybe that
I just think
perspective
yeah.
might allow you to, like, expand your perspective a little bit. Right? Because when you heard the Ecosex Manifesto, right? They were talking about hugging trees, walking barefoot, skinny dipping in water, right? Like, these are all ways to sensually and sexually connect with the earth. Right? So it's like shifting our perspective, right? And we were talking about, like, sex isn't the same between humans and the earth, right? It's not, it's different, right? And so we're thinking about how to shift and widen our perspective, right? We had this perception that our relationship with earth is with Mother Earth, right? If we can widen that perspective to be Lover Earth, right? We can shift the idea of, like, what sexuality is as humans, what it is as beings, what it is as plants. And so with that, I just invite you to explore it a little more. And my time here is done. And I'm really grateful for this space. Thank you so much for listening, for interacting.